Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, we are going to learn each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with NestJS. So this is the part 4 of our Node.js series, and in the next part or in the part 5, we are going to cover advanced NestJS or NestJS microservices. So let's see each and everything that we are going to learn in this particular video. So we'll start with intro. So in the introduction, we are going to learn what is Nest CLI, how you can create your first NestJS project. We are going to understand the folder structure and the very foundation concepts of NestJS, that is module, controllers and services. We are also going to learn how you can create multiple modules and then you can use one module in another module. Next, we'll move to env setup and config management, right? So we are going to learn about NestJS configuration, and you are going to understand how you can create env files and you can load those env variables in your modules. Next, we will move to very important RESTful API and CRUD, right? Once we'll cover all of these, then we are going to understand what is pipes, DTOs and validation. Next, we are going to understand how you can connect with database. Now for this particular video, I've decided to use Postgres with TypeORM, right? So we are going to understand the following things: how you can install and configure TypeORM, how you can create entities, repositories, how you can write CRUD queries with your repository API, entity relation and lot of other things. Once we'll complete these, then we are going to move to very important section, that is authentication with JWT and role-based access control. So in the authentication part, you are going to learn how you can implement registration, login, password hashing, implementing Auth module, generating JWT token, protecting routes with JWT Auth guard, and also will be creating each and everything from complete scratch, right? Next, we'll move to very important concept, that is authorization, right? So here you're going to understand how you're going to add roles to our user entity like admin and customer or admin user, creating a roles guard, how you can protect route with role-based permission, create custom decorators and also role-based route access. Next, we'll move to rate limiting. So here you're going to understand how you can implement or install NestJS Throttler package, how you can create custom login endpoints, and you're going to understand that how you can implement rate limiting and you can rate limit to a particular route from scratch. Next, we will move to pagination and filtering. So here we are going to implement pagination with the CRUD application that we have created in the previous section. We are also going to understand how you can filter, and also will be implementing a meta structure for paginated response, right? Once we'll do this, then we'll move to caching. So for this one, NestJS already gives us in-memory caching. So for this one, we are going to use this NestJS cache manager, and whatever CRUD application that we have created, we will be implementing caching in that particular project only. Once we'll implement caching, then we'll move to another very important section, that is file uploads. So for this one, we are going to use Multer for our middleware. We are going to also learn how you can upload files to Cloudinary. You are going to get URL back and you are going to store that URL in the DB. Then I'm going to give you two basic ideas, and these two sections will be helpful in the next part. So in the next part, when we'll be implementing microservices, these events and logging and interceptors will be very helpful. So in the events, I'm going to show you that how you can use NestJS event emitter package, how we are going to emit a particular event, let's say when user signs up, and how we are going to listen to that particular event. And at the end, we'll finish with logging, interceptors and middleware. So what is the concept of and the differences of interceptor and middleware, and how you can use global interceptors, and also how you can manage middleware in your root modules. So these all the things we are going to cover in this particular video. These will give you really solid foundation in NestJS. This is completely beginner friendly, right? Each and everything I've created, I thought that okay, you are a complete beginner, and in that thinking process I've created this whole video. I'll highly suggest, if you don't have any idea, you can start, but you should have some very basic knowledge of how Node.js works, Express, and some of the very basic database knowledge. So for that, I already have some part 1, 2 and 3, so you can watch those videos, right? If you already watch those particular videos, then you can directly start from here. One more thing, like if you like this video, please give a like, comment, and please subscribe to my channel and share with your friends. And one more thing I want to mention, if you're new to my channel, I already have a website that I'm currently working, although all the features are not yet live, and also I'm currently working on a full stack course that I will be releasing in some days, that will be like around 100 to 150 hours long, and I'm going to give that in very less price. I think I've already discussed that one in my channel. So what you can do, right, you can visit this hdevhub.com and you can join the waitlist. You can see there are almost, I think, more than 2000 people are already registered and 1200 people already on the waitlist. So you can go to the project section and also explore. There are some advanced levels of projects are also available, and also you can explore the roadmap section. The rest of the things I'm currently working, so once I'll complete, I will give update. So with this is all the intro that I want to discuss. Now let's move on to learning all the NestJS concepts step by step. Alright everyone, so let's get started. The first thing what you're going to do, right? See, one more thing I want to mention. So in this whole video, if you've already watched the part 1 of the Node.js, right? So there actually we have covered all the concepts, the basic concepts of like REST API, Express, MongoDB, by creating small sections, and for each and every section we are going to create some small project, and by creating those project, very small project, we are going to learn all the concepts. The same strategy we are going to apply for this whole video, right? So what will happen, right, instead of only learning the concepts, if we create small projects and then apply all the concepts on top of it, it will be easy for you to understand. So first thing what we're going to do in the first section, we are going to learn the very important concept, the basics of NestJS, right? That is the concept of module, controller, services, and how all the multiple modules work with each other. Like this is the very basics. Also another thing I want to mention, that NestJS is not a simple thing that you can understand very easily. I want to be very clear. If you go to their documentation, right, you'll see that there will be a lot of things and there is no way you can learn all of this in a single go. So what we're going to do, so there will be multiple parts of NestJS, as you already know, and if you don't know, so this is the first part, this is the part 4 of the Node.js series. So in this particular video, we are only going to learn the basics of NestJS, how you can create REST API like authentication, login, registration, JWT, then role-based authentication. We have already discussed all of this, and then in the next part there will be a part 5 of Node.js series, or basically the part 2 of this NestJS series. There we are going to learn the concept of microservices. So first thing, we need to install the NestJS CLI globally, and to do that we are going to copy this. I already have this in my local, but I'm going to show you. So first I'm going to let's do one thing. Let's open a command line and I'm going to just paste it here and let's install, right? So if you don't have, I think this will install for the first time. If you already have, it's going to modify, and then after that we're going to use this CLI command to create a new NestJS project from scratch. So you need to use the nest new and the name of the project. Now if you have already worked with React or something like that, so there, if you notice, we use the npx, then the create React app or create next app, something like that. So it's like similar to that. Alright, so I think this is done. So now I'm going to copy this path. This is the path I'm going to use, and let's just to cd and paste it, and see nest new and the name of the project. So I'm going to use nest new and let's give concepts. Now this will create the, okay, so here I want to use npm only. And now what you're going to do, right? So if you see, it's creating a lot of files, right? And once this is done, instead of going through each and every file, what I'm going to do, right, we're going to create a simple module, and by creating that particular module, we're going to learn, and believe me, I will make it very simpler. So don't skip the next 1 or 2 hours, because it will be very important, right? We are going to learn everything very slowly, because I know if you don't, so don't consider this one as a Express, right? Express is, I will say, this is like very hard truth I'm telling. Like Express is actually easy to learn, but NestJS, because it's very modular, there are a lot of things you need to know, how you can communicate with multiple services or multiple modules, how controllers work, what is dependency injection, those kind of things. So you have to take things very slowly. Once this is done, so we're going to directly go to VS Code, and then we'll start learning all these modules, controllers and services. Alright, so you can see that this is now done. Now if you notice one thing, that we have a lot of files, which is fine for now, just ignore all of this. I want you to focus on 4 things, right? So first one is the main.ts file, then we have a module file, which is the app module, app.module.ts, and then there are 2 controllers, sorry, 1 controller file and 1 service file. The first thing you need to understand before we'll create a new module, to understand this flow better, so this is the entry point of your NestJS application, right? So this is where everything starts, or you can consider this one as the root file, right, to make this one simpler. Or this is the entry point of your NestJS application. And if you notice one thing here, what actually it is doing, it's creating a instance, and it's creating the instance of a new NestJS application, right? nestfactory.create, and it's taking the app module as a root module. So that means this is the entry point and this is the main root module, right? So that means this is the root module. So this is something like, if you consider this one with a React application, right? I'm not sure if you know React. If you don't know, so I'll explain. Like in React also is a single page application, right? So in React also you have a root index.js file or main.tsx file. So this is that same file, and then in that file you are actually using the main app.jsx file or app.tsx file, which is nothing but this app.module file, right? If you see, it's like almost similar. So this is the main root module where you are going to use all the sub modules, right? And this is the main.ts file where you are creating the new instance of NestJS application, and you're passing the app module as the root module. Why why understanding of these flows is very understand. You're going to understand this one later when the projects will become very complicated. And see, when you're going to implement microservices with NestJS, believe me, it's not that much simple. I don't care what anyone else is telling, because I'm actually always place myself as a beginner place, and let's say if I don't know anything, that time it will be very difficult for me to understand. So if I give one example, right? So to learn NestJS, when I learned this one for the first time, it took me around 14 days, okay, because I already know some other technologies. But if you, and also I have professional experience also, right? So I worked on multiple projects, although I never worked on NestJS in a company project, but learning a new technology is easier for me. Instead, if a college student or let's say complete fresher is learning all of this, for them it will be difficult, right? This is the truth. So that's why take your time and don't go into rush, right? So two things you have learned, that this is the main.ts file, or this is the root file, the entry point of your NestJS application, which is taking the app module as a root module, and then it's creating the new instance of a NestJS application. Here we are going to configure if any global setting is required, right? Global settings, we are going to do this one later, or let's see if we have some env configuration, something like that. And then what it is simply doing, it's actually starts a HTTP server, and then it's listening to this port, right? So if you have a port, or else it will take the localhost 3000. This is the first thing. Now if you go to the module, so here you have some import, and then there are controllers, providers. Now why I'm not explaining all of this using this app module, right? The reason is because it's already there, like all the controllers and everything. Instead of what we're going to do, we are going to create a new module, let's say hello module, from scratch, and then we are going to understand the flow. It will be easy, or else I can simply just explain all of this. It will not like, I know you will be able to understand, but again you have to go back and forth and to understand these things better. So instead we are going to create a new module to understand this complete flow much cleaner way. And to do to run this, what we're going to do, right? We are going to use this npm run start :dev. So this will start the server, and because it's running on the localhost 3000, right? So we are going to see if everything is working fine or not. What we can do, you can go to our postman. I'm going to create a new blank collection. Let's give this one name as NestJS concepts, or I'll give NestJS concepts is fine. And then let's create a new request. Okay, so I'll create a request, and I'm going to do hello, something like that. And here what we can do, simply let's go to any, so I'm going to copy this, and then we'll go here and I'm going to paste it, and let's run it. And you can see that we are getting hello world, and the reason is because it's now running here. Okay, so to run this we have used npm run start :dev. You can also get all of these here also, right? You have a scripts start :dev, so it will do a nest start and then -- watch. That means every time you're going to make any changes, it will automatically reload. If any error, it will automatically break. So these are the very basic things. So we have learned so far what are the things that how you can create a new NestJS project. So to create that, you have to create a CLI, then you can create using nest keyword, and then we have learned that what is main.tsx, which is the main entry file, and the app module, which is the root module, where we are going to use all the sub modules. Till now we haven't covered controllers and services. I already told you the reasons. So in the next part, what we are going to do, right, we are going to create a new module, and let's give this one name as hello module, and inside this hello module we're going to create a hello controller, hello service, and then we are going to understand how this controller and services work together, and that hello module we are going to use in this root module. So these all the things that we are going to learn in the next part. Alright, so let's see how we are going to create a new module, new controller, and new service. After that we are going to understand all the concepts. So first we'll go here, and then let's go to the official doc, and there will be CLI, and let's go to uses, and you can see that we can use this nest new, and I think these we have already learned that how we are going to create a new project, and then we have nest generate, right? So here we are going to simply create a lot of things. So they have already given some of the semantics, you can see that. So for now we are going to only focus on this controller, then we have service, and then we are going to have module someplace. There will be module. So you have nest generate, and then you have to give the names of, for example, if you want to create a module, so you're going to give that keyword module and then the name of the module. So go here, and now let's open a new terminal, and let's do nest generate. I'm going to give module, and let's create our first module, and let's do hello, and let's see what will happen. Alright, so module is now created. Now you see one thing is very important, what is happening here. In the app module, which is our root module, you can see it's automatically importing the hello module, because this is absolutely mandatory, because whenever you are going to have multiple modules, so just give the example or take the example of React, right? Whenever you're going to create a new page, to display that page in the browser, you are going to import that page in a app.jsx file, or which is your app.tsx root file. Similarly, whatever module that you are going to create, you are going to use that module, right? So that is the reason you are creating that module. So for that, you are going to use or import that module in the root module, which is the app module, and you don't have to do that. So every time you are going to create a new module using this command that I just showed you, that nest generate module and the name of the module, it will automatically import that module in the root module. So this is the first thing. So it imports the hello module. And if you go to the hello, so this is the module, and if you go to the hello module, so for now you don't have anything, this just using a decorator, so it's a module, and then you have a class with a hello module, right? And it's importing the module from the NestJS command. So this is the way to create a module. Now we are going to create our controller and service, because each and every module will have a controller and a service. So I'm going to do nest generate, and I'm going to do controller, and let's give hello. Remember the name, right? This is the name of the module, so you have to give controller and the name of the same name of the module, and enter. Now this will create a controller, and we are going to see what is happening, and then I'm going to explain each and everything. So let's wait. So now you can see what is happening. So it's go here, created a controller. This is the name of the controller, which is very important, or you can also take this one as a prefix, right? If you hover, this is the prefix. So this is the name of the or prefix of the controller, and this controller is auto imported in the hello module, because you are creating the controller for the hello module, right? So it's importing this, and then in the controllers you are going to pass as an array, comma separated. You can have multiple controllers also, multiple sub modules, that we are going to see later, or maybe in the next part of this video. So now we know that how we are going to create controller, although we haven't discussed the concepts yet, but we are going to do that. First let's create service. So I'm going to do service, and let's give hello, the same name, and enter. Awesome. So now you can see, so you have a, I'm going to minimize this one. So you have a controller, you have a provider, which is your hello service, and this will create a service here, you can see. So now you notice the relations, right? So you have a module. Inside this individual module, you are using the controller, and then you are providing the service here. And this module you are going to use in the app module, right? So this is the flow. Now we need to understand what actually each and everything is doing, right? So first thing, so I'm going to give you some of the key points that what actually module is, right? So every NestJS application, so whenever you're going to create any application, there has to be at least one module, and in this case that will be the app module, right? If there is no module, it's not going to work. So you have to have one module, which is the root module that we have already discussed, right? Now module is actually encapsulate the provider and the controllers. I think you have already seen that we have a controller and then there is a provider which is providing the service, right? And now they can also import functionalities from other modules. So if you want, you can also use the imports here, right? So it's going to import another module here that we are going to see later. So I'll give a placeholder that it actually, if you want, you can use the imports. So it imports and then give an empty array, right? So this will import the other like modules here if needed. So it will import other modules if needed. Also very important, you can also export services if you want to use this service to add other module. That also we're going to see. For example, let's say you have two module A and module B. So in this case, module A is the hello module, and then you have a module B which is a user module. What you need to do in the user module, you want to use the hello service. So in that case, what you need to do, right, you need to export this service, but we are going to see this one later, or else it will make this one as complicated. I'm going to give this one for now empty. So this is doing nothing, but it is actually exporting services if needed in other modules. Okay, so for now I'm going to keep both as commented. Now next we have the controllers, right? So controllers is the array of controllers that belongs to this particular module. Okay, next we are having the providers. Providers we have already discussed, that array of services or other providers that belongs to this hello module, and then we can import and also do exports, right? So this is all about the concepts of a module. Now let's go to the controllers. So what actually controllers, right? Now controllers is actually the responsible for handling all the incoming requests or the returning responses to the client. If you consider as a Express app, right? So Express, what is the format, right? So you have a server.js file. I'll give a commented. So do server.js file. Then you have a routes file, right? Then you're going to have a controller file, remember? Then also you will have a services file. So the concept is actually almost similar. So controller, and then in the routes file, what you're going to do, you're going to define all the routes, and then you're going to map that. Okay, for this particular route, I'm going to call which controller. So for example, let's say you have a route A. Route A is going to call controller A, and controller A is going to call service A, right? Something like that. And then you have a multiple routes here. Similar concept is here, right? So in this NestJS, so controllers are actually responsible for your incoming request and returning responses back to the client. Means if you have a client, React app or Angular, doesn't matter. Here you need to give a decorator with a controller keyword, and this is the name of the prefix or the prefix that we have already discussed. Here you are going to create each and every method. So for example, HTTP method, right? So you have get, post, put, delete, blah blah, whatever you are having, right? So here you are going to add all of this. Now how controllers is actually works, right? So controllers use dependency injection to consume services, so that we are going to also see that how it actually works. And they handle request and response, but they delegate business logic to services. So what actually mean by that? So in the controller, you are not going to write all the business logic. Business logic we are going to only write in the hello service, and that logic we are going to consume in the controllers. Okay, so this is the very basic concept. Now let's go to the hello service. Now service, as simple as that, these are normal functions where you're going to handle all the business logic. So what actually mean by business logic? Let's say you're having a post request, right? And then you're going to submit a form. The form has a name, email and password. and then whatever logic you want to write, you are going to write that logic in this particular service. This logic or service or that particular method, this controller will receive, and then it will actually, we are going to map that particular logic to a certain route. Let's see how this will work, right? Or else it will be little tricky to understand. I'm going to move, so let me remove this. The first thing what I'm going to do inside this, I'm going to create, if you notice, it's actually injectable, right? So here I'm going to create a simple method which will be get hello, and here I'm going to give returning type as string, and let's return hello NestJS, right? As simple as that. So we have a method here. Now this method I need to call a, or let's think in this way, that this method you need to map to a certain route. So whenever I'll go to, let's say, localhost 3000/hello, now you might think from where this hello is coming. This is coming because you have this prefix. Remember, this is very, very important. So this is the main entry point, entry route of this particular module, right? So you have given hello. If you give something else, that will start as an entry point. Now that doesn't make sense, because if your module name is hello, then why you're going to give a different name right here? So whenever I'll go to localhost 3000/hello, I need to call this particular business logic or the service function. So how you're going to do that? To do this one, the first thing we need to know the concept of dependency injection, right? So how you're going to do that? So we need to inject this particular service in this controller. So here how you're going to do that? So you're going to take a constructor, you'll take a private read only, and you're going to give a name of that service. I'm going to give this one as hello service, and this will map to our hello service, and you can see this is the name of the service, right? That's it. And so that means here we are actually implementing the concept of dependency injection. So what actually does, so here we are injecting the hello service into our controller, into our hello controller, right? Now what will happen, NestJS will automatically handle all the life cycle of that particular service. This private keyword is actually very, very important. So what actually does, right? So this keyword in the constructor automatically creates and initialize a class property with the same name. Now remember one thing, it's very, very important that whenever you're going to use any service, you need to inject that particular service into that controller. Now because now we can do something like this, so you can do this dot, and then we can use this hello service directly, and this hello service will give me the name all the services that there in this particular service. So for example, this dot hello service dot get hello will give me this. I hope you're getting, but this will directly not work, right? So as I already mentioned that we need to now write all the routes. The first thing, I'm going to create our first route, and I'm going to give this one as get hello. Again, this will give me a string, and now see what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to do return this dot hello service dot, you see you're getting get hello. Now here this will not work. The reason is because we need to give that what kind of route is this. Is this a get route or a post route, put or delete, and this is a get route, so I'm going to use get. And to do this, we need to import this get method. So here it's this is a route handler, right? Now here I'm going to just call this. So that means I'm telling that okay, whenever I'll go to localhost 3000/hello, then I'm going to call this and see if this is working, right? So we'll go here, and I'm just going to do hello, send this. See, you're getting hello NestJS. Now see what I'm going to do, right? Here what you can do, simply I'm going to give this one as, let's say, colon get hello, something like that, okay? Or let's do only what I can do. So we'll do hello / first route. Let's do save this, and now see if I try to go here and send this, what is happening. So it's not getting. The reason, now to access this route, what you need to do, /hello /first route, because this is the nested route you're giving here, and I'm going to give /first route, send this, and you're getting hello NestJS. I hope you're getting right. So here whatever you'll be giving, that will be appended to the hello, because hello is the parent. Whatever nested will be giving, it will come after this. so it will come after this. If you don't give anything, that means it will be accessible in the parent route. These all are normal concepts here. So I'm going to remove this. I'll keep it like this. And now if I go here and let's say try to send this again, you'll be getting the same hello NestJS. Okay, so this is one more. Now let's do one thing, right? Let's create one more method here. So I'm going to go to this hello service and I want to create one more service, and in this case I want to get a dynamic value, right? Or I want to take a parameter and I want to return some dynamic result. To do this, I'm going to do get hello and let's do with name, and this will receive a name property and this will return a string. And here what I'm going to do, simply I want to return hello and I want to pass the name here. Okay, so what will happen, this will take a name property, the dynamic value, and it is going to return me the hello with the name. Again, to do this there are two ways we can do that, right? So either we can use route handlers, we can use route parameters, or we can also use a query parameters. So how so let's see how this will work. So here what I'll do, will simply take one more get, and now I want to do this, right? So I want to go to user, so that means I want to go to /hello/user, and here I want to pass a dynamic value, and to pass a dynamic value you are going to pass colon and then the name. If you already worked with Express, you actually probably know these concepts, right? So whenever you're going to give a dynamic dynamic value, you're going to pass a colon and the name of the parameter that you want to use. Now here after this I'm going to take, let's give this one as get hello with name, and here we're going to use this param keyword, right? So we are going to use the param, and now you need to give that, okay, which property will be your param. So in this case the name will be the dynamic value here, so you're going to pass this one as name. Okay, this is important. And after this you're going to pass this one name, which will be a string, the return type will be string, and then you're going to simply return this dot hello service dot get hello with name, and this will give you the pass the name. Now this will receive the name here and it is going to return this. Now let's save this. Now see what will happen. So if you go here and now I want to do /hello, I want to go to /user and then name, and this name will be the dynamic name. So I'll do /user/name. I'm going to give Sangam. Send this. So you're getting hello Sangam. I'm going to change this one to Raj. So you're getting hello Raj. Awesome. So this is one way where you're using the param and then you're passing the key, or you have to mention here that, okay, which will be the dynamic param here, and this you are going to pass as a input to your business logic or the services. So I'm going to call that one as service, but remember that is nothing but your main logic or main code logic that you are writing for that particular route. Next I'm going to also show you that how you are going to do this one as a query, right? So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to give this one as a get, and here you're going to pass this one as, so I'm going to do this one as query, and here what I'll do, I'll simply do get hello with query, and here you're going to pass query, and again you're going to pass the name as a query. So I'm going to show you that how this will work, and then you're going to pass name, the type will be string, the return type will be string, and you're going to return this dot hello service dot get hello with name. So you're going to pass name, or if nothing else I'm going to pass as world. So now how we are going to pass as a query. Now remember, query is nothing but, so you're going to go to localhost 3000/hello, and then you're going to do /hello /query, and here you're going to pass the query, the dynamic value. Now remember, you are given the key as name, so here you have to give this one as name, and then the name, the value. So here I'm going to give this one as John, right? So this will be my dynamic value here, and let's see if this is working or not. So I'm going to go here and I'll do /query, and I'm going to do name, and here I'm going to give this one as, let's say, John, right? And send this. See, you're getting John. And if you change this onto something, hey, Julia, send Julia. Awesome, right? So now two ways I have showed you. Now these all are very, very important, you know where, because when you're going to implement a filter functionality or search functionality from your front end, that time you actually need all of this query and everything, right? So that time you can use this query. You have to pass the name or name is nothing but here actually you have to give the key, right, or the property. The property will be better, right? Instead of key, this is nothing but the property, and here you're going to call that service, pass that as a dynamic value. So now with this, I'm pretty sure that this will actually give you some idea that how module actually works, right? What is the concept of controller, how controller and services work together, because services is nothing but your main business logic which you are consuming or injecting in your controller, right? So this is where you are injecting the hello service, and then you are going to actually consuming that hello service every property, and then you are actually telling that what is the HTTP method that you are going to call, whether it is a get, post or put, and based on that it will work, right? Remember another thing very, very important, this app.module is extremely important point here, that whatever module you are going to implement, that will auto import it here, because until unless you are going to use that module in this app module, it's not going to work. So with this we have covered the very basic concepts of module, controller and services, and remember that is the reason I told you that we are not going to explain all this app controller, because at the end if you see it is actually the same thing. The reason why I created a new module, and it will be easier to understand. Now what we're going to do, right, I'm going to create a second module now, that will be user module, and then we're going to see the main concept of, I'm going to show you what is the concept, the import and the export. So how we are going to export the service here, and that service you are going to use from a different module, and that is also very, very important. So let's do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so now let's create one more module. Okay, so I'm going to quickly create, so let's do nest, let me clear this. So do nest generate module, and I'm going to do user. See what will happen, right? Also if you notice, if you go to app.modules, it will auto import the user module also along with the hello module. This is the same part that we have discussed, right? That see now we have a user module, right? And if you go to user module, you just have the module and then the class. Let's create the controller also, right? So I'm going to do controller, and then we are going to create services. The main idea of this particular section is to understand that how you're going to export a module, and then you're going to use that in a different module. Now let's clear this, and let's create let's do nest generate service user. First we are going to simply create some of the services, and then we are going to see that. But before that, now one more thing I want to discuss, and that is very, very important. Let's close everything. Let's go to the hello module first, and I'm going to close everything, and we'll go to the user module. So two module first we're going to check. So we are going to communicate with these two different modules. How you're going to do that? Now this is a very, very important concept that you need to understand, right? I think we also have the placeholder that whenever you want to use a module to a different module, there are certain conditions that you need to follow. The first thing, you need to export it from that particular module, because we are going, let's say we want to use this hello service in a user module, so we need to export this module here, or else it will not work. So first thing what I'm going to do, I'm going to do export, and I'm going to pass the hello service. So now I'm actually exporting this hello service. So this hello service is now accessible throughout your application, but we need to actually consume this, and to consume we are going to do what? We are going to use the import, and that import we are going to do in the main root module of this user module, because we are going to use the hello service in the user module, so we need to import that, right? So now what I'm going to do, I'll simply do imports, and you're going to import the hello module. Okay, so now what we're doing, we are importing the hello module because we need the hello service in the user service. So if you go to the user service, right, so let's say in this service file I want to use the hello service, and then I want to use this particular method. Just to give you an example, you can't directly use this service directly in the user service, right? Because there is no direct connection. This is inside hello service, this is inside user service. To do that, what we have done two steps. So we imported the hello service from the hello module, and then we imported the hello module from user module. Don't get confused, okay? So we are exporting the hello service from here, and we are importing the hello module in this user module, because we are going to use the hello service inside user service. So this is the two-step process. So now what we are going to do simply, so we'll go to our user service, and now what we are going to do, first thing we need to do this, right? So we need to inject this hello service inside our user service. So to do that, we are going to again do what? Constructor, we'll do private read only, and I'm going to give this one as hello service, and this will be my hello service. So here what we are doing, we are injecting hello service, or let's do, we are injecting services from other module, right? So how this is working, two step I already mentioned. Hello module must export hello service, that we have already done. So if you see, hello module is exporting the hello service, first process, and second process, user module must import hello module. Because why? Because hello service is a part of a hello module, right? And this is also we have done. So if you go to user module, we are importing the hello module. So two step, again I will repeat, we are exporting the hello service because this service we are going to use here. So export is the first step, and then importing that module is the second step. So two step. So now you can directly inject this, right? It will work. So next thing, if you're getting any noise, I think it's like raining outside. So now what I'm going to do, I'll create two services here for now. Let's do get all users. This is my first service, and here I'll simply going to return. So let's return here. I'll give ID as 1, and I'm going to give name as my name. Copy this, and I'll do ID as 2, and I'll give ID as 3, and I want to return this. That's it. So this is the first service. The second service I'm going to create, I want to get a single user based on the ID. So it's like get user by ID. So here you are going to receive the ID, which will be number, and here what I am going to do, simply is I'll do const user, and this will be this dot get all users. So get all users is going to return all of this, right? So I'm just directly using a dummy data. So I'm going to invoke this, and this will give me find. So I'm going to use, and I'll do user dot ID will be equal to this ID that I'll be receiving, and then I'm going to return user, just normal concept, nothing to explain all of this, right? So this is my second service. Now the third service, what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to create a get welcome message. Now here come the interesting thing, right? So in this service, now I want to use my hello service, and I want to use this get hello with name. Remember, so this one I want to get. Now notice one thing, the very huge advantage is that these two services or these two modules are completely separate, but for somehow you are going to able to use this directly here from a different service. Because why? Because you're injecting this service from that particular service to this user service. And now I'm going to do get welcome message, and here I want to get the user ID, which will be number, and then I'm simply going to do const user, and this will be this dot get user by ID, and I'm going to pass the user ID. So this will give me the current user. If user is not present, I'm going to return user not found, or else I'll simply do return these dot. Now I'm going to use the hello service, and now if you see, this will give me get hello with name. Remember, we have done this, and here we're going to pass the name. So how you're going to pass the name? So this user will have a name here, right? So I'm going to pass here user dot name. That's it. So these three is my service, user service. In this user service, I have these three business logics, and in the third one, I'm actually using a service from a different module. So now what you can do, you can go to our user controller, and we need to create all the controllers because services we have already created. The first thing what you need to do, remember, we always need to inject our user service here, because if you go to the hello controller, we have actually injected this hello service. So similarly, we need to inject this one here, and here I'm going to give this one as user service, and this will be my user service. Okay, let's do the first route. So I'll do get, and here I'm just going to do get all users, and then I'm going to return these dot user service dot get all users. That's it. Save this, and now if you go here, right, and let's do here slash user. So user is the route name prefix, right, and I'm going to send this. See, we are getting all the users. Awesome, right? So this is the first route. Now I'm going to have the get user by ID. So how we are going to get user by ID? Remember, whenever you're going to do get user by ID, you need to pass a dynamic value here, right? So user ID can be 1, it can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 4, 5, whatever. So this is a dynamic ID. So how we are going to, we already discussed, to pass a dynamic ID, you're going to do get, and then you're going to pass a dynamic value, which is ID. Just now we have done. And here you're going to do get user by ID. You're going to pass a use a param, right, and you need to tell that okay, this ID will be my dynamic value, and then ID, this will be, we are going to use, let's do one thing, I'm also going to do this, I'm going to parse this ID to a number, and to do this one we are going to use this parse int pipe, right. And now what I'm going to do is simply pass ID will be number, and now I'm simply going to do return these dot user service dot get user by ID, and you're going to pass this ID, right. So we are simply telling that okay, this will be my get request colon ID, means it will go to localhost 3000 slash user slash the name of the or the value of the ID, which can be 1 2 3 4. I'm telling that I'm using a param. I'm telling that okay, this ID will be my dynamic value. I'm parsing this one to a int or number, and then I'm calling that service directly here. Save this, and now if I go here and directly pass user slash 1, I should be getting this result here. So let's see. So getting 1, let's do 2, and if I pass 3, we'll be getting Victor. So this is working fine. Next, now let's go to our controller once again, and I want to have one more, which will be, so if you go to user service, we are having this get welcome message. This also you need to use, right? So this also I'm going to do this one as get, and here I will be having this one as colon ID. So this is my dynamic value slash welcome, and here I'm going to do get welcome message. So here I'm also going to use a param, and this param I want to pass the ID as a dynamic value. I want to use the same parts int pipe, and I want to do ID, which will be number, and now I'll simply want to return these dot user service dot get welcome message, and you're going to pass the ID, right. So this welcome message is going to receive this user ID here, okay, and here if you notice that we are actually getting the current user from this method. If the not user found, we are going to return this user not found, or else we are going to call the hello service here, and this hello service is going to call this get hello with name, and then we are going to return the name here. So now let's save this, and if you go here, let's say if I just do, so we have colon ID slash welcome, right. So I'm going to do slash user slash 1, which is ID, and I'm going to do welcome, and see what is happening. Send this hello Sangam, awesome, right. And if I do 2 here, send this hello John. If I do 20, I'll be getting user not found, user not found. The main idea is not the getting the result. The main idea is that how this user service and the hello service both are working together. And the main concept, again I'm going to repeat, that we have exported this hello service from the hello module, and then we imported the hello module from user module, and that is the reason both the services you are able to use. Though again, one more thing, I will give you a homework that you should try. You can also create one more module and then try to export this user module, and then use this user service in that third module that you are going to create. So you can just try all of the things that you have done so far. So with this, the very basic concepts of module controller services is also done. how we are going to export a certain service or module, and then we are going to import that also you have checked. Now in the next part, what you're going to do, right, so we are going to directly jump into the REST API. Now what we are going to simply create, we'll be creating a simple project throughout this particular video, and then for each and every section we are going to add or apply all the concepts that you have learned so far, and incrementally we are going to add more features. With this it will be easy for you to understand. So let's see how we are going to do that from the next part. Hey everyone, so before moving to the project section, right, and we'll be learning all the concepts step by step, I want to create this small section where we are going to see how you can work with environment variables, right? I think it is also very important. So the first thing what we need to do, right, we need to install the NestJS config package. So let's quickly do that. So here what I'll do, right, let's go to our, let's clear this, and I'm going to do npm install @nestjs/config. So this is the package which will handle all the environment related variables. Now for this particular video we are going to only cover the basics, then we are going to have all the advanced things anyways in the next part. Alright, the first thing what we need to do, right, so we need to set up or config this particular config module in our main file, which is the root file, as I already mentioned, which is our app.module.ts file. So here what we need to do, right, in this import we need to load all the environment variables from env file, right? So let's say what I'll do, right, I'm going to create a .env file, and I'm going to give maybe app name, and I'll give this one as nest.js. So just a dummy env file. What I need to do, right, I need to load all these env variables by default in our root file. So what we can do, right, just the package just now we have installed, we have this config module that we can use. I'm going to import config module dot for root, which will actually load or register all the environment variables from env file and makes them available across the app. And to do this, what you're going to do, right, here you can simply pass like this, or else the best option will be always pass this is global as true. And what this does, this will makes the config module globally available, right? So this is absolute basic things that you need to know. So if you use config module dot for root and pass the is global as true, which will make the config module globally available, and this module will automatically load your all the env files, right? Now we have already created the env file. Now how we are going to access this, right? To access this, let's say I'll go to my app.service, and here I need to get some of the env files. So let's say I need to get this app name. The first thing we are going to do, right, we need to inject this config service. So we have a config service that will be provided by this NestJS config. So we'll take a constructor, and here we are going to simply take a private config service, right? And if I just copy this, let's go here, let's search for config service using the config service. So here you can see that we are importing, that is fine, but I just see these config service.get. So first we need to inject this. So you're going to inject this config service into our constructor in which module I want to use. So let's say I want to use in this module, so I'm going to do config service. Once I'll inject, now this config service will be accessible here, and now let's say I want to get this app name. So I'll be doing const app name, and this will be these.config service.get. So here I'll be giving the type will be string, and now I'm going to pass my environment property name, or let's say the environment variable name, which is app name. And here I'm going to give a default value, so you can pass a default value here. So I'm going to do default value, right? And now what we can do, right, we can simply log this also. So let's simply log this. So I'm going to log this here. I'm going to add app name, save this, and see what is happening, right? We will be getting in some place, or let's run this, right? So we'll go to here, and what I'm going to do, let's create one more. So I'll copy from here localhost 3000, paste it, and see what is the route name. Let's go here, we have slash. Okay, we just have this one, so let's send this one here. I'm getting hello world, and now see if we are getting the getting the environment variable name, right? So what you can do, simply you can pass this here, right? So instead of this hello world, I can just do hello, and then I'm going to pass this app name. That's it. Save this, and if you go here, send this hello NestJS. Awesome. So this is very simple way how you can load this globally in your app.module.ts, and then you just have to inject this config service, and then you can directly use this to get all the env variables by the key name or the env variable name, and this is the default value. Okay, that's it. Also you can do some schema validation also with Joy. So you can also install Joy package, and I'm also going to show you that how you are going to do that. Let's quickly see that also. And let's do one thing, let's install Joy. Okay, so I think this is done. So let's go to our app.module.ts, and I'm going to do import star as Joy from Joy, and then where we are doing this global, right here we can do validation schema. Okay, and here you can pass, so we'll do joy.object, and here I'll simply do app name, right? So we have app name, and this will be joy.string.default. so here also you can pass default, and you can do default app, something like that, right? So what this is just for your idea, like how you are going to do that. So what will happen, let's say this app name is not present, so it will always what will happen, it's going to throw an error at the startup, and then it is going to set the default values automatically. Also another thing you can do, you can also create custom config, right? So what we can do, right, maybe let's say I want to create, I'll go to source, I'll create a config file, sorry, folder, and then I'm going to do app.config.ts file. And now what I need to do, I'll do export default, and let's create just a config. So I'm just going to do here app name, and this will be either it will take from process.env.appname, or I'm going to give my nest app, right? That's it. And then to load this, what you can do, right, you can simply go to your app module. So I'm going to comment out this one for now, and then what you can do, right, you can do load and pass this app config. Very simple. That's it. And then you can simply get this directly. So now to use this app config, what you can do, so go to your app.service.ts, and instead of doing like this, you can directly get with the name that you have given. So here you have given app name, remember this is the name, so the same name you can give here. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to do app name. Okay, and now let's save this and see what will happen. So no error. Now go here, send this, and you can see that you are getting the NestJS. The reason this value is here, if value is not here, it will take from there. So let's change this one to Sangam, and I'm going to just do save once again, or let's give some changes here. Let's do edited, so that it will reload, just to show you that it will always pick from here. So now I'll go and then send once again. See, hello edited Sangam. So this is how you can do what, you can create custom config also, and then either load from your env file, or it will take from the default value, right? So these will be the very basic things at least you should know to know about the env variables, how you can load it. Anyways, we are going to discuss a lot of advanced things in the later part, but I think it will be like, if I discuss all of this, it will be too much. If I see the official doc, see the options, so many things are there, right? So we already covered some of the things, right, how we are going to do or manage, because these some of the things we are also going to later use in the project. And in the next part, anyways, we are going to handle multiple env variables based on environments, right? So we'll be having stage environment or dev environment and production environment. So that time also we are going to see. So with this section is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so in the previous section we have learned all the basic concepts. Now from this section, what you're going to do, right, we'll be creating a project, and all the concepts that we are going to learn so far, we will be incrementally add all of these concepts in this particular project, right? So by creating project, you will be learning all the concepts from this particular section. So I already created a simple project. You can see that I don't have anything else. So first we are going to create a CRUD, right? The main idea in the next 3 sections will be, we're going to learn how you can create a REST API, mainly the CRUD, because CRUD is very important of any backend, like create, update, delete, and also getting the list of datas. And then we are going to learn how you can implement validation, DTOs, and in the next, after that particular section, we are going to also learn how we are going to integrate with our database. And this incrementally we are going to add section by section all the things. First, let's create our first module, and that will be nest generate module, and I'm going to give this one as post, or let's give post. So we'll be creating module, controller, and service. So once this is done, you can see that these will be automatically imported. So let's wait for some time. Alright, so this is done. So now I'm going to create a controller. Controller spelling is wrong. Okay, let me type once again, controller posts, and then we'll be creating services. So this is done, and let's create service. Alright, so this is done. First thing, go to post folder, and I'm going to create a folder inside of this, and I'm going to name this one as interfaces. Also, if you notice that everything is in TypeScript, right? So your TypeScript knowledge has to be very good. If you don't know, like, you have to learn all of this. And here I'm going to create posts dot interface. Let's do post, not post, because single post interface dot ts, and I'm going to give this one as export interface. We'll give post. So we'll keep a ID, let's keep a number. We will have a title which will be string. Let's take a content. I'm going to take a string. Let's take an author name, string. Then I'm also going to take a created at. This will be date. And also let's take a updated at. And this I'm going to keep this one as optional. So that means this can be also undefined. So save this. So this will be our simple interface. Now what is the next step that we are going to do? Now we're going to start from our business logic. I think we have already discussed, right, that services is the file where we are going to keep all the business logics, and then from services, whatever services we are going to create, that we are going to use in our controllers. And in the post module, if you go to the module, we already have the post controller and the post service already imported here. So let's go to the post service, and now we are going to implement all the CRUD. Because we don't have any database, we are going to use some in-memory array to store all the post. So inside this, first I'm going to do this. So I'm going to take a private, and let's take this one name as posts, and the type will be post. So this is the interface just now we have created, which will be array. And here let's give the following things, right? So I'm going to take a ID as 1. Let's give a title as first. Let's give a content first, post content. Also I'm going to give a author name. I'll give my name, and I'm going to give a created at, which will be new date, right? So we have only one post for now. So now we are going to create all the services. Now remember, if you have already worked with Express, right, try to relate all of this we are going to learn, we are going to write with Express. So normally in Express also you're going to create all the controllers, right? And then in the controllers you are going to use some services. That services you're going to use in your controller. So first service I'm going to give here, that will be find all. That means to get all the post. Now here this will return type will be post of array, and inside this I'm going to return these dot posts. So when I'll get all the post, it will simply return me all the post here, as simple as that, right? So save this. So now let's do one thing. Let's create our controller also step by step. So now here you can see that we already have the prefix, and inside this first we are going to inject the service. Remember, we have already done it. So we'll do constructor private read only, and I'm going to give this one as post service, and this will be posts service. And here I'm going to simply take So first I'm going to do a get. Let's give find all. And also here what I'm going to do, right? So let's take a query also, like for example, let's say if we want to search a particular post with a query, so we're going to simply pass that query inside whenever hitting that particular API, and we are going to get the post with that search query, so it will be filtered. Now remember, we have already covered the query concept also. So I have this find all, and inside this what I'm going to do, I'll simply take a query, remember, and here we're going to pass this search as our key, and this search I'm going to keep this one as optional, so this is not mandatory. This will be string, and here what I'm going to do simply, so let's import our post interface. So I'm going to do post, so I'll import this one here. Also we can do like this, right? So let's do post as post interface, and I'm going to use the same here. So this will be my return type, and inside this I'm simply going to do find. First I'll do find or get. Let's do extract all posts, and this will be this dot. Remember, we are doing post service, and in the post service we have this find all method, and I'll do dot find all. So this will give me all the post, and now I'm going to check that if search is present. So now in that case I'm going to do return extract all post dot filter. So this will give me single post, and I simply going to do single post dot title dot to lowercase, and I'm going to simply do if this includes search dot to lowercase, right? So this will give me all the filtered post along with search. If nothing else, so I'm going to simply return all the posts. I'll do extract all post, right? So this is just an extra step we are doing. So you are simply telling that if there is any query with search, so you're going to simply search based on the title, or else you're going to every time return all the single all the post. And let's see, I think it's already running here. I don't think any issue will be there. So let's do one thing. Now I'm going to go to Postman. I'm going to create a single one more collection here, blank collection. So do blank collection. Let's give this one name as now NestJS project. Okay, and here I'm going to create a new request now. So let's copy this from here. I'll paste this. So this will be 3000, and now if you go to the post controller, you can see that we have the post. This is the parent route, so it will be /post. So we go to /posts and see what is happening. Let's send here, and you are getting one post. Awesome. So this is working fine. So now we have created our first service. So what will be our second service? So second will be to get a single post, right? As usual, like nothing new here. So I'm going to do find one. So this will receive an ID, which will be number, and it's going to return the post. And here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to return, or let's do const. I'll do single post. This will be this dot post dot find. So I'll do post, and this will be post dot id will be equal to the current ID, and I'm going to simply return the single post. That's it. Also another thing is very important. I think there will be because it can be also undefined, right? So in that case, now I'm going to do something like this. So I'm going to check if this post is if this single post is not present. That can be possibility, right? So I need to throw a new error, and to throw a new error, what I'm going to do, I'll do new, and now there are some inbuilt exception that we can use. One of that will be if you search here, right? So let's search not found exception. So if you see, there are some built-in HTTP exception, right? And here we'll be getting not found. Where is not found exception, right? So this is, we can use simply, so we can use not found exception, and I'm going to do post with ID, and then I'm going to pass this ID is not found, right? So now this will be my second service. So you're simply checking that if there is no post, so you're going to throw a new error, or else you're going to return the single post, and this is done. So now what we're going to do, simply we'll go here and create one more route. This also will be a get route, remember, because we are getting a single post, right? But in this case we need to pass a dynamic ID parameters, and that part also we have discussed. And to pass a dynamic ID, we are going to take a colon and we'll do ID. And now what I'm going to do, simply, so here, oh sorry, why we are taking this, so here I'm simply going to do find one. So this will give me the param, which will be ID, and I'm going to use a parts int pipe, and here I'm going to pass the ID, which will be number, and the return type will be post interface. And here what I'm going to do, simply I'll do return this dot post service dot find one, and you're going to pass the ID. That's it. So we are simply telling that when I'll go to like /3000/1, so this one will be my dynamic ID value. Now let's save this, and we'll go here, and also let's give this one a name. So we'll do get all posts, and I'm going to do create one more. Let's do get single post. Copy this from here, and I'm going to pass simply /1 and send this. So getting one post. Now I'll do 2. See, we are getting error, right? 404. This is really awesome, right? In Express or anything you have to write all of this, but they already have some inbuilt HTTP methods that you can directly use, which is really cool. See, when you're talking about a framework point of view, right, NestJS is, I think from my side, I'll say it's definitely one of the best framework, right? Now the only thing that is like the learning curve is little more than the other frameworks, right? So if you're learning something like Firstify or something, you'll be able to learn, but here it's like very modular, so you have to practice a lot. But once you can master this one, right, it will be like a game changer. Like, this is really good. So now we have learned that how we are going to get all the post. Now remember, this is not about fetching all the post, right? I think this point I mention each and every video I create. The term post here doesn't matter. So it can be related to post, it can be blog, it can be person, it can be products. I hope you're getting, it can be anything. At the end, what I'm trying to say, the CRUD is the main foundation of any building block, whether you are creating a front-end application or back-end application. And if you see, that is the reason each and every YouTuber or any teacher always start with CRUD, because it is actually very important. There is not a single project that you can do without CRUD. So CRUD you have to master, and whatever you're going to create at the end, if you notice, you're actually doing a CRUD. Simple as that. So creating, read, update and delete is very important. So now find one is also done. So next will be what? So now we are going to learn the post method, how you're going to create a new post. So till now we have actually learned only get method. So now let's see how you're going to do a create, update and delete, all three. Alright, so now let's do a create, and here I'm going to get a create post data maybe, and now we are going to use omit, and we will pass our post, because post will be the type, because we are creating a single post. And let's omit a ID, and also we are going to omit created at. So look, created at. Now here what I'm going to do, simply the return type also will be a post. Now I'll simply do const new post, and here also let's give the type as post, and I'm going to do an ID. Now for ID I'm going to create a private method, so let's quickly do this one, right? So I'll create a method here. So let's do private get next ID, because currently we don't have any database or anything, right? And here this is going to return me a number, and I'll simply do return if these dot post dot length, if this is greater than 0. So I'm going to take the max ID. So for example, currently I have only 1. So next time I'm going to create a new post, so ID I'm going to increase by 1, so it will become 2. So here I'll simply just do that math dot max, and here I'm just going to do this dot posts dot map. So I'm going to take post, and I'm going to get the post.id, and let's do +1, right? Or else I'll simply do 1. So it will always return me either 1 when there is no post, or else it will take the highest post ID and do +1. Now here I'll simply just call this, right? So I'll do simply do this dot next get next ID. Then I'm also going to destructure all the create post data. So this I'm going to get from my body, right? So whenever you'll go to body and add a raw, or let's say you're having a front end, so from front end you will be having some form and you're going to send the data, right, to the backend. So this is that data, and then I'm going to just do a created at, and this I'll pass a new date. And if you see, that is the reason I have omitted both this ID and created at while creating in this type here. So now this will create a new post, and now it's simply just do these dot post dot push, because currently we have a in-memory data, right? And I'm going to pass a new post, and let's return the new post, and this is done, right? So now the services or helper function is actually created. So now what are you going to do simply, so you need to actually create one more route for now post. Similarly, like get post will be simply post, as simple as that. And in this one, now another very important, here every time I'm going to create a post, see normally what will happen in the Express, you're going to do a res dot remember dot status, and then you'll do a 201, remember the status code, and then you'll do a JSON and pass like whatever success is true, and you're going to pass the data which will be your newly created post. So this is, you're actually denoting that okay, my post creation is now successful. Now to do this one here, you can directly use, so I'm going to use the HTTP code, right? You need to import from nextjs /common package, and here what you can do, right, there are HTTP status. This will give you a lot of codes that you can use. Let's search here. See, I'm thinking where. So here you can see that we have a lot of HTTP status method, HTTP status dot forbidden. So let's search for, use HTTP status here. So let's search here, right, forbidden, and then lot of other internal server error. Then we have created, not found, something like that. So you can see from here. So if I just do a dot, right, so you have accepted, and you can also will be able to see the value here, right? What is the value? So already reported, you can see 300, 502, 400 is bad request, there is a conflict, created is 201. See, this one we are going to use. So whenever there will be a created or new post is created, we are going to use that. Then we have forbidden 403, and lot of other already built in, you can directly use. So here I'm just going to use a created. So we are actually two things we have done. So you're telling that this will be a post method. Once this is successful, you are going to return me a created with 201 status code. Okay, now I'm just going to create the method. So create, now inside this, what you're going to do, right, remember this is a post. So whenever you're going to do a post, you are going to pass a body from your front end. So let's say you have a front end, right, you're doing a fetch API call, you're going to pass your URL, and then inside that you're going to pass the, remember, you're going to pass a body, and in that body you will be having all the details, right, the name, title, whatever. So in this case, this will be our body. So inside the create this controller, you're going to use the body that you also need to import from nextjs /common, and here you need to tell that okay, because my post service will receive this data I'm going to pass, right, while creating the post. So here I'm going to take create post data. Here also you're going to use omit, and you're going to pass the post interface, and you're going to omit ID and created at. I hope you're getting. Now once this is done, this is going to return me post interface, and here what you're going to do simply, so you're going to return, also we need to invoke this, sorry my bad. So we are going to use return this dot post service dot create, and this create will take the create post data, and this you're going to pass it here. That's it. Now let's recap one more time. So we are actually telling this is a post request. Once this is successful, I'm going to return a HTTP code where my status will be 201, because created will be 201. You can see this we are going to pass a body. So inside body, this will consist my create post data, where I'm omitting the ID and created at. So if I'm omitting ID and created at, means I need to pass the title, content, author name, these three things, because updated at is optional. So once I'll pass this, then I'm going to call my post service create method, and I'm going to pass this post data as a input, which it will receive here. Now let's see if this is working or not. If you're not able to understand, again you can recap whatever I have said. I think it's not that much also difficult, right? So first it will be post, we'll go here, copy this, and here it pass this. Remember, we haven't give anything, right? For example, if you go to post controller, we have only post. If you give something like, let's say, create here, I think this I've already discussed, right? So in that case, you need to go to /post/create, because this is the child route. So for now, don't give anything. So we'll go to post, go to body, go to row, and now I'm going to pass, first I'll pass a title, and I'll do second post, and I'll do content, I'll do second post content, and then we are having the author name, right, if I'm not wrong. So I'll do author name, and I'll do John Doe, right? And let's see if this is working. So let's send this. So this is now created. 201 you are getting, because we have already used that HTTP code. Now let's go to get or post, send once again, and we are getting 2 data. Awesome. So this is now created. Even if you go to single, now try to hit, you see previously we have getting 404, but send this one, now you're getting the updated data. So now you have learned that how you can use a post request. Now remember, if you try to use a create here, right, in that case again you need to give /create. So I just want to make this one clear. So this will be create new post. So here if you try to send this, right, you will get 404. So you need to again go to /create, and then only you're going to do this. So let's see if I do third, send once again, and now this will work, right? You can see. So now, so if you go here, right, let's try to send. So you're getting third post, and if you notice why it's coming 2 times, because it's in memory, right? We have actually restarted the server after saving this, so that's why that second post was already gone. I hope you are not confused, right? Because we are not storing anywhere. So let's remove this. I want to save one more time, and now let's go here and let's keep only post. So I just want to explain. You see, still you'll be getting 2 only, because again the server restarted. So you're getting 2, but now if you try to add one more time, I'll be getting 3. And if you go here, send this, you are getting 3 now. So this is done. So next we are going to have 2 more. One will be update, and second will be delete. Alright, so let's create the 2 more. So we have update and delete. So I'll create update method. So update will receive the ID, that which post we want to update. So I'll take a number, and then it will also receive the update post data. Now here also we are going to use partial, because it is not mandatory to update all the properties. We are going to update only a certain properties, right? For example, let's say you only want to update the title. So that is the reason we need to take a partial. Now here what we are going to do, we'll take omit, and as usual we are going to omit, so the type will be post, and I'm going to omit the ID, and also I'm also going to omit the created at. That's it. So the type also will be post, and inside this I'm just going to get the current post index. So I'll do current post index to edit. Okay, and then here I'm just going to do these dot post dot find index. So I'll do post, and this post dot id will be equal to the current id. This id is nothing but I'm going to get as the input. Now here I'm simply going to do if the current post index to edit is equal to -1, that means this post is not present. So I'm just going to do a throw new not found exception, and I'm also going to do the same thing, that post with id is not found. I think we have used this on someplace, right? This one. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it, or else I'll simply do this dot post of that current post index. So this one we are going to update. So first I'm going to destructure this dot post of this current post index to edit. I'm going to destructure all the data that I'm going to update. Nothing like related to NestJS. These all are normal concept of JavaScript. And then here I'm going to update the updated at, and this will be new date. And at the end I'm just going to return the current post which just now we have updated. So I'm going to return this. That's it. So this will be my update. And the same we are going to create one more. So this will be a put method. So I'm going to go here, and now I'm going to create one more controller. So I'm going to do a put. So here again this will be my ID, which will be dynamic. Here I'm going to create an update method. So in the update method, remember we are going to take a param. So I'm going to take a param, I'm going to pass the ID, and then I'm going to do a parts int pipe, and then I'm going to pass the ID, which will be number, right, because this will be type number. And also remember we also need to pass the data, and for that one we also need a body, right? So I'm going to take a body as usual, and this will be my update post data. This will be partial. We are going to take omit. So we're going to pass the post, and this will be ID or created at. That's it. And here I'm going to return post interface. Sorry, this will be post interface, right? Now here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to return this dot post service dot update, and two things it will receive. It will receive the ID, and also it will receive the update post data. That's it. So first we are doing a put method. We are passing the dynamic value that which post I want to update. I'm denoting that okay, this will be my param, which will be a dynamic param ID, converting this onto a number, taking the body, which is nothing but our update edited data that we are going to pass, right, which is partial, the type will be post interface, and it's going to return me the, or it is going to call the update method of this post service that we have just now created. So let's go there and let's create one more request, and I'm going to update a post. So this will be put, copy this, paste it, and now remember, let's say I want to update the number first post, right? So first let's say how many posts we are having. We'll be having only one post for now, and this post only I want to update. So first let's see what is happening. If I just go here and go to body, go to raw, and I want to update the title from first to, let's make this one as title from first to first edited, right? And let's send here, and you can see that you're getting first edited. Go to get all post, send, and you can see this is also updated. And if you go here, let's say make this one 10, try to send, you can see you're getting post with ID 10 is not found. So this is working fine. So this is all about the update. I think nothing that much to discuss here. Now let's create our delete. So for delete, I'll go to post service. We are already in the post service, and I'm going to take a remove method. So here I'm going to just take an ID, which will be number, and here what I'm going to do simply, so let's take, I'm going to return a message which will be a string, and here I'm going to do this. So I'll just take a const, let's do a post index, and this will be this dot post dot find index, this will be post, and this will be post dot ID is equal to the ID that we want to delete. Again, if the index is not present, so you're going to return this. Also let's make this one as current post index to delete. I'm giving this weird name so that you'll be able to understand. So that means this post with this ID is not present, or else if this is present, so I'm simply going to do this dot post dot, so I'll do splice, I'm going to pass the index, and I'm going to remove only one post. And now I'm simply going to return, because you need to return a see the return type with message, which will be a string, right? So here I'm just going to do something like post with ID, this ID has been deleted, right? So this is the delete service or the business logic that we needed. So now we'll go to post controller, and here we are going to create one more, which will be delete method, right? So here just take similar to put, this will be only delete. Again, you're going to pass that we are going to have a dynamic ID, and here we are going to pass a HTTP code, and I'm going to use a HTTP status dot no content, right? So no content will be 204, because when we are going to delete, we'll be having no data, right? Now I'm going to just create the method. So you're going to have the param. It's like once you'll do once, right, it will be easy next time. So we'll do %int pipe, and here we're going to pass the ID, which will be number. This will return void, and here I'm simply going to do this dot post service dot remove and just pass the ID. So I'm telling that, okay, delete, this will be a delete method where my ID will be dynamic. We have a HTTP code where I'm going to return a 204 once it is successful, and then I'm going to call this helper function. Now I'll go here, go to create new post. I'm going to create a new post, go to get all post, send once again. So you have 2 posts, go to create new post, create one more, so you're having 3 posts. Now let's go here, let's add a new request, and now I'm going to make this one as a delete. So I'll do delete post, and I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here, and let's say I want to delete the first post, so I'll do /1 and let's send here. So you're getting 204, right? And if you go to get all post, send once again, you're getting only 2 posts. So delete is also fine, working fine. So with this, we have actually completed all the 4 services and all the 4 controllers we needed. I'll highly suggest try to practice multiple times that how we have created all of this step by step we have learned. And in the next part, couple of sections, we are going to learn more advanced things, like not advanced, I will say those are necessary things that you need to know. The validation, DTO validation, then we are going to learn database integration. After that we'll be moving to authentication and then role-based authorization, a lot of things. So let's move on to the next part. So now in this particular section we are going to learn what is pipes, DTOs and validation. Okay, so till now I think we have completed the basic CRUD for our post module. So for this, what we're going to do, right, we are going to use class validator and class transformer. So these 2 libraries that we are going to use. First, let's do one thing, let's copy this, and then I'm going to install this one. So I'll copy here, and let's go, and then I'll clear and paste once again, and I'm going to install this one. The first thing what we're going to do, right, we will be creating DTOs for create post. Also, you're going to create DTOs for update post. Then I'm also going to show you how you are going to use some inbuilt pipes. So inbuilt pipes, something like validation pipe. So there are some built-in pipes if you go, right. So I'm going to show you validation pipe. %, I think we have already used this in the previous sections, and the rest are, I think you'll be able to see, like this is for float, this is for boolean, array, unique IDs, and rest of the things you can explore. But here we are in this particular section, we'll be learning what is validation pipe, how we are going to configure this validation pipe globally, and also I'm going to show you that how you can create your own custom pipes. Okay, both the things. So now I think this is done. So first thing what I'm going to do, right, so first step will be, let's close everything, and then I'm going to show you that how we are going to handle the global pipes, or basically how we are going to use the validation pipe globally, so that automatically it will always validate your incoming request. So for that, first step will be, we are going to go to our main.ts file. Now remember, I already mentioned that this is the entry file, right? So here what I'm going to do right after this, so this is our initialization or the app which is actually running on this port. So I'm going to do app dot, and here you need to use global pipes. Okay, so this is the method that we are going to use. Now here what I'm going to do, so I will be creating a new instance of the validation pipe. So if you go right to this one, so you can see that we have this validation pipe. So these all are the built-in validation pipe here. If you see, you don't have to build any generic validation pipe on your own, since it's actually provided out of the box, right? So how it will work I'm also going to explain, but first I'm going to create a new validation pipe, and here we are going to use couple of properties. So the first will be I'm going to do whitelist as true. So what this does, right, so this will stripes properties that don't have decorators. Then I'm also going to use a forbid non-whitelisted. This will be true. So what this does is like this will throw error if any non-whitelisted properties are present. Next I'm also going to do a transform as true. So this is actually important. I'm also going to show you that why this is important. So transform actually does, so these will automatically, so this is important, so it will automatically transforms payloads that to be objects type according to their DTO classes. So what we're going to do, right, whenever I'll be writing some DTOs, so these will automatically validate based on the DTO properties that we have used. Also we can use one more, so let's give enter. So here I'm also going to do disable error messages, and I'm going to make this one as true. So now this instance of this validation pipe will always automatically validate your incoming request. So this is the first step that we have done. Now let's save this. Now what we're going to do, right, we will be creating some DTOs. So I'll go to my post module, because we are creating for create post and update post, so that will be inside this module. And here I'm going to give this one as DTO, and let's create post dot DTO dot TS. Okay, so now I'm also going to explain that what each and everything is doing. So here first let's do a export class. I'm going to do little slow, and I'm going to do create post DTO. The first thing, because if you go to the post interface, right, so here you can see that we have a title, we have a content, we have an author name. Now whatever validation that you want to give for each and every property, those configuration you are going to write inside this file. Okay, so this will be this file will tell that okay, your title has to be a string, it has to be at least 10 characters long, it cannot be more than 100 characters long, something like that. So here the first thing I'm going to use some, now what we're going to do, right, we'll be writing some decorators. So here I'm going to use a is not empty, and this I'm going to use from class validator, right? So this is a function which will automatically check that if this is empty or not. And to do this one, what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to give a message, and let's give something like what I can do, title is required. And after this you also need to give the property that based on which, like on top of which property you want to validate this, because we are validating for title, right? So here I need to give here that okay, this will be for my title, and this has to be a type of string. Okay, so this is important. If you don't give this one, it will give error, right? So you don't know that for which property you are applying this validation. So that means I'm telling that okay, this is my first level of check, that for title it has to be something has to be there, right? It cannot be empty. Next level of validation I want to give that okay, this has to be a string. So I'm telling that okay, so this title, sorry, I think this will be message. So I'm going to do title must be a string. So how this will work, I'm going to show you the flow. So let's say you're given your title value is, let's say, empty. So first what we'll do, right, or let's give this one as title value is 2. So first it will come here, so it will check is it is empty or not. So definitely it's not empty, so value is there too, so this check will be true. But the moment it will go to the next check, that time it will check okay, the title has to be a string but it is a number, so it will fail in this step. I hope you're getting right. So that is the reason we are giving multiple level of validation. So now if it is a string, so now these will also going to be passed. Now I'm going to give one more validation. So I'll give a mean length, and I want to give that okay, this has to be mean length number, which will be 3. And if it is not true, so in that case I want to give that okay, title must be at least 3 characters long. right? Now what will happen, so it will now check, okay, something I'm doing wrong, okay, it's because of this, right? Yeah, so now this is the first level of check will be true, second level of check is string is also true, but here it will fail, right? So it's mentioning that, okay, it has to be at least 3 characters long, here it is 1, so it will fail here. And then I want to also give another level of check, and that is my max length. So here I want to go, let's say max length will be minimum maximum 50, and I want to give a message that title cannot be longer, let's do cannot be longer than 50 characters. I hope you're getting right. See, if only one you're able to understand, you will be able to create for like number of whatever properties that you're having. Now for me it's not possible to explain each and every properties that is mentioned in this class validator, right? There will be an n number of things will be there, but the way I actually teach is that you should understand the basic concepts, and then once you will do all of this, right? So whatever I'm teaching in the video, you complete all of this and then you add some more properties. So I'll give you one example. So in this post, if you see, we have only type as string, number and date. What if you should do, right? You should add one more property where it will be an array, and once you'll add a new property which is not there in the video, so what you need to do, you need to actually now come here and you need to check that how you're going to write the validation for array. I hope you're getting. So that means you are applying your own idea. Currently what is happening, right? I'll tell you. So most of the YouTubers, they will tell that, okay, whatever will be there in the video, that is the only thing you need to know. That is completely wrong, and using that they're actually selling a lot of courses and everything, and because of that you will be always stuck in the tutorial hell. You know tutorial hell, right? So like you think that, okay, if I'm completing this particular video, let's say this one that you are watching now, then I'll be able to know everything on NestJS. That is not the case. So this will give you the basic idea. Now it's up to you how you're going to apply all of this. So what I'm trying to say, don't depend don't depend everything whatever you see on the YouTube, right? So that is not how it will work. You have to give your own time, you have to apply your own ideas, right? Then only you'll be able to work in a companies also, because in companies, when you work in a real company, like a real project in a company, right, you'll see the situation will be completely different. So there will be a very possibility that you are not getting any project from scratch. You have to work on a already built project, or you have to work on some issue fixes, and in that case, if you watch 5 YouTube videos, that is not going to help you. So you have to apply your own idea. I know I've talked so much, but these things are very important. Okay, so now title we have done. So next I want to do for content. Now see, content will be very simple, right? You'll be able to do it. So now I'm going to copy this and I'm going to do content is required. This also will be a string. Content must be a string. And let's give a max length, right? Max length or let's do main length. So I'm to do main length of 5, so it has to be minimum 5 characters. Okay, and then I'm going to pass here content, which will be a string, right? And then I also want to do for author name. So here what I'm going to do simply, let's copy right from here, same thing, and here I'm going to do author is required. Author must be a string. Author must be at least 2 characters long. Let's keep 2, and max I want to be 50. Let's keep 25, or let's keep 25. It doesn't matter. So I'll keep 25, and I'm going to make this one as author. So what is the property name we are having? So we're having author name. So let's copy this and paste it here. So now we have created a create post DTO, right? So this is the first step that you need to do whenever you want to do any kind of validation. You need to first check that how many fields you are having, and based on that you need to write the validation, right? Next thing, I'm going to create one more for update post DTO, right? So let's, okay, let me pause it for some time. I'm pretty sure you're getting some noises. So now let's create one more. So I'm going to do update post.dto.ts. Now for update post for update post DTO, it will be almost same, right? I'm going to show you what is the difference, and let's see if you're able to guess it or not. See, let's give this one first update. So for update, everything will be same, right? So it will be a string, it cannot be not empty, so this you can check. But the only difference is for update, there is not mandatory, right, all the properties that you need to update, right? So user can update only one property. So let's say user can only update content, or they can only update author name. So in that case, we have to mark all of this as optional. So this is the first step. And then I'm also going to put one more check here, that this can be a optional property, right? So I'm going to give this one as, so let's do here, so I'm going to do is optional. So this is the only check. Now copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and also let's paste it here. Awesome. So these two steps we needed for now. Now I'm also going to show you that how we are going to create a custom pipe. But before that, let's do one thing. Let's use these two in our validation. So for this one, I'm going to go to the post controller, and now see how we are going to do it. So remember, we have done find all. So first thing, we need to go to post create, right? So where we are having the create, so create. So here we are going to simply do something like this. Now I want to explain one very important thing here. So before that, let's do one thing. You notice one thing here, that you are using the post HTTP code create, where you are returning the service. Makes sense, right? Now what I need to do, if you notice that we are passing this like type here, right? That whenever I want to pass the create post data, where I need to omit, I'm using omit. I'm passing, this will be a post interface where I'm omitting id and created at, because I'm creating that one dynamically in the services file. So here what I'm going to do, I want to pass, instead of this, I will pass create post DTO. So this is the first step that we need to do. Okay, so let's save this. So let's go there, and I'm going to add, so let's do title as empty, and I'm going to add a content as something, some value, and also I'm going to add an author name as some name here. So let's send this. Okay, we're getting bad request. Okay, these will be false. Disable error messages will be false. So this will keep all the detailed error messages, right? So here we can make this one disabled as true in production, not here. So now let's try to send it. Now send here, and you can see that you're getting the title must be 3 characters long and title is required. The moment I'll give only 1 character, send one more time, now you're getting title is only 3 characters long. The main interesting thing here is that you see what will happen if I just comment it out here. Save this. So now go and try to send. Okay, I think it's not running, and you can see that thing, right? You are able to add these. That means what I mentioned, that this is the uses of this built-in global validation pipe. So what you're doing, you're actually globally creating an instance of this validation pipe here in the root file. Now you don't have to do anything. If you don't do this one, you see the moment you'll pass this create post DTO, it's actually not checking the validation. So that is the reason I mentioned that this is the uses of this validation pipe using in the root file. So what it is doing, it is actually validating incoming request globally, not globally, request bodies automatically, right? So you don't have to do anything. Now I want to show you another very interesting thing. So what I'll do, right, I'll simply, instead of using this global, you can also use individual in the controller level. So what I mean by that, so see now what I'll do, I'll just comment it out once again, save this, and see if I go here once again, right, send this. So you're able to add it, right? Should not happen. So now if I go to post controller and now see what I'll do, I'll simply add after this HTTP code, I'm going to use a decorator that is called use pipes. So when you'll be using use pipe on this controller, so that means this validation will only be applicable to this controller only. I hope you're getting right. That means I'm only using this use pipe for this create controller. So that means these will be only available in this controller only, not out any other. So now in this use pipe, what I'm going to do, I will be creating a new validation pipe. And here I'll simply just do let's the whitelist as true, and I'm also going to do forbid whitelisted as true. The moment I'll save these, now see what will happen. Notice in the global one is commented out, but I have on this controller, and if I go here try to send, see you're getting the result once again. I hope you're able to understand. This is very important. Okay, I'm going to repeat once again. So there are two ways you can do that. When you have global in the global level, so if you don't have on the individual level, so it will still work because it will automatically, this global validation pipe will automatically handle everything. So now what I try to explain here, if I try to comment it out here, right? So in that case what will happen, because you have already in the global level in the individual level, so for this particular controller it will always take from this individual validation pipe. But for all other controllers, whatever controllers, let's say you have 100 controllers in this whole project, it will always take from this validation pipe. So this validation pipe will handle all other DTOs or validation automatically. You don't have to do anything. If you have some specific requirements for a certain controller, then only you can add individual pipe. I'm sure I'm able to explain this, right? So this is the advantage. So here if you notice, if I just not keep this one commented, but I just remove this, it will still work. Why? Because it will take from this global one. See, I'll comment it, save this, I'll go here and try to send one more time, and see, you're still getting the same result. Okay, so this is that uses. So either you can use pipes individual controller level, or you can simply use a global validation pipe. So this is done. Now next thing what we are going to do, I also need to use this in my this update method, right? So for this one I'm simply going to pass, remove this, and I'm going to do update post DTO, right? And now save this, and now what I'm going to do, right? So let's go here and let's do one thing. Let's go to update post. First I'll go to get all post and I'll send this. I'm getting only one, so I'll try to update, right? So I'll do update one, so I'm updating the one, and I'll keep this one as empty. Let's see if this is working. Send this. So you're getting title must be 3 characters wrong, right? So here, and this is coming from your update post DTO, and this is handled by the global validation pipe. Why? Because in your post controller you don't have any controller level validation pipe. See, here we are using, but for this one we don't have anything, so it is handled by the global one. I'm pretty sure this is clear now. So this we have completed. So now let's do one thing. Let's try to understand how we are going to create a custom pipe. So for this one I'm going to go to post module and create a pipes, and let's do, so I want to create a pipe something like that. I want to check that if there is any particular post that is exist or not. So I want to create a post exist pipe. So I'm going to do post exist dot pipe dot ts. The first thing, so here this will be an injectable, and here what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to do a export class. Let's keep the name of the class as post exists pipe, and this will implement pipe transform, right? So you can also check this if you go here, right? So here you can see that you can build your own custom pipes, and see here you need to give the name of the pipe. This will implement the pipe transform, and now whatever validation you want to check, it will give you the value and some extra metadata. So we are going to see that. So now here this will implement the pipe transform, and here I'm going to take a constructor private read only, and I'm going to take post service. The reason why I need post service, because I want to check if any particular post is exist or not, and here I'm going to do post service. And now what I'm going to do, so as I already mentioned, so this will give me a transform which will give me a value, it will give me a metadata. Now here I want to check that if the particular post is exist or not, so I'll take a try catch. So here I'll simply just do a throw new not found exception, and I'm going to do post with ID, and here I'm going to pass the value, because this value I already mentioned, this will automatically give us the value access here, not found. Try, in this try how we are going to do it, so if you go to post service, you see we already have this find one. This will give me whether the post is exist or not. I hope you are getting. And here I'm simply going to do that this dot post service dot find one, and you're going to pass the value. That's it. And here I'm also going to return the value. Oh, I'm doing this on outside, it will be here. That's it. So now we have a custom pipe here, and now this pipe I'm going to use in my controller. So how we are going to do that, right? So first of all, I'll go to post controller, and you can see that we are checking here the get individual. So here to pass the pipe, right, in this param you can see you can pass the property which is ID, and then the second one you can pass multiple pipes here which can be an array, right? So here comma separated we can give, and I want to give another pipe here, and that will be post exist pipe. So I'm giving one more check here, so it will automatically check in this level only. So this is the first step, and then you can also do the same thing in the update. So in the put, so here also you can pass the post exist pipe, because here also you are passing individual ID, right? Because this is the dynamic ID. Same for delete also you can pass here. So I'm going to do post exist pipe. Save this. So now what will happen, let's see if I go here and let's say try to go to delete post, try to delete a post with 100 ID and send the request. You can see we are getting post with ID is not found. Awesome. So that means this custom pipe will always validate, and it will come here, it will check with the value that if this is present, and see how it will get the value, right? So here we are passing this in the param, we have the key, right? So this is the dynamic value which it will pick from here, and then it will come here, it will check if the value is present. If it is present, it will return the value, or else it will return the not found exception, and this is exactly what you are getting. So this is the concept of using pipes, built-in pipes. I think we have already seen the built-in pipes means the validation pipe, how you can use individual pipes in the controller level using use pipes, how you can create custom pipe, and also how you can create DTOs and then validate. This is a very important section. Try to practice multiple. So as I already mentioned that what you can do, right, go to the interface and then add some 2 more properties with different data type, for example like array or something, and then what you can do, come to this create post DTO and try to add more validation for arrays or for objects or something like that, and then try to experiment. So with this part is also done. Now let's move on to the next section. So now we are going to start one of the most important section of this particular video, and that is we will be learning that how we are going to integrate database, because for now what we are doing, we are using in-memory data to handle all the post related CRUD, right? So for database what I decided, right, so I'll be using TypeORM with Postgres. Now definitely you can also use MySQL, so probably I'll create one more video where I will show you that how we are going to use NestJS with MySQL, but for this video we are going to use Postgres, which I don't have to explain further because that is one of the most popular databases that you can use. Now one more thing I want to mention, if you don't know the basics of Postgres, I'll highly recommend you watch the part 3 of this particular Node.js series. There actually I explained each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with Postgres. Okay, So for database integration, we are going to use NestJS TypeORM package. We are also going to install TypeORM, and also we need PG. These three packages we need. So now first let's copy this, and then we'll go here and let's install these three packages. So I'm going to do clear, paste it. So I'll also install PG, and also I'm going to install TypeORM, right? So copy this and paste it here. So these three things we need. Now there are some process we need to follow, that how we are going to do the database connection, right? So how we are going to integrate TypeORM in our NestJS project, what actually repository means, and then relations and a lot of other things. Like if you see that they have like quite few extensive documentation you can also go through. Also one more thing I want to mention, you have to know what is the concept of entities and everything in the TypeORM documentation. So this is kind of prerequisite. If you don't have any idea on TypeORM, then I think first you have to watch some videos or go to their official documentation and learn some of the concepts. Now what I'm going to do, I think this, okay, still it is done. So now let's start. The first thing what we need to do, so we need to somehow configure our database connection, and how we are going to do it. So we need some root place, right? So where we are going to configure that, and to do this we need to do it in our app module. So app module is our root module where we are going to do the configure the TypeORM root module. This is very important. And how we are going to do that? So we need to do it inside import. So if you go to the official doc, and you can see that for the TypeORM integration, you can see it's they're doing in the root module, which is the app module. And here you can give the type of database that you are using. So you're using, for example, Postgres, host and everything. Now definitely if you're using something like Neon, which is a cloud-based Postgres, that also you can use, but because I'm pretty sure if you know, like all the YouTubers are using Neon everywhere, right? So I decided to use PG admin, which is actually another Postgres. I think this I have already used multiple times in my previous videos also. The same one we are going to use. In the next part where we are going to use the microservices, I will probably use Postgres with Docker, okay? But for this one I'm going to use PG admin 4. The installation process also I have explained in details in the part 3. Okay, I'll also add all the links in the description if you want to watch the part 3 to get basic understanding of the Postgres. I'll highly recommend first you can watch that. The first thing what I'll do, right, I already have PG admin 4, and here you can see that I have some already created databases. So I'm going to create one more database, and let's give this one name as YouTube NestJS project, and let's save this. Okay, and here if you go to the schemas, and then inside schemas you'll be getting all the tables and everything. Awesome. The first thing, as I already mentioned, that we need to configure the TypeORM, right? And for do that we need to configure it in our app.module.ts, which is our main import root module. So first I'm going to import TypeORM module, right? Not sure why this is not working. Let me just import this. Sometime this will not work. So I'll do import these from we have NestJS TypeORM, and this will be TypeORM module, and here we are going to use for root. And now we need to give couple of options, right? So I'm going to give also comma. So first thing you need to give the type. So I'm going to use Postgres, okay? And if you just remove this and do control and space, you'll still be getting a lot of options here, right? Lot of databases you can use, like MariaDB, then MySQL, SQLite and everything. SQLite also I have also discussed in my previous part. So if you want to watch, you can watch that. Also, I forgot to mention that in my previous part 3 also I have covered some of the very basics of NestJS, right? So you can also watch that, or if you want to skip this, that is also fine, but I'll highly recommend to watch that particular part 3 to get a basic understanding of the Postgres. So here I'm going to give Postgres. Next I'm going to give the host, so this will be localhost. Next I'm going to use a port. So port is this is the default port of 5432 for Postgres. I'm going to give username, so my username is Postgres, and my password is root. Now this actually I've explained that when you'll be installing this, that time you need to configure this, right? So whatever password or username you are using, so you need to use that. Oh, sorry, so I have to use it here. So this will be root. This will be root. Now I'm also going to use database, which will be my database name, and my database name is YouTube NestJS project. So I'm going to do YouTube NestJS project. Next, I'm also going to use, now here we need to have very important, so we need to create entities, right? Now if you ask me that what is entities, if you want to explain me very simply, I'll give you, like, if you worked with MongoDB, right? So what usually MongoDB works, right? So you are using something like Mongoose. So what Mongoose will give you that capability to create models. And what actually model is, so let's say you have a user model, and in this user model you'll be having a name. So you're going to write, okay, this name will be a type of string. Then you'll be having something like, let's say, email, which also will be type of string. So this is your model, right? So this model will define the structure of your data, that for this particular model, what are the properties and what is the data type for that particular property, whether it's a string or object or array or whatever, blah blah. Same thing here also, we have something called as entities. So entities will define that for that particular repository, what will be my entity structure, right? So let's say I have a post entity. So for post entity, I will be having, so if you go to the post interface, I have a post title, I have a post content. So this is something called as entity. I hope you are getting. So first, let's do one thing. Let's create a post entity, right? So let's do one thing. Let's go to post folder, and I'm going to create entities folder. So I'll do entities. Spelling, let's check once. Okay, fine. So now I'm going to do post dot entity dot ts. Now here, this we need to give entity. So this, for that is the reason we are using TypeORM. So here we are going to import couple of things. So we are mentioning that, okay, this decorator will be used to mark the classes that will be work as an entity, right? Now here what we are going to do simply, so I'm going to export, I'll do class, and then the name of the entity, which in this case will be post, because we are working with a post. The first thing, we need to have a primary key. Now primary key is, I'll give you one very interesting thing of learning all of these things, right? So let me explain. See, if you know MongoDB or Mongoose, try to relate all those concepts with this Postgres or SQL, whatever new things you're learning. Now, I'm not telling that that has to be exactly similar or it's like copycat, but if you try to relate, it will be easy. I'll give you one example. Let's say here we have a concept of primary key, but in MongoDB we have a concept of document ID. So document ID will be whenever there will be ID will be created, something like that, right? So the MongoDB will automatically create a unique ID for each and every document. Similarly here, for this post entity, every time I'm going to create a record or entity for post, there has to be one primary key that will denote that, okay, this is the unique key or unique ID for this particular column. I hope you're getting right. I'm pretty sure no one will explain like this, okay? So that is the reason these things are very important to know. And here we are going to use primary generated column. So we'll do primary generated column. So this will actually tell us that, okay, this is a column decorator used to specify class property as a table column. And if you go to the official doc, you'll be getting all of this, right? So just search here. See, so we have a primary column, and then we are specifying that this will be an ID, which will be number, which will automatically create a unique ID, right? As I already told you that if you don't know anything on the TypeORM concept, you need to go, or you can watch. There are a lot of videos are available on YouTube also. So here I'm going to give that, okay, this will be my primary key, and here I'm going to give the name as ID, and this will be type will be number, right? If you give a string, you can also give string, but we can give this one as number. Now let's do one thing. Let's create some of the basic column, right? So first, next we are having title. Okay, so for title, let's give this one as column, and here I'm also going to give a length property as max. Let's give 100, or let's do 50. And here I'm going to give title, so title will be string. Next we are having the content, right? So here I'm also going to give column, and here I'm going to give a type will be text, and I'm going to give content will be string. Next I'm going to have another column, and I'm going to do author name, as string. Okay, and then we also need the created at and the updated at. So for this one we are going to use a created I think create date column, something like that. Create date column. So this is automatically set when to the entity's insertion time. So every time we are going to create a new post, it will automatically create. So I'm going to copy this and let's paste it here. And then we are having, also need to import this, and also we're going to have the updated. So copy this and we're going to paste it here. Alright, so now I think this is very clear that how we have created. So this is something like you are creating a mongoose model where you are actually defining what will be your document structure. So instead of document, you consider this one as an entity. So now this is done. So here now I'm going to give my entities, right? So first I'm going to give entities as, so let's use entities, and I'm going to use the post as my first entity. So I'll be having post entity, right? Awesome. And then here you can use one more property that is called synchronize and keep this one as true. So you can actually use this one only in development, or else you can remove this, it's optional. So now save all of this. Now what it will do, right? It will auto creates the database schema. Just this is only for dev mode. That's it. And here this is the array of entities that you want to register. Okay, I hope now this part is clear, that how we are going to register or configure your TypeORM root module inside your main root module, which is the app module. Okay, so here we are going to register. This is important. Here it will do the database connection and everything. All right, so now let's go here. I think here we don't need to check anything. So what will be our next step? So I think post entity we have already created. So the next step will be, now we need to go to our post module, and in this module now what we are going to do, right? So here this module actually organize what? So this is organizing all the post related components, right? So it actually grouping your controller and the services together. Now here what we are going to do, so here also we are going to import the post entity, and we want to make that repository available, right? So here if you don't import this, because see, when we work with this model, right, we are going to use this model in other places. For example, let's in post controller or post services, I'm just giving example. And to make that model accessible, sorry, not model, I'm talking from Mongoose. So to make that entity accessible, we need to actually import that entity in your post module also. Very important. And to do that, how you are going to do it, right? So inside this post module, I'm going to use the import. So always you need to use import. So when you are going to use something, and you need to use exports when you want to make that one accessible in outside. I think I don't have to explain all of this. So here what we are going to do, right? So here we are going to use TypeORM module dot for feature. So what this will does, right? So this for feature will register the repositories for the specified entities that will be applicable in the current scope. So what I mean by that, so here we are actually working with, or we want to make the post entity available in this post module. So I want to only register that entity in this module only. So that is the reason I'm actually using this for feature. And here I'm going to use the post entity. So that means what I'm doing, right? So I'll give some comment here. So I'm just telling that, okay, this will make the post repository, I don't know the spelling, okay, just I think this is correct here. This is available for injection, right? Or if you don't want to, if this is little complicated, just think like this. So we are simply registering this post entity in this post module so that we can use it in other places. As simple as that. Don't go into this kind of like terms, injection or those things, right? So this means what it will do, right? This specifies that this post entity is now available in the current scope. So this will be available in the current scope. So this is the next step. So first we have actually done the database connection. We created a post entity, and then we have registered that also in our root entity, and then we are using or registering the current entity that we want to use in that current scope, which is in the post module. So I just use the for feature and pass the post entity here. Now next thing what we're going to do, right? So now we need to start working on the post service. Lot of changes we need to do, and also we need to work on the post controller, because remember, if you go to the post service and post controller, currently we are working with dummy data, so which should not happen, right? We need to change all of this. Now we need to interact with our database. So same thing, let's start working on these two. So first we are going to start working on the post services, and then we'll go post controller, and we are going to change, because all of this method will be now converted to async await, right? Because we are doing a asynchronous operation. So let's start working on this one in the next part. Alright, so now what we need to do, right? I'm going to give you one more very easy way of learning all of this, so that you will be able to understand very easily. Again, let's go back to MongoDB section. So you created a model in MongoDB, and you'll go to a controller, and then what you'll do, you'll import the model. Remember, you'll do import that model. Let's say model name is user from this path, and then what this model will do, this model will give you all the methods. Remember, so if you do user, if you do dot, and then it will give you find, and these all the methods will help you to interact with your database, or these methods will give you all the accessible feature or accessibility features to interact with your database, right? So for example, find, if I do find, it will give me all the documents. Then if I do user.find one and update, something like that, so it will find one document and then it will update. Same for find one and delete, or find all, blah blah. So now what this model will do, this model is giving you all the methods that is needed for your database operations. Similarly, these entities that we have created, now what we're going to do, right? We need to actually use that repository or that entity in this service, so that we'll be also able to interact with our Postgres database. I hope you're getting. And if you go here, right, and you can see what you can do. See, we can inject the user repository into the user service using an inject repository decorator. So what it is doing, it's taking constructor, injecting the repository, passing that entity, right? So that now we can use this user repository to access all the methods that just now I have mentioned. Now definitely these methods will not be same as how you are using in Mongoose, but this is the similar methods that you will be find in your TypeORM documentation. So let's say if I do find one and buy, so let's go to the top and then search for find one and buy, and you can see that you'll be getting all of this, right? Methods and everything. So you're getting find one and buy. So I'm just giving an example, like now this repository you actually need. Similarly, we need to do the same for the post repository in the post service. And how we are going to do that? So first thing, for now, just minimize this. So here I'm going to take a constructor. Now inside this I'm going to take a inject repository, and here what you're going to pass, you need to pass the entity. So in this case this will be our post entity, comma, now this will give me private, and I'll give this one as post repository, and this will be my, I'm going to take this one as a repository, and the type I'm going to pass as post. I think I'm using this is not interface, right? So this will be post repository. Something we are doing wrong, is it? Oh no, I think this is correct. So now I think we have used inject repository, pass the entity. Remember, actually we already also have the interface, right? So I by mistake imported that interface, so that is the reason that error was there. So now you have to pass the entity, and now we can access this repository and we can interact with our database. So let's start with the first one. So first we have find all the post. So how we are going to do that? So first thing, we are going to convert this one to a async method, as I already mentioned. So this will be async find all. Now this will give me a promise, so I'm going to do a promise, and here what this will return, so this will return me a post of array, and here I'm going to just return, instead of this dot post, I need to access my post repository, so I'll do this dot post repository, and here I'm going to do dot find. Now see, you are getting all the methods that you can access. If you go here, right, you can see all the methods. So here I need to get the find, so I need to get all the document. So find all the entities that match the given options, right? So this is the first change is needed. So get all the post. Now again, I mentioned this, we are working with post, so that is the reason we are doing post. This doesn't matter, it is applicable for products, blogs, or whatever you are actually working on. So this is the first one. The next we are having find one, right? So now here again we need to convert this one to async. So find one ID will be number, and here this is going to return me a promise. Post entity it will return, and here what I'm going to do is I'll be getting the single post. Now instead of directly getting from this dot post, now let's do one thing. This dot post is actually nothing but our in-memory static data, so I'm going to remove this, or else it will be a little confusing. So now I need to get the single post, and to get a single post I'm going to do what? So I'm going to do await, I'll do this dot post repository, and this will give me find one by. And here this find one by will actually tell me that by what I want to access, so or I want to filter. So I want to filter based on this ID, so I'm going to pass the ID. That's it. Now if you notice, this is almost similar to a MongoDB, how we are going to do the operation, right? Again, I'm going to check if it is not present, so return me this error, or else return the single post. That's it. Next we are having the create. So create, this also will be async, so I'm going to do async create post data. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to change this one to a create post DTO. Remember, it is also going to return me the promise, and the type will be post entity. And inside now this new post, what we are going to do, right? So I'm going to remove this completely. So new post will be this dot post repository dot create, because we are creating a new document or entity. Every time I'll say document, but you should not say that document, because this is the entity instance. And here I'm going to pass couple of things, right? So I'll pass a title, and how it's actually getting, right? This is actually coming from this entity, because you have already mentioned that this will have a title, content, author name, and everything. So title will be what? So this will be create post data dot title. Then again, this is also coming because you have a DTO, right? See how these all are structured, right? So there is no place of error, so that is the reason it's very good. So here also you have mentioned this will have a title, content, and author name. So title, and then I'll be having a content. So content will be create post data dot content, and then you will have a author name, which will be create post data dot author name. And then you need to now, instead of pushing, because we are doing in a static data, so what we are going to do, simply we can directly return these dot post repository, and to save a new post you are going to use a save method, and this will be post, sorry, this will be new post, or let's do newly created post. I always love to give this name, so let's do newly created post. So now this will give me the return post, not return, newly created post. So this is done. Similar way we are going to do for update. Again, convert this one to async. So here we are having ID, which will be number, which is fine. For update post, I'm going to remove this and make this one to update post DTO. And here instead of this, it's going to return me promise, and it's going to return the post entity. So now what I'm going to do, simply, so first, now I don't need to check index and everything, right? So what we can do, we can remove this completely from here, and I'm going to do that. First you find the post, right? Find post to edit means or post to update, that which post we are updating. And to do that we can simply do await, and now here we already have this find one method, right? So this find one is actually finding the post from the post repository. I hope you are getting. So you can directly call this find one and pass the ID, which will give me the single post. So I'm going to do this dot find one, and you pass the ID here. Now this will give you the current post, and then what you can do, simply you can do if update post data dot title if it is present, because remember, when you are updating, user can only update title, or user can only update content, or they can only update author name. It's not mandatory to update all the things, right? So you have to single by single you have to check all the properties. So if update post data has a title, that means user is updating the title. So in that case I'm going to take this find post, and then I'll update the title with this update post data dot title. I hope you are getting. copy this and do the same for content and also author name. So I'm going to do content, then find post data dot content will be update post data dot content. Then we are having the if this is author name, so if this author name will become update post data dot author name. Alright, so this is done, and at the end you are going to also save this, right? So for save we are going to use the same, so we'll copy this and you will return this first find post to update. That's it. So now this will do the update, and then we are having the remove. So remove will be very simple, so just do async. So here instead of this I'm just going to return a promise, and here I'm going to return a void. And what you can do, simply you can remove all this, and I'll simply do const post to find post to delete, and I'll do await these dot find one, pass the ID, and then simply you'll do await these dot post repository, and to delete we have the remove method if I'm not wrong. So let's check once. So search for remove, see we have the remove method, right? So you have the remove method. So here we can use the remove, and then you can pass the post which you want to remove. That's it. Now we don't need this one, so you can remove this. Awesome. So this is now done. So now we have completely converted our services where we are actually directly using our database. We are actually using database to interact with our data, right? So here what we are simply doing, I'll give you one more time, I'll repeat everything whatever we have done. The most important part here is that we are actually injecting this repository. We are passing that, okay, we want to work with a post entity which will give me the access to the post repository, and this post repository will give me all the methods that I need to interact with our database, as simple as that. So now this is done. So in the next, what we are going to do, we will be start working on the post controller. Remember, this will give you error because now we are not directly working with a like static data or synchronous data, right? So because everything we have converted to async, asynchronous, so we need to change all of this in the post controller also. So let's start working this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's change our controllers. So first we will start with find all. Okay, so for this one what we can do, right? So just remove this part and we are going to write from scratch. So this will now become async. So I'm going to do find all, and here simply we are going to return a promise, and what it will return, it will return the post entity. Remember, now we already have a post interface, we don't need this one anymore because we are using entity. So what we can do, we can simply pass post here from entity, and I'm going to do this one as post entity. Okay, so this is what we are going to return, and this will be array because we are going to get all the post, right? And what it will return now, so this will return these dot post service dot find all, and if you see, this find all is going to return all the entities that is available in that particular collection. So this is the first change. Similarly, we need to do this for find one. So for find one also, let's do this one async. So param, this will be id, percent post exists by, this we have already discussed, which is okay. Only return type will change. So here it will be become a promise, and here also we are going to return post entity, and this will return find one with id. So find one again will return this, and it will find from that entity and based on the id, and it's going to return. I'm not explaining, I'm pretty sure you are able to understand here. Similarly for the create, right? So all of this will be same. The only difference will be this again will become async. Here instead of this, I'm going to return once again promise, and then I'll return post entity, and this is going to create the post. Similarly for this one also, for update also, it will become promise post entity, and I'm going to update. And for remove also, this also will become async, right? And also for remove, this will also become async. So here we are going to return these both will keep same. Here I'm going to just take promise, and it will return void, and that's it. So now we have completed our database indication also, and let's see if this is working or not, right? So we already have our YouTube NestJS project collection, and we don't have any table here for now. You can see that we already have the post table, and the reason is because this is why we already have created the post entity. Remember, we already have the post entity, and if you go to the app.module.ts, we have already registered this entity also. See, array of entities you want to register, and after that, because we have already saved this and it is actually updated here. Now if you go to just do columns, right click, not columns here, we need to go to right click here, and we have view and all rows. So here we don't have any data for now, I believe. So we don't have any data. So now what I'm going to do, I'll go to postman, go to create new post, and here let's create our first post. So first I'll keep this one like this. So I'll do content, and I'll keep my name, and let's send here. So we are getting validation result, awesome. And I'm going to do first post saved to DB. Let's send. Awesome. So now it's here. Now let's go, and then I'm going to just do a refresh here. I can also do refresh here, and I'm going to do view and edit all rows, and there is a data is saved. Awesome, right? So it's actually working fine. Similarly, if you go here and do get single post 1, and if you do get send here, so you're getting single post. If you get all the post, if you send this, you're getting all the post, because currently we're having only one post, and everything is working fine. Also you can do the put right update. So let's see, I want to update first post from first post saved to DB to first post saved to DB edited, and I'll do send, and it's edited. And let's go here, and then I'm just going to do right click, so it's now edited, so it's working fine. That means the database integration is also working fine. Now try to experiment with all of this, whatever process you have done so far, like till now. I've explained each and everything step by step, that how you're going to register your database connection in your app.module, and then in your post module you want to have your post repository available for injection, because you are going to work with this in your controller and services. And then in the services we have injected that particular repository here, so that we can access this post repository, and we can access all the methods that we need for our database operations. Once this is done, then we go to post controller and updated all the methods to async, and then we just updated the return type. So with this, I believe that the CRUD one will be very, very clear. Like all kind of CRUD, you should be able to do it: creating, reading, updating, and deleting, right? So all the things you have done. So now let's move on to the next section. All right, so now we are into the most important section of this particular video, that is authentication, authorization, JWT strategy, role guard, decorators. Lot of things we are going to learn. Now this section, I will not say it will be very complicated if you already have some idea on how authentication and authorization or role-based authorization works. But for NestJS, right, you have to follow a proper approach. So what I have tried my best, so that I divided this section in such a way that we are going to follow step by step how we are going to implement authentication first, how we are going to implement authorization, and lot of other things, right? The first thing, you need to understand some of the basics of authentication and authorization, right? And I think this part I have already discussed in my first part of Node.js series, but still I'm going to explain. See, now we have a post module, right, where we can do all the CRUD. So we have CRUD. So ignore my writing here, but we have CRUD here, and we don't have any control here, right? So anyone can come and then they can create post. So now what we are going to do, right, we are going to implement authentication, and also we are going to implement authorization both. And for this one we are going to use JWT, right, and also we are going to implement RBAC. So RBAC is nothing but role-based authentication, right? So or authorization, we are going to implement role-based access control. If you go to the official documentation, it's actually very well written that how we are going to implement a sign-in endpoint, how the JWT token work, what are the packages that you need to implement, but still here you'll be able to understand. But the way I will design, right, I'm pretty sure after completing this section it will be very simple for you. So but as I already mentioned, there will be lot of process, okay, lot of things, right? First we are going to implement all the authentication, and then you have authorization, and here we are going to implement this both role-based authentication, right? So we'll be having user and admin. So how this will work, right? So let's say in your client side you have first email, username, and blah blah those things. So you will register first. Once you are going to register, you'll immediately not we are going to generate the token. So first you are going to register, we are going to store that user in our database, and then next time when they will log in, that time we are going to get the token, okay? So we are going to get the access token. Now based on that access token, we are going to get that whether that user is a normal user or it's an admin user. If it is a normal user, so in that case we are going to give couple of access, but if it is an admin, so in that case admin can do anything, right? So they can delete a post, or they can create users, something like that. So this will be the whole flow. Now for this one we are going to have lot of things we need to do. So let me just explain that what are the things we will be having. So first we are going to implement the entity. So what entity we need to implement? We need to implement the entity of user. Remember, till now we have implemented the entity of post, so we have the post entity. Similarly, we are going to implement the user entity. So that will be the first step. I'm going to explain each and every step that we are going to implement, so that you'll be able to, you'll get some overview, and then when I'll implement, you'll not get confused. So first step will be creating a user entity. Once we'll create the user entity, we are going to implement two DTOs. So one will be the register DTOs and one will be login DTOs. So now DTOs we have already discussed. We also have implemented the post DTO like create post, so this will not be any problem. Once we'll implement both the register and login DTOs, now we will be implementing our service. Now what service we need to implement? We need to implement the services for auth. So how many services we'll be having? So remember, we already have the user repository, right, or the entity, and this repository we are going to inject in our auth service. So we are going to create register service. We will be having the create admin service, so where we can directly create admin. Then we are going to have the login service, refresh token service, and also there will be another service we are going to implement where we can fetch the user information based on ID. So these all the services we are going to implement, right? Once this is done, once the auth service is completed, now we will be going to JWT strategy. And now if you go to the authentication, right, how this JWT strategy will work. So for JWT strategy, we are going to use passport. So if you search for passport strategy, right, so you go to the passport strategies. Now see, these all I'm giving you overview. Now here we are going to implement the passport strategy. So if you go here, right, let me just quickly show you. So this part we are going to implement, that how we are going to implement a passport strategy, how we are going to validate the payload, right? If the user is not authenticated, so we need to show that unauthorized exception and everything. And once all of this is implemented, then we are going to implement the protected route. So what actually protected route? So for example, let's say in our scenario, only admin can create posts. So I'm just giving some hypothetical scenario. So in that case, we need to check, right, that if the user is admin user, then only that user can create post. I hope you're getting. If it is a normal user, so they can't create posts. So in that case, we need to give some kind of guard, right? So that guard is nothing but we call as protected route or auth guard, right? So in NestJS, we implement a auth guard. So till now whatever we have covered, so we are going to implement JWT strategy, JWT auth guard. Then we are going to implement some of the decorators. So what these decorators will do, so these decorator will help us to identify based on the role, so whether it's a user or it's admin, and based on that, those decorators we are going to directly apply in our roles guard, and that roles guard we are going to use in our controller. So controller is nothing but, if you go to the post controller, right, each and every controller is nothing but a route, right? So for example, let's say we have a particular route and we want to restrict that particular route from user, so only admin can access that route. So in that case, we need to guard that route. So there, that role guard will comes into picture. I hope you're getting. So a lot of things we are going to implement. Once we'll implement all of these, then we are going to use all the things that we have like implemented so far, and then we'll use all of this in our main auth module, okay? Because until unless we'll use all of these things we have used and then combine all of this in a single place, that will not be accessible, right? So then once we'll cover all the auth module, then we need to change some of the things in the post entity. I know it's a lot, because that is the reason I thought it would be best if I explain like what are the things. I'll give you some of the overview that what we are going to implement. So I'll repeat once again. First we are going to implement the entity of user. Once we'll implement the entity of user, then we are going to implement the DTOs for register and login. Once we'll implement the DTOs, we are going to implement the services. Once we implement the service, then we are going to implement the passport, or how JWT strategy will work, right? If you talk about normal MongoDB, now I know I'm talking so much, but don't skip this part, is very important. When we implement all of this in a MongoDB, right, if you notice or relate, it's like almost similar. So you're going to implement a register route, login route, then you're going to have a middleware, and that middleware is going to protect your routes. So it's like similar, something like that. So let's see, we talked so much, let's see how we are going to implement all of this step by step. So first I will go, and then as I already mentioned, now if you see, if I said that okay, I'm going to use passport, it will not be confusing, because I already give you the complete overview that how we are going to implement. So we'll be using NestJS JWT package. Then we are going to use passport JWT, and bcrypt. Bcrypt is nothing but to hash your password. I think this we have already used multiple times. So I'm going to copy this, and I highly suggest for this particular section, try to do along this video, right? Try to implement the code. It will help you instead of just watching. Let's do clear, and then I'm going to install this. So let's wait for some time. Also you need to install the types. I'm going to copy this. Okay, and then clear and install the types. Now I'm going to close everything. Alright, the first thing what we need to do, as I already mentioned, so we need to implement the auth entity. And because before doing all of these, the first thing what we need to do, we need to create our, so let's go to our authentication part. We need to create the module, right? So I'm going to create the auth module first. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So this will implement the auth module. Just watch this section and see how I'm going to explain, and then you will, after completing this, right, there won't be any single like confusing part. Then I'm going to install the controller. Then install the service. For now I will not use another service like another module user. We are going to only have one single module, and then we are going to implement all of this, or else it will become a little complicated. All the complicated part we are going to do in the next part, or next part of this Node.js series, right? So now we have our auth module, auth controller, and auth service. We don't have to do anything for now. Go here and let's start step by step. So first I'm going to implement the entities, right? And let's give we'll give user.entity. You can give auth also, it's fine, but let's give user only. So user.entities. So first of all, I'm going to have, I'll do export enum, and here I want to take a user role, and let's give two role. So I'll be having a user, which will be user role, and then I'm going to also have an admin role, which will be admin. If you want, you can also experiment with have another role like super admin, and then you can also do that. The first thing we need to take entity. I think this we already discussed, and then I'm just going to do export class. I'll do user, and here I'm just going to do the first one. I'm going to take the primary generated column. I'm going to take a ID, which will be number. Then I'm also going to take a column, and let's take a unique as true, and I'm going to take an email. Then I'm going to take this one as string, so which will automatically check if the user is entering a unique email or not. If a email is already exists, so it will automatically handle that. Then I'm going to also take another column, and here I'm going to take a name, which will be string. Then I'm also going to take one more column, and here I'm going to take password, and here I'm going to do string, right? Anyway we are going to hash it, right? We'll hash the password, we need to do it, so this is like to do. And then we are also going to have one more relation. Now what relations we are going to have? So one single user can have multiple posts, right? So now I'm going to create, let's do a one-to-many relation here. So I'm going to take a column. Oh, before that, very important, we also take one more column that will identify whether this user is a normal user or it's a admin, right? So we need to take one more column here, which will be role. So I'm going to take one more column, and let's take this one as type. So I'm going to give this one as enum, and here I'm going to pass the enum, which will be our enum, this enum that we have created, user role. And also I'm going to take a default, so default will be user role dot user, right? So always it will be user, and I'm going to pass a role which will be this will be user role. That's it. Once we'll do that, now I'm going to take a one-to-many. Again, if you don't know all of this, you have to understand the concepts, so I already mentioned, right? So we are going to get the post. So post I'm going to import from my post entity, right? So this will be my relation with my post, and I want to take the relation with my author, right? So I'll do post dot author. So let's do author only, author name. And then what else? We are also going to take here posts, and this will be type will be post. Then I'm also going to take a this will be create date column. So I'll do created at, this will be date, and I'll want to do a update date column, and this will be updated at, which will be date. Okay, what is the error that we are getting here? We need to remove this. Okay, so this is my user entity that we need, right? So let's go through one more time. So we have a user role. There can be two possibilities, either it can be user or it can be admin. We have ID, email, name of that user, password, role. By default it will always take user. So if you want to pass admin, you have to specifically pass your admin. We have a one-to-many relation with post, then created it and updated it. Nothing to explain here. So now the entity is completed. So as I already mentioned, so now next thing what we're going to do, we are going to create two DTOs. One will be register DTO and one will be login DTO. So now I'll go to the auth and create a DTO folder, and here I'm going to do register dot DTO dot TS. So let's start. So I'll do export class, and I'll do register DTO. The first thing I'm going to check email, so for that I'll simply take email, and here I'm going to pass a message something like please provide a valid email, and then I'm going to take email, which will be string. Okay, now next we need to take for name. So I'll do is not empty. So do is not empty, and I'm going to do a message, and I'll do name is required, please provide name. I also want to take a mean length. I think let's copy from here instead of rewriting these things, right? So we'll do is string mean length, and also let's do max length. All right, so let's copy this, paste it. So I'll do name must be a string, mean length, name must be at least 3 characters long, and max length name, and this will be name. Save it, and then we are going to have the password. So for password also we need the is not empty. So I'll do password is required, please provide password, and then also I'm going to do a mean length. So minimum length, let's make this one 6. 6 is very standard, or let's do 8 or 6. So we'll do password must be at least 6 characters long, and I'm going to pass password which will be string. So this is our register DTO, right? Nothing to explain here. I think we have already discussed this part. Now for for login it will be almost similar. So let's create one more file, and I'm going to do login.dto.ts, copy this, paste it. This will be login DTO. So for login, email will be same, and the name is not needed. So for login we are going to only have the email and password, right? And then is not empty, mean length, this also you can keep. Now let's remove these two things, not needed, and save this. That's it. So now we have created our main user entity, right? We also have created two DTOs. So as we already discussed, so what will be our next step? Now next step will be we are going to implement all the auth services that we needed. Now remember, as I already mentioned, that before moving to the auth controller, we should always have the business logic. And as I already mentioned multiple times, where we keep all the business logics? So we keep all the business logic in auth service. So this is the best flow that you can process. So whenever you'll be implementing any authentication using NestJS, this is the exact structure you should follow. I'm not talking about the structure, sorry, the sequence. So now I'll go to the auth service. The first thing what we need to do. Now before doing this also, another very important thing we need to do. Can you guess? So if you go to the main app module, so go to the app module. Now remember, here we need to also register another entity. I hope you're getting right. So user entity, remember we need to do that. So here we are going to pass user, right? So user entity we need to register here, or else it will not be available, right? So this is the first step we need to do. So now next thing what we are going to do, we also need to use or register this user entity. Where? We also need to do it in the auth module. If you go to the post module, now I'm pretty sure if you're doing for the first time, there can be confusing, and I can't deny that, because when I have done this one for the first time, right, I was also like quite confused with the flow. See, this is like when you're doing the database connection, this is registering in your database that okay, I have these following entities. But if you go to the post module, right, you see we have registered this also inside this module, because I need to have this particular post entity in my current scope, right? Because when I'll be registering this, or when I'll be injecting this in my post service, this is the place where I've done this one. So inject repository and then post entity. To do that, I also need to have this available in my post module, right? So this also I need to do. So I copy this and go to auth module, and we need to do the same thing here, right? So I need to have the user entity, and this I'll be importing from here. So I need to also have this one. This is very important. So this is the second thing we need to do. Now once we'll do all of this, now we can go to our apps auth service, and now we can inject all the services, and then we can start working on all the business logics that we needed. So for example, we need register, login, refresh token, or blah blah blah, whatever. Okay, so let's recap everything. So we have created the entity. We have also registered this entity in my main database connection where we are doing this. We have created two DTOs, register and login DTOs. This is nothing to do with that. This is like individual thing that we have done. This is for the validation. Once we have done this, then we have also registered this in our feature label, right, or in the current scope, because we need this in our auth service. And now we are ready working with the auth service model. So let's start working on this one in the next part. Alright, so let's start working on the first service, that will be register, and then we are also going to implement the login service. But before that, let's take a constructor, and here what we are going to do, we'll use the inject repository, and we're going to use the user entity. This part we have already discussed. Then I'm going to take a private, and here what we are going to do, we'll take a user repository, and this will be repository, and pass a user entity here. Also let's give a comma, and then we also need Okay, for now let's remove this. Later we are going to add this. So for now I think we only need the user repository. I think this will be more than enough. Now I'm going to create async, and let's take register, and here we'll take register DTO, and the type will be register DTO, right? This we have already created. Now inside this, first thing, how the registration flow will work, right? So here there is nothing different. It's like normal how you implement in normal Express application, right? So first we are going to check if the user is already exist. So I'm going to do existing user, and this will be await these dot users repository, and then we are going to do find one, and here I'm simply going to do where, and we need to check what, because remember when we created the entity, the email has to be unique. See, so here we are going to pass email, and this has to be the register DTO dot email, right? Okay, I think we are getting, what is that? Email find option undefined type of property email is incompatible. Okay, so let's check. Here we have email type string. Okay, then something wrong in the DTO. See, this will be small string. Check the login one also. This will be small. So now we don't have any error here. Okay, so now we can simply check if the existing user is true. So I'm going to just throw new. So here we can use some inbuilt conflict exception, and I can simply do email already in use, please try with a different email. Image like messages you can change whatever you like. For now I'm just giving some random, so I'll just give const hashed password. So we need to also hash the password, and here I'll simply just do import star as bcrypt from bcrypt. And here what I'm going to do, right, so to hash the password, let's create a helper function here. So I'm going to do await these dot hash password, and I'm going to pass the register DTO dot password, because remember this will have a password. Now normally what will happen, this password you will be getting from your client side, right? So in the client side, user will type the password, and this you are going to receive in the backend. So let's create this hash password. So I'm just going to do private async hash password. Here I'm going to receive the password, which will be string. It's going to return me a promise string, and here what I'm going to do, simply so let's return. So I'll do bcrypt dot, so we have hash, pass the password and pass the salt number. So let's pass the as usual salt number as 10. Okay, so this will hash the password. So once we'll do hash password, and then you're going to create a new user. Now if you see the process, it's exact similar, nothing difference. So I'm just going to do newly created user, this dot user repository dot create, and here we're going to pass email, which will be register DTO dot email. We are going to have the name, which will be register DTO dot name. We are going to have the password, which will be register DTO dot, here I always make this mistake. We don't have to take that password, because that will be the password that we are going to get from the client side. We need to pass the hashed password, this one. Okay, and then we are going to pass a role, which will be user role. Remember we have created in our entity dot user, right? And here what you're going to do, so once this is done, now I'm just going to do save. So I'll do const save user, and here I'm just going to do await these dot user repository dot save, and pass this newly created user. That's it, right? And then what we're going to do, we are going to return the user. Now remember, we are not going to return any token, and also we're not going to return any password. So what we're going to do, we can destructure these from my saved user. Let's do saved user. Okay, here I'll be getting the password and I'll spread the rest of the result, and then I'm simply going to return. So I'll return the user, which will be my result, and here I'm also going to return a message, something like registration successful, right? Please log in to continue. So this is our first service, or the business logic, you can say. So this is done. So now let's go to, or let's do one thing, let's create the one more, which will be to create admin, right? Now remember, this is just like a normal user registration. Now to create admin, see how the admin creation process works, right? So there are multiple ways. Now I actually usually get this question multiple times, that how we can create admin user. So either you can have some scripts, and then that script you can directly run from your backend. That is one option. Second option, you can directly create that admin user directly in the database. So just go there, create a user and change the role to admin. So that is another way. Third way, there is called CCM control. Now, if I'm not sure if you know CCM, so CCM is kind of a tool where you like one team will actually store all the configuration related to that particular project, and how the configuration works. So it will have the configuration based on the environment level. So let's say you have a production environment, then you have a dev environment, then you have a stage environment. For each and every environment, let's say there can be multiple admins, right? So what we'll do, we'll be creating all the admin users in the CCM panel, and it will be automatically handled. So that is one way. Third way is that what we're going to do here, we'll be creating one service, and then I'm just going to directly hit that service. Maybe we have a client side, let's say you have a client side React app, and in that React app you have a dashboard panel for the admin. So directly from that admin panel you will be able to create users. So these lot of options I have discussed, that how many ways you can create admin users. So now what I'm going to do, right, let's do one thing, let's create one more. So I'll do async, I'll do create admin, and this also will be same. So I'll do register DTO, which will be register DTO, and here also we need to do the same thing. So let's copy the exact same thing, right? Still this part, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm also going to create the same user. The only difference will be this will become now .admin. Notice I'm just changing the role. Okay, now see this, I'm just showing you to demonstrate all of this, right? I already mentioned that there are multiple other ways also you can create. Now once we'll do this, just save this and return the result, right? As simple as that. Go here and then I'll do admin user created successfully. Okay, so this is another service we need. So we have created two services till now, register and create admin. Now let's create the login. Now let's do async login. Here we'll be having login DTO, and the type will be login DTO that we have already created. Alright, the first thing here, one second, we need to find the user. So do user, we'll do have it these.user repository .find one, and I'm just going to do where email is login DTO.email. Now here what you need to do, there can be two possibilities. Either this user is not present, so in that case what will happen, so you'll inform users that your account is not present, so you need to create an account. Second possibility is user is entering a wrong password. So both the things can happen, right? So to do that, what you're going to do is simply check this. So look, if the user is not present, or here I'm just going to take await, I'll do these dot verify. I'm going to create the verify password, and to verify password we are going to do what we are going to pass. We are going to pass the login DTO dot password, and then we are going to pass the user dot password. Now you might be thinking, okay, from where we are getting this and why we are sending this. Okay, let me explain. Login DTO dot password is from where you'll be getting. Can you guess? This is the one. Let's say you are having a React application, and then you are doing login operation. So whenever a user will come, they will be entering the password, right? And this is that password. Now let's say that password is 123456, Now this password is nothing but the password that is stored in your database. I hope you're getting. Now definitely that is encrypted. So what you're going to do, let's say this encrypted value is this. When this value is user entered from the client side, the same data will be stored in your database. I hope you're getting. So this is the same data. Now we are going to check this both. If both is same, so you're going to decrypt and this will give me same value here, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So that is the reason we are going to understand, okay, this user is a valid user, so the password is correct, right? So this is how this will work. So this is the password the user is entering, this is the password we have stored in the database. If both the things false, so we are going to throw a unauthorized. So I'll do unauthorized exception and I'll do invalid credential or account not exists. Okay, so let's create this verify password, right? So let's go there and just simply we'll do private async and let's copy this. And here what we're going to do, simply so we'll get the plain password string and the hashed password, which also will be string, and this will return me a promise, and let's return a boolean. And what we're going to simply return, so I'm going to return bcrypt dot compare. So bcrypt will automatically compare these both plain password and the hash password, and it will check that, okay, if both the password is same, so this will going to return me true, right? If it is false, then only it will come here and it will say, okay, your credentials are invalid. So this is done. So now once we'll do all of this, now we are going to generate our token. So we'll do generate the tokens. So I'm just going to do const tokens, and this will be, let's do these dot generate tokens, and I'm going to pass the user. This user is nothing but the user is logging, and then at the end I'm just going to destructure again the password, the rest of the result from this user, and then we are going to return user is result. Now see one thing very important, when we are returning the result, we are not returning the password. Never ever return the password in the result. And then we are also going to return the tokens. Now we need to create this token, right? So let's do one thing. We'll go here and then do private generate tokens. So here I'm going to get the user, type will be my user entity, and I'm going to return two tokens. So one will be my access token. So let's do this dot generate access token, pass the user. Also I'm going to pass the refresh token, which will be these dot generate refresh token, and this will be user. Okay, so now I'm going to create these two. So I'll do private generate access token. So I'm going to get the user, the type will be user, and it is going to return me a string, right? So it will be a token. Now if you notice, I'm doing little first this one because nothing we have to explain here, right? These all are very simple concept, and this will be refresh token. Now for this one, what we are going to do, right, we need to create the payload. So in my token, these the following things I want to have. I want to have the email of that user, I want to have the ID, or let's give this one name as sub. So sub is nothing but the ID of that user, and then I'm also going to have the role. Very important, very important, right? So this role will actually help us to implement RBAC. RBAC is nothing but role based access control, right? So whenever I'll be having the token, when I'm storing this role in the token, so this will help me when I'm going to decode this token. So this will help me to understand, okay, this role, this user is a user or it's a admin, and based on that I can do certain things, right? So now I'm just going to do const payload, and I will take an email, which will be my user dot email, I'm also going to take a sub. Now you can name the properties whatever you like. You can also take this one as ID, doesn't matter. And then I'm going to do role, which will be user.role. Now what I'm going to do simply is I'll return. Now here what we need to do, right, we also need to have a JWT service, and to use the JWT service, what we can do, we can import this JWT service from our NestJS JWT. So let me just show you. So we have JWT service. Search here, JWT service. See, so we have JWT service. We are going to use here. We are going to use inside constructor, and this will help us to get all the methods and everything, right? So what we can do, we can go to the top. Let's go to the top, and here I'm going to take one more private. Let's give this one as JWT service, which will be nothing but our JWT service from NestJS/JWT package. And now this JWT will help us to create the token, right? So what we can do, simply remember, usually we have used this JSON web token packages and everything. So here we can directly use their services. So here just we'll do this dot JWT service dot sign, and here we are going to pass the payload, and we'll pass a secret. Now remember, normally we should keep the secret in a environment variable. You need to do that, but for now I'm going to keep it. Later I'm going to change this, but don't comment this on, okay, that you are keeping all of this hard coded. Remember, this is just to teach you. Don't do all of this in a production application, right? I'm pretty sure you are getting what I'm trying to say. So here I'm just going to give this one as, for now, let's do JWT secret, and then I'm going to do, let's do a very less expire node. So here we need to give what is the name of that. So I think we have secrets. Let me just check. There will be one more option, expired scene. See, so this will be 15 minutes. So this will return the access token. All right, remember this part is actually important here. Now let's do the refresh token. So in the refresh tokens, I will only have the payload, and in the payload I'm going to have only the sub. And then what we can do, simply we can return the same thing, and here I'm going to pass the payload. This will be the refresh token environment variable, so keep all of this in environment variables. And this I'm going to do refresh secret, and this will be 7 day. I think this is fine, right? Awesome. So now we have actually created the register and the login functionality. Now we need to do one more, and that will be, I think, verify password. Also we need to I think verify password also you have implemented, correct? So we have generate token, generate access token, generate refresh token. I'm thinking if I'm missing anything. Now the only thing that is left, and that is we need to implement the refresh token. So I'll do async. Let's do refresh token, and here I'm going to take the refresh token, which will be string, and here first we are going to take a try catch, and here first I'm going to just throw new unauthorized exception, and I'm going to do invalid token. And here I'll simply just do, first we need to verify the refresh token. So I'm going to do const payload. This will be this dot JWT service dot verify. You're going to pass the refresh token. So this is the refresh token that I'll be getting. And how we are going to verify? So here we are going to pass the secret, right? Remember, this secret will be very, very important. Again, I'm repeating, keep this one in an env file and create a very strong refresh token. The same you need to do for access token also, not just like use this JWT secret. Create a like very strong one, right? And then you can use the same. So for this one I'm going to use the refresh secret that we have used here. So let's do the same. So I'll do refresh secret. Okay, so this will give me the payload, or we can verify directly. And now I'm going to find the user. So I'll do const user. This will be avid. These dot user repository dot find one, and here I'm just going to do where. Remember, we have stored the sub or the ID here, and what we can do now, when I'm going to decode this, what it will give, if you go to the refresh token, it will give me this sub, right? So in the payload I'll be having the sub, and this sub is nothing but the ID of that user. So I'm breaking like this step by step. So here I'm getting the ID, and this will give me the payload dot sub. Okay, now this payload dot sub is nothing but the ID, and from that ID I'll be able to get the user. If user is not present, so immediately you throw new unauthorized exception, and I'm going to do invalid token again. If this is not the case, then I'm going to create a new token, right? So I'll do access token, and this will be this dot generate access token, and I'm going to do user. I think we already have that utility, and then at the end I'm going to return this access token. So now we have created all the methods for now I think needed. We need to create one more that we are going to do later. So let's keep a placeholder here. So we need to do one more to find the current user by ID. So this we are going to do later. But for now, let's recap everything. So we have implemented the register, create admin. This is optional, like I already mentioned, right? There are multiple ways you can create admin user. Login, this is needed, and refresh token. Then we have all the helper function. So now let's see if this is working or not, right? Now to use all of this, now remember we haven't started anything yet on the authorization part or the guard, roles guard, JWT guard, lot of things we need to do. But for now, first go to the auth controller, and let's create the first thing. We are going to use constructor. So we'll do private, we'll do auth service, and this will be our auth service. And here what are going to do simply, so first I'm going to take a post method, and this I'm going to give this one as register, and this will be, let's give register. So remember we need to pass the body, and here we are going to pass the register DTO, right, which will be type register DTO, and you're going to return these dot auth service dot register and pass the register DTO. That's it. So save this, and I want to see if there is any error or not. Is there any error? Okay, so we need to export this, correct. This is a very good point, and that is, so we need to go to the auth module, and we need to export couple of things. You notice that we are getting this error that I'll show you the error that JWT is service and everything. So if auth module is a valid NestJS module, if JWT service is a provider, is it part of the current auth module? So we need to actually provide all of this. Currently we are only providing this user module. Now here we also need to actually provide some of the couple of other things. The first thing, remember I already mentioned that we are going to use passport also, so we need to also pass here or import the passport module. Although we can do this one later, but let's do this one in the now only. So we are going to import the passport module. So I'm going to import this one. So we'll do import this from NestJS. I'm not sure if I'm use the, oh, I think we need to install this. Okay, let me just quickly install. So I'll do clear, I'll do npm install, we'll do NestJS / passport. Okay, so now let's import this one here also. So we're going to import the passport module. Also we are going to have to configure, remember I already mentioned that we are going to use our strategy as JWT. So whenever we are going to use the JWT or other inside this module, so we need to import that here. So here what we are going to do, we are going to configure JWT also, and to do that we can simply import the JWT module from NestJS, and then you just need to do a register, That's it. Now next thing, in the controllers, auth controller, it's fine. Now in the provider, remember we are providing the auth service. Now here what we need to do, right, we need to create a JWT strategy also, right, and also we also need to create the roles guard. So whenever we are going to implement the role based access control, we need to provide all of this, or else we are not going to use this. And also I'm going to export here two things. So I'm going to export the auth service that we needed in the later in the post service, and also we are going to export another thing, that is the roles guard. So for now let's save this and let's see what is happening here. If you go here, right, currently no errors. Remember, there is no errors, and the reason is because if I just go here and remove this, save this, and see, we have the error. So that means we need to register this JWT module. And why? Because here if you go to the auth service, we have used this, where is that service here, right? Because this is exported from a separate module, is that imported within auth module. See why I'm repeating these things again and again and again. These all are very important. If you don't able to understand all of this, right, that whenever you're going to use this particular service inside your auth service, you need to have that imported here. Okay, so we need to register this. Now I also will keep a placeholder two things, that we also need to implement a JWT strategy here. Also need to implement the roles guard. Roles guard is nothing but when we are going to implement, for example, let's say certain routes can only accessible by admin, right? So in that case we need to guard those routes. Okay, so that is known as roles guard. The same thing we also need to export it here, so we'll do roles guard, and these two things are to do. This we are going to do later. So now let's save this. I'm pretty sure there won't be any issue. Let's wait. Okay, there is no issue. Now I think it's fine, and see what is happening. Go to auth controller. We already have registered this. Now I'll go here. Lot of things we have done, so I'm going to create one more. So let's give this one name as register user, and let's copy from here. This will be a post, so this will be /auth/register, and I'm going to go to body row, and let's give email. So I'll do sangam@gmail.com. I will do password 123456, and also I'm going to do a name of my name. Let's see what is happening, right? So let's send this, and you can see that user is now created with ID 1, name, and notice the role is by default user. And if you go here, let's refresh this. So user, go to view all data. Where is view all data? So all rows, and see how the password, so password is now hashed, right? Awesome. So this is working fine. So now what we can do, we can go to my auth controller, and I can create two more, right? So one will be, so I'll copy this. Let's create here instead of copying. So I'll do post, and this will be login, and this will be login. So we have body, so we have login DTO, should be login DTO, and here I'm going to just return these dot. I hope that for till now I think you should be able to do all of this by yourself, right? So we'll do login DTO. That's it. So we have register login. Then you can also do the same for refresh. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and let's make this one refresh, and this will be refresh token. I'll do refresh token, and here what I'm going to do, so inside this I'm also going to pass refresh token, and here this will be refresh token with the type will be string. Remember we have used the string, and here this will be dot refresh token, and we are going to pass the as input. That's it. Save this. Now remember I already mentioned in the auth service we have one more which will give us the current user by ID. So we need to create one more placeholder for current user route, and then we will be having one more. Can you guess? Remember we have created one more for create admin. Now there is a catch. Create admin is one of the route that no one can access directly, right? So if you're a user, you should not be able to create admin, right? That doesn't make any sense. So create admin is the only create admin is one of the route where we need a JWT auth guard. I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say. So that means this current user route, so this is also a protected route. Auth guard means it is a protected route, right? So it's a protected route. Similarly, the create admin user also will be a protected route, and this we are going to do later. So we'll do protected route, and this will be create admin route. Now this is not only protected, but also there can be two level of checks. First we need to check if the user is authenticated, so it's a protected, and then we also need to check if the user role is an admin user. Then only you'll be able to create a admin user. I hope you're getting right. I'm not repeating, but I can expect that you are able to understand. These two routes we are going to do later. The rest of the routes, register, login and refresh, this we can keep it like this. Now we can go here and let's create one more. Where is that? So we have add request. So you have login user, post, copy this, paste it. This will be login, body, raw, and then we are going to pass email, and I'll pass some value. Password, I'm going to pass 1. Let's see what is happening. So you're getting, please provide a valid email, password must be 6 character long. Awesome. And I'll do gmail.com. Password, see, still it's failing. So I'm going to do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Send. Invalid credentials or account not exist, because if you see there is a spelling. So this is working fine. So I'm going to give now correct email, Gmail, but the password is wrong. So let's see. Still we are getting this. Now I'm going to give correct password. Okay, now let's send. Awesome. Now you're getting the user back. Notice we are not returning the password. You're getting the access token back. Also you're getting the refresh token. And this is working absolutely fine, right? So with this, we have completed the first flow of authentication, not authorization. Both are different, right? Authentication is to implement the register and the login. Authorization means where we are going to protect the routes. So now once this is done, now we need to create a couple of things. We need to implement the JWT strategy. We need to implement JWT auth guard. We are going to also implement the decorators for role, right? We also need to have the roles guard, like a lot of things we need to do. I'm also going to show you that how you can implement a roles guard based on your user role. So user can be a normal user or admin user. And then we also need to get the current user. Now what actually current user, right? I want to explain that. See, normally what happened in a Node.js application, right? You are going to implement a middleware, remember? And in the middleware, what will happen? You are going to call the next method. Can you guess? In the express, right? Middleware will give you a next method which will call the next available middleware or the request route, whatever. And in the next method, whenever you are going to implement a auth middleware, so let's say you are having a auth middleware, you are going to do what? You will be adding the current user information in the request. So we'll do request dot user, and this will be your current user. I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say. If you watch my first video or any video available on YouTube, in the middleware, we are going to get the current user information, right? And from that current user, we'll be able to understand whether the user is authenticated or not. So similarly, in this strategy, what we're going to do, right? We are going to implement a current user decorator. And using that decorator, we are going to understand whether the user is a normal user or not. And once we'll do all of this, after that only, we will be implementing these two routes that we can check, right, if the user is a protected user or not. And once we'll implement all of this, then we are going to move toward post module, because we need to change a couple of things. So first, let's do one thing. Let's implement the JWT strategy, and then we'll be moving to the next part. Alright, so first we'll go here inside our auth, and then I'm going to create one more which will be strategies, right? So we'll do strategies, and here I'm going to create JWT dot strategy.ts. The first thing we are going to use injectable, and here what we are going to do will simply do export class, and I'm going to give this one name as JWT Strategy. This will extends the passport strategy. Okay, so this will give me a strategy. So this strategy we are going to get from passport JWT. I think this we have already installed. Now here you can also get this, right? You can search in the official doc. They have also very detailed documentation for this. See, which is taking, and then we are going to implement or validate, and then we are going to check that if the user is available or it's a valid user, and then we are going to return the user. So some similar like this we are going to implement. So here after this we are going to take a constructor. So inside this I'll be having a private. So here I need the auth service, so I'm going to take auth service. I'll import the auth service, and here what we're going to do, we'll take super. And now couple of things we need to do. The first thing, we need to take JWT from request. So what this will do, right, this will validate the JWT token and it will extract the user information. As simple as that. Don't think too much. It's like simply, see, remember when we are logging, right, we have a access token. This strategy will going to extract that access token from your bearer token or from however you are going to pass. So normally what will happen from client side, let's say you're doing a API call, right, you'll do fetch and then you're going to pass the URL, and then here you're going to pass the headers, remember, and then you're going to pass the token. I'm just giving example, and then you'll do bearer and then you're going to pass the token, right? So this token is nothing but, let's say, your access token. So this access token you're going to have. So this access token, this strategy is going to extract and it is going to check if the user is a valid user or not, right? Simple as that. Now what are you going to do? So in this I'm just going to do extract JWT dot, so you have from auth header as bearer token. Okay, so this is the first. Then you are going to also, I'm going to do a ignore expression as false, and I'm also going to take a secret or key which will be my access key, which is I have in my here, right? So what is the token that I have used? JWT secret. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need. Now after this, what you're going to do, you're going to implement a validate method, right? So async validate, and here what you're going to do, so simply we are going to have a payload. So I'm going to take a payload and let's take Annie. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to do a try catch, and I'm going to just do throw new unauthorized exception, and I'm going to do invalid token. So you don't have to do any of this, it will automatically validate all this, right? So now I'm just going to, so okay, now you might think, okay, how I'm going to get the user? So that is the reason we have the auth service available, right? So here, so what you can do, you can simply do const user, and I'll do this dot auth service. Now here we need to create that get user by ID method. I think we haven't created that, right? So let's quickly create that, because we need to have that, right? So when we are going to get the current user by ID, so we'll go to auth service. We already have that placeholder. See, I've kept everything in place. So I need to get the current user by ID, and to do this I'm just going to do async and I'll do get user by ID. So this will receive the ID, and I'm going to do a number, and I'm going to do const user will be this dot, so we have the, okay, this will be have it, these dot user repository dot find one, and I'm going to get the where ID will be this. If it is getting confused, you will do user ID, and then if this user is not present, so you're going to throw new unauthorized exception, and I'll do user not found, or else I'm just going to do what? I'm going to return the result, but I don't want to return the password here. So I'm going to extract this from my user, which will be password and the rest of the result, and then I want to return the result. Okay, so this will give me the get current user. So simple, we are doing nothing, we are simply checking from in our repository or in our collection that whether this user is present or not, and this we are going to use in our strategy, right? Now what we can do, we can simply get, so we'll do this dot auth service dot get user by id, and now here how you are going to get it. So this payload will have this sub. Now from where this sub is coming, I'm pretty sure some of you are able to get it. If you go to auth service, remember we have this sub here. See how all of these are linked, right? So you already have the token, we already storing this token we are going to pass from our client side, and this token we are going to use here, right? Because this will automatically extract this token here in this step. Remember, this is the place where it will extract, and here we are going to able to get the payload, right? So this payload will have the sub. This sub is nothing but the ID. This sub is what? This sub is the ID, and this ID I'm going to pass in my get user by ID here. Okay, I know this is lot, but if you pause it and give some time, you'll be able to understand all these are linked, right? I repeat once again, you have payload, you stored the payload in the token, and let's say you send back this token to client side. From client side, whenever you are going to call any API with this token, you're going to get the token. This strategy will extract the token, right? And then what will happen, this will give you the ID, or the sub will store the ID, and this ID you are going to pass in this get user by ID, where you'll be getting the current user. So now I'll be getting the current user here, and then what I can do, simply I can return the user and I can return the role, which will be my payload dot role, because this will have the role also, right? This will have the role. If you go to the auth service, here we also have the role in the token. So now I'll be able to understand, okay, so if the user is authenticated, whether the user is a normal user or it's a admin. So JWT strategy we have implemented. I'm pretty sure like this is the best I can explain. I explain each and everything. So now what we can do, we are also going to implement a auth guard, and this will be very simple. So what I can do, we'll create a guards here. So I'll do guards. You can also check all of this, right? So we have the guard and everything. Implement JWT strategy guards. So we're going to use this auth guard, right? So here there are a lot of things you can do, but for now we are simply using the JWT as a strategy, right? So these we can simply use. So here I'm just going to use a JWT auth dot guard dot ts. So I'll just do injectable, and here simply just do export class. So I'll do JWT auth guard, and this will extends auth guard from NestJS passport, and you need to pass the strategy, which will be JWT in this case. That's it. So you don't have to do anything. Now how this will work, I'll explain here. So this will simply protects, so this guard, right, this guard will protect the routes that requires authentication. So what this means is simply it's work as a protected route, right? It will protect the route. Simple, protected route. And how it will work, it will use this JWT strategy to validate the tokens. And how we are going to use this, so to use this we are going to use this use guards, right? Use guards, and then we are going to pass this JWT auth guard. So that we are going to see for now. So this is the second thing that we need to do, right? So JWT strategy we have implemented, JWT auth guard also we have implemented. Now we need to create couple of decorators, right? The first decorator, we need to create the roles decorators. Also we need to create the current user decorator, both the things. also we need to create another guard, that will be the roles guard. So what I mean by roles guard, again I'll explain. Roles guard is nothing but, let's say you have a user, I am a user Sangam, and then I have one more admin which is Joe. Based on the role, right, I need to have some certain routes that Joe can access. Basically Joe can access any routes, it's admin, right, but I, Sangam, can access certain routes. So in that case I need some kind of role guards functionality, right? So we are going to see that how we can do this. So first I'm going to save this, and then let's do one thing. Let's first create the roles decorators. So what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to go to auth, let's create one more, and I'll do decorators, and I'll give this one name as roles dot decorators dot ts. Okay, now the first thing what we're going to do, simply, so here I'm going to take, so do const roles key, and I'm going to give a name as roles. I'll explain each and everything what I'm doing here, and then I'm just going to do export const roles. You can also search for set metadata, right? See, so we have set metadata, but here if you go all of this, right, I just don't want to, like, this will go over your head. I will explain here, I think that will be better, leave it. So here what I'm going to do, first I'll explain what I'm doing, and then I'll explain each and everything. So here I'll simply get all the roles. So this will be my user role. Remember, I already created the entity, so in that entity I have the user role. It can be either user or it can be either admin, and here I'm just going to use the set metadata, and I'm going to pass the roles key, so it will denote that, okay, this is for the roles, and then I'm going to pass the roles. Now what actually this is doing, okay, the first thing, this constant that we have created here, right, so this serves as a unique identifier, right? And what a unique identifier, so this will for storing and retrieving roles requirement, right, as metadata on route handlers. So we have all the route handlers, right? For example, let's say in the controller we have all the route controllers, and there it will help us to store and extract the role requirements. So this is the first step. Now these also used by both the roles decorator and the roles guard that we are going to see later. Now what actually roles decorator works, right, how it will work, so I'm going to show you. So roles decorator marks route with the roles that are allowed to access them, right? So I'm going to do that roles decorator, and now you might be thinking that how I'm getting all of this. These all of the things I'm teaching in this, right, this is like my hard work of learning. Like I've learned this NestJS for quite a few time, and then practice lot of projects. I have all the notes and everything, right? So all the one-liner you're seeing, right, you're not going to get this in like in Google or in some documentation. So I read all the documentation, each and every line, and then I come up with some of the one-liners so that it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, so this roles decorator, you can think something like this, right? So this will marks the routes with the roles. Okay, this is the first step, that are only allowed to access them, right? So there can be some routes you can access them with certain roles, so that roles decorator will merge the route with the roles that are allowed to access them. Okay, and also I'm going to show you that how this will work. Now the first thing that what will happen, right, this metadata that we have created, this will attach the specified roles I already mentioned as metadata on the route handler. And then second thing what will happen, the roles guard, so that we are going to create the roles guard, whatever we are going to create, right, the roles guard will, I'm going to write it, so the roles guard will leads, letter leads, not leads, this will be reads this metadata to check if the user has permission. very important. Now for now it will be a little tricky to understand, but the moment I'm going to create the roles guard, right, it will be easy. That how that roles guard is going to use these roles, and then it will understand, okay, if the user has that particular roles or not. For now just leave it like this. So we have a roles key and we are exporting the roles. We are setting the metadata with the key, and then we are passing all the roles. So for now we have only user and admin. Okay, I'm sure this is clear till now. So we have created strategy, auth guard, and also roles decorator. So now we need to create current user decorator. So what actually current user decorator, right? Current user decorator is nothing but it will help us to extract the current authenticated user, as simple as that. Okay, but that we're going to do later. But before, let's create our roles guard, because I know we are talking about roles guard multiple times, or else it will be little tricky to understand whatever we've done so far. So I'm going to create a roles guard.ts. Now this is one of the most important file that we need some time to understand, right, what actually each and everything is doing. So I'm going to do this one in the next part. But before that, whatever we have done till now, try to go through and see if you are able to understand or not. If you're not able to understand, I highly suggest go back to that particular section and see how these things are working, right? Especially the strategy, auth guard, and the roles decorator. Anyway, roles decorator you can leave it for now, because this is highly dependent on the roles guard. So these both are interconnected, right? So this we are going to see how it will actually work. So let's start working on this one in the next part, the roles guard. So let's implement the roles guard, right? So first I'm going to take injectable, and then let's take export class. I'm going to give roles guard, and this will implement can activate. Now here the first thing, we need to take a constructor, and I'm going to explain each and everything that what we are doing, and I'll take a private, and we are going to take a utility, and this utility called as reflector. And why we are using this also you'll be able to understand in a minute. So we'll do reflector, and then I'm going to use this reflector from NestJS core. So now what actually this is doing, so this reflector, so let me give comment here. So this reflector is a utility that will help you to access the metadata. Remember in the previous part we have done the metadata right here. Now we need this utility. Now what we are going to do, right, we are going to implement a can activate method. So what is this can activate method? So I'm going to implement a can activate method, and this method will do the following things. So let's see step by step. So this is a core method of the guard that determines that if there is any request, and if the request is actually successful or not, so whether we should proceed to the route handler or not. So for example, let's say we are implementing a routes guard to a certain route, and that route only admin can access. But somehow if any normal user try to access that route, so what this roles guard will do, this will actually restrict that particular user to proceed forward to the next handler. Now if I want to make this one very simple, just think this one as a next method in middleware, right? So how middleware work in Express. So let's say you have a route, and you'll do router.post, something like that, right? And then you'll give the route path, and then you're going to pass middleware A, middleware B, middleware C, and then the handler. Remember? Now what actually this is doing, so you're simply checking that if all the middleware is passing, so let's see if the middleware A is success, then it's going to call the next method, and it will go to the middleware B. If this is success, it will go to middleware C, and then it will call the handler. But let's say in some of the steps it actually failed, so it will never go to the next middleware, right? So this is actually the same thing. So this can activate method will help you to determine whether we need to forward that particular request to the route handler or not, as simple as that. And here what I'm going to do simply, so this will return a promise, and here also I'm also give you what are the things it will take, right? So the first thing, this will take execution context. Now I'm going to do a couple of things, right? So first of all, we need to get all the required roles that we are having. So currently we are having only user and admin. So what I'm going to do, I'll do const, and I'll do required roles, and this will be this dot reflector dot get all and override, and here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the type. Now what will be the type? Remember, we have already created this user role type, right, in our entity, and this will tell us that okay, we have either a user or we have a admin. So two things are possible, right? Either user can be a normal user or it can be an admin user. So here after this, what you're going to do simply, so you're going to pass couple of things, right? And I'm also going to explain that what actually this is doing. So here we are going to pass the roles key. This roles key we have created here, this is the role, so this is for roles. So we're going to pass the roles key, and then inside of this we're going to take the context, and I'm going to call get handler. So this is actually a method level metadata, and then give comma, and also we are going to call context dot get class. So this is the class level metadata. So what actually all this is doing, right? So let me just write here. So see, first of all, this can activate will retrieve, I'm trying to make this one simpler, the roles metadata, right? And this is set by the roles decorator. And then what it will do, it will check this method get all and override. This will check both the method level and the class level decorators, right? And it is going to check that if required roles are present. After this, what we are going to do, if it is not present and if the roles are required, so for example, let's say I have a route where I need to check if the user is authenticated or not, but if the user is not authenticated, so I'm not going to return, right? So what we're going to do, first I'm going to check if the roles are required, and if there is no rules decorator are used, and in that case required roles will be undefined. And what we're going to do, in that case we allow access to that particular route, right? So what I'm trying to say, I'm not sure if I'm able to explain this one because these things are a little tricky. So let's say I have a controller, okay? So in this controller route, or let's say I have a handler. So in this handler route, I'm not passing any required roles. So what I mean by that, so I'm actually telling that okay, for this particular handler there no required roles are required, right? No roles are required, not required roles, no roles are required. That means this handler can be accessible by anyone. So you can take this one as a like register route, right, or login route. So login can be accessible by anyone. I hope you're getting it. So that means if required roles are not required, so in that case we are going to return true. So that means that route anyone can access. Now I'm pretty sure you are able to understand. So what we are simply telling that if not required roles, that means what we are telling that okay, for this particular route we don't have any roles, that means anyone can access. So you're going to return true. Okay, let me remove this. And then what we are going to do, or else we are going to get our current user. And to get the current user, how we are going to get it, so we take this context and this will give me the switch to HTTP, and this will give me get request. And how this will work, right? So this user object is attached to the request in the JWT Auth guard, remember, and where it will actually extract this user information from the JWT token payload, and this will give me the user. Now what we're going to do, so first I'm going to check if the user is exist or not. So I'll check if the user is not exist. So I'm going to throw new forbidden exception error, and I want to show that user is not authenticated. Okay, and now once all of this is done, now we are going to simply check for this certain route what kind of roles are required. So whether it's a user level permission or it's admin level permission, right? So now we can do const check, or let's do has required role. So let's say I have two controller A and controller B. So for this controller I need a admin level access, for this controller I need user level access, means user or admin both can access. Now I will be checking here how. So I'm going to simply check that required roles dot sum, I'll do role, and I'll do user dot role. Remember, we are storing the role in the user. I'm pretty sure you are able to relate all of this. So you already stored this user role in the JWT while storing the token. So from there I'll be getting the role, and this role I'm going to check here that this can be either user or admin. and then I'm also going to check if not has required role. If it is false, so in that case what I'll do, that you don't have permission, right? So I'll do a throw new forbidden exception, and I'm going to do insufficient permission. Okay, and then or else we are going to return true in all other cases. So now let's save all of this and let's see what we are doing. We have done a lot of things. See, first of all, now let's understand the workflow, that how the workflow is working. See, this is how it will work. So first of all, client will send a request, right, to the protected route. So let's say you have a protected route or something like route A, right? So what client side, from the client side, from your front end, you're going to send a request. Once you will send the request, we have the JWT Auth guard, correct? So what this will do, right, this will validate your token. It will validate the token and it will attach the current user in the request. Okay, so once it will do this, after that this roles guard is going to check if current user role matches the required role. That means for this particular route, if this route can be accessible by only admin, but the current user is a normal user, not admin, so in that case we are going to deny, right? So after this what will happen, if match found, so we are going to allow the user, right? So we'll allow the user, or you do proceed to controller, simple proceed to controller. If not, so you're going to do a forbidden exception. I'm pretty sure now you'll be able to, this will be clear, right? So this is all the things whatever we have done. So first it's actually checking. Now this reflector is nothing but to access this metadata. That's it, right? So now what we are going to simply do, so we are going to simply check how many required roles we are having. It will check in both the method level and also in the class level. If no roles are required, so that means this is a unauth route, anyone can access, right? If you're not a authenticated user, then also you can access, so you're going to return true. Or else I'm going to get the current user. If the user is not present, means you are not authenticated, so you're going to return an exception. Then I'm going to check that, okay, now you check how many what is the current required role for that particular controller. So if that route required a admin role, but if the current user is a normal user, so you're going to again return insufficient permission, right? In the other cases, we are going to return true. So we have done a lot of things, and this is the flow. So I'm going to just comment it here. Save this, and this is all about the roles guard that we need. So now we have completed roles guard. Now we need to create one more decorator that will give us the current user. And once we'll do all of this, then what we're going to do, right, we will go to our auth controller, and remember we need to create these two more routes. Now here in this case you can see this one as an example only. This register and the login route, you see we don't have any guard here. That means anyone can access this route. But if you go to here, right, the first one, this is a protected route. The second one, this is not only protected route, but also there is a second level of check. And once we'll implement these two, right, you'll be able to understand that how these things are working. So first let's implement that decorator to get the current user information, and then we're going to implement these two. So let's go to decorators. I think we already have the roles decorator here, and then I'm going to create one more, and this will be current user dot decorator dot ts, and this will be pretty simple. So what you're going to do, simply I'll just do export const current user, and here what you're going to simply use, so we'll use this create param decorator. Now this will be executed when this decorator will be processed at the runtime. So let's say you need to get this current user information in your controller, right, in the controller. So if you pass this decorator here, right, you'll be able to extract that. So this is only helpful in these scenarios, right? So instead of doing manually, you just call this decorator and you will be getting the current user information once the user is authenticated. So now what you can do, simply you'll use this create param decorator, and here inside of this we'll just take a function, and here we're going to take two things. So first I'm going to take a data, so this type will be unknown, and then I'm also going to take a ctx, which will be my execution context. I think these we have also checking the previous part, so execution context, right? So this is the optional data and this is the execution context, which actually give you the access to the request object, right? And from the request object you will be able to get the current user using this, right? So just now we have done, so we have used this switch to HTTP and get request. So this will give you the your user information from the JWT auth guard, where it will extract from the token and it will give you the current user information. And here what I'm going to simply do is I'll just do const request. This will be the ctx dot switch to HTTP dot get request. That's it. And this will actually return the current user. So I'll do request dot user. Save this. And I think that's it. So this is all the things that we need. And how we are going to use this, so we can simply directly use this in the controller. So that also I'm going to show you. So we are simply doing nothing. So just we are calling this create param decorator, where we are simply getting the current user information from the context, where we are calling the switch to HTTP and the get request. So this will give you the current user information. Now once we've done all of this, now we need to go back to the auth controller, and remember we have actually keep a placeholder of these two things. Alright, so now with this we have completed our auth guard, JWT strategy also we have implemented, roles decorator, and also how we are going to get the current role. Now let's see how we are going to apply all of this in our controller level, because at the end what we need to do, right, we need to protect the route, correct? So first what we need to check, we need to get the current user information, right? And to do this, the first thing we are going to do the following things. Now remember, we have this JWT auth guard, and this auth guard we are going to use here. To how we are going to do that, so we have this use guard decorator, and here we are going to pass the JWT auth guard. Okay, so this is the first thing. That means we are telling that okay, this is now a protected route, and it will automatically protect. How? Because we are passing the auth guard and the strategy is JWT, right? And also we have implemented the JWT strategy here. So this is the first thing. Second, we are also going to do, so I'll do a get here, and then I'm going to pass this one as profile. So this will be my route name. So this I want to get the current user profile, and then I'll give get profile, and here now I'm going to use that current user decorator. Just now we have created the current user decorator, this one. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and I'll do inside this @ current user, and this will give you the user, and I'll do user any, and I'm simply going to return the current user. That's it. Save this. Also we need to do another thing, so let's go to our auth module, and remember I kept some placeholders. See that we need to actually provide all of this. So first thing, we have already registered this JWT while doing register and the login functionality. We are this is for our controller, so we don't have to do anything here. So we are doing auth service. Now we need to also pass the JWT strategy. Also we are going to pass the roles guard. Two things, and in the export I'm also going to pass the roles guard, because this we need in other controllers also, other modules also, right? So now we have done all of this. Remove this, save this. Now we will go to our app, no, not app module, which one? Auth controller. So this is the first one we have created. Now we are going to do another protected route, that will be to create admin user. So how we are going to do this? So first of all, this will be, I'm going to give this one as post, and let's give this one as create admin. And inside this, now I'm going to tell that okay, this will be a protected route and only admin user can access this. And how we are going to do this, right? So for this one, we are going to import these roles that we have implemented from our decorator. Now if you go to our decorator, go to roles decorator, you can see that we have these roles, right? And here I'm going to tell that okay, this will be for admin user, so only admin user can access this route. So I'm going to get our user role, and I'll do .admin. Okay. Second, I'm also going to tell that this will be a protected route, so I'm going to do use guard, and here I'm going to pass the JWT auth guard. So this is the first level of check, and also I'm going to pass the roles guard now. See how this is working, right? So both the checks we are doing, not only the protected route, but also you're checking if the user is admin user or not. And how we are doing that? So you're specifically saying that okay, this will be a admin protected route, and then I'm going to create. Okay, let me pause this. And now after this, I'm going to create admin, and I'll do @ body, and here I'm going to take the register DTO, and this will be register DTO, and inside this I'm going to return these dot auth service dot create admin, and I'm going to pass the register DTO, and this is done. So let's save this. Let's see if we are getting any error or not. I think there should not be any error, right? So the most important part, you need to understand that how we are actually applying the auth guard here, and also how we are doing the role based authentication here. So we are simply telling that this is a admin level route, and here we are giving two checks. So first, it has to be authenticated user, second it has to be admin user. Okay, now let's go there. What I'm going to do, right, so I'll go to login user. I think this is my user, right? So let's send this. Okay, let's send one more. I think we have, okay, this will be localhost 3000. All right, so get our token. Now what I'm going to do, right, so first I'm going to create one more request here. So I'll do get profile, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to do auth/profile, because if you go here, right, this is the name that we have given, and try to send. See, awesome, you're getting 401, right? Because now it's automatically this JWT auth guard will check that using this, because we are extending this auth guard from passport where we are mentioning that this is a JWT strategy, so we need to get the token and everything, right? And this is actually doing all of this, right, that you have an unauthorized access, right? So now what you're going to do, simply you will go to our authorization, or let's go to header. We can add authorization here, and I'm going to add a bearer, and let's go to the login user. I'm going to copy and this, and I go here and then paste it. Let's try to send, and this is working fine, right? Also we can check it that if any admin try to access this, so we should be getting role as admin. But to check this one, I'm going to add one more request, because we need to check that create admin route also, right? So I'm going to do post, copy this, and then I'm going to do auth/create admin, go to register, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to do create admin user, go to body, go to draw, paste this one. I'm going to do admin, I'm going to name as admin also. So now let's do send here. Okay, I'll try to send. So you're getting unauthorized, because there has to be only one admin user, they can create another admin. Now see how security and everything is working, right? So you can't directly admin directly, or else anyone can come from outside and they can create an admin user, right? That should not happen. So there has to be one user, they can create another admin user. But here now we have a problem, and the problem is, see, we can't directly create admin user, right? So if you go to the logic of register, and if you see, we are directly passing role, and this makes sense because always anyone can come from outside and they can create admin user. So the first admin user we always need to create manually, or let's say by using some script, and this is actually a good approach, right? But next time when we are going to create one more new admin user, so that particular, the first admin user can create the other admin users, right? So this will make your app more secure. To do this one, what you can do, right? So first of all, I already created SQL query, so this we are going to use. So I'm just going to show you that how I have done this one. So I'm just going to copy this, go to auth service, and then inside constructor just log this, save this, and you'll see that you'll be getting a secured password, right? Encrypted one. So once you'll receive this, that password you can use to create the first admin user. Okay, so I'm not okay where we are getting that. Okay, let's save one more time. See, so you're getting this password, right? So we can copy this, and we can just replace this here. And now I'm going to copy this, copy from here. So adding admin and role is admins. If you notice, go to your database, right click, go to query tool, and then you can just paste it, and then just do execute, and you can see that they executed successfully. And if you go here and then just do a view and edit all rows, and you can see that you will be getting another admin user where the name is admin, role is also admin, and this is the password. So now what you can do, you can go here and just I want to check this, right? So we'll go to login. I'm going to make this one as admin, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 I'll do send. So you're getting, now this is now admin user, so you're getting role admin. I'm going to copy this access token, go to get profile, and now see, I'm going to change this, right? So I'll just replace this with the admin one, and now let's send this, see what will happen. See, you're getting role is admin. Awesome, right? So now this token you can use to create another admin. I hope you're getting the flow. Now what will happen if I just go to login, and let's say try to log in with my normal user, send it, and now I'm going to get this token. So I'll copy this token, go to create admin, go to headers, add authorization, and I'm going to do bearer, and then paste it. And now if you go to the body, let's change this one to admin1, and name I'm going to do admin1. Okay, and I'm going to do send. See, insufficient permission. Awesome, right? So how this is working, so if you go here, normal user can't create an admin, so it's actually failing in this level. Sorry, not here in the controller, so it's failing here. These role guards now will take care of everything. So you're mentioning that only admin user can create another admin, so it's actually failing here. But if you go here, go to login, and now I'm going to log in with another admin, and I'll do send, and I'm going to get this token. So get the token here, go to create admin, go to headers, and then I'm going to replace this one with the admin token. Send here, and let's see what is happening. Body I'll keep the same. Now try to send. New admin user is created. Awesome, right? Now I'm pretty sure you're getting the idea, right, how everything is working. So if you go here, right, I'm going to just do, I always do like this, go back and forth, I like that. So we'll go to all rows, and you can see that I'm getting 3 user now, and both are admin. So there can be possibility that there can be multiple users also, right? Multiple admins, not user, multiple admin. But I just want to show you the flow, that there is no way normal user can create another admin user. So only admin can create another admin, and this is the advantage of implementing this RBAC, or the role-based access control. So it's actually failing here. So it will always, this roles guard will check that if that user is an authenticated user, so this will check the first level of check, and the second level of check will be handled by this roles guard. So with this, we have actually completed all the flows related to authentication, authorization, register, login, refresh token, and also getting the current user role. So this current user will give me the current user role, right? Now we need to make some changes in the post controller also. So if you go to post controller, right, so for example, let's say I want to give some validation that only admin user can delete post, something like that. So those kind of things. So let's implement that logics also in the post controller, so in the post module. So we need to make couple of changes in this module also. Alright, so first we need to change some of the relation with the author here. If you go to the user entity that we have added one-to-many with the author name, right? So the same thing we need to change here. Currently we are hard coding or passing this on while creating the post, but now with this we need to change to a many to one, and this will refer to our user entity, and here we are going to get user.post, and here we are simply going to pass this author name, and this will be user. Okay, so this will refer to the user entity. So that means each post belongs to one user or one author. Okay, so this is the first change that we need. The second thing, now we need to go to our post service. Now here we need to make, see, we already have some error. The first one, so when we are doing find all the post, so here we are doing these.post repository.find, right? Now I also need to enter my author data, or means which user is creating this post. And to do this, I need to pass a relation here, and I'm going to pass this one as, so this will be my author name. So this is the first change. I'm just adding that relation. Similarly here for find one also, I think we can do the same, where we are finding based on the ID. So so you're doing find. So let's do one thing. Instead of this find one by, I'm going to do find one, and here I'm going to pass where, and I need to pass the ID, and also I want to pass a relation, and I'm going to pass the author name. So this will be for find one. Okay, second we also need to do for create. Now for create, what we are going to do simply, so here, so we are doing newly created post, and here what I'm going to do simply, I also will take my author name here, which I'm going to get from my post entity, sorry, from user entity. So I'm going to get the user entity here, and instead of passing this author name, just I can pass this author name here. So this author name that I'll be having, and it will automatically pick from that corresponding entity whenever I'll be creating any author, and it will automatically check that if the user is authenticated, and based on that it will going to get that current user or the current author information. It's going to store in the DB. And then also we need to change here also update, right, because we can't directly do this one. And for this one, what we can do, we can simply just remove this from here. That's it. So you don't need this one. Now what you can do, you can also give some kind of check. For example, I'll give you one homework that you can give some check in the create and update, that give some check like something like that you can only update your own post, right, or you can delete your own post, or admin can only delete the post, something like that. And you can actually, what I'm trying to say, you can explain multiple things, right? So don't rely what I'm trying to explain or what I'm writing in this particular video. Get the idea and try to experiment, add more logic on top of it, give some more validation. You already know all the auth related concepts that we have covered so far, right? So this is all the things that we need for now here. And let's go to the remove. I think remove we can keep it like this. So this will be the changes that we need. Now we need to go to our post controller. Now in the post controller, if you see, we are already getting some error right here, create and everything. So this we need to now change. So the first thing, so here we are having the get all post. Now remember, get all post, it's up to you whether you want to give validation here also, but I think let's make this on unprotected route, right? So that means any user can check all the post. Okay, same for the getting single post, this also any user can do. But now here come, while creating we need to give some guard. Now here what we can do, right, before doing that we also need to go to our post module, and in this module what you need to do, can you guess? Very important, because we are now using the auth guard, and if you go to the auth module, you can see we already exported the auth service here. Remember, I already mentioned that whenever you want to use any other module from a different module, you need to export that service, and that you need to import in that particular module where you want to use this. So for example, I want to use the auth module inside post module, so I need to do what? I need to import this. So I'm going to get the auth module here. See, these concepts are very important. Okay, try to practice all of these. That means I need to get or use the auth module, so I need to import this, and also this, that is the same reason I've exported from this auth module, this auth service. So now I can go to post controller, and let's do one thing. When you are going to do create post, right, I want to give some guard now. So what I'm going to do, I'll simply do use guards. So this part we've already done, and now I can do JWT auth guard. Okay, so this will give me the validation. And now what I'm going to do, now you will think that, okay, how I will be getting my current user, right? And to do that, what you can do, so you can simply get the current user DTO, that, sorry, current user decorator that we have implemented, and here this will give me user, which will be any, and here what we can do, you can simply pass that user here, right? Now this we need to check that whether we are getting the user information correctly or not, or else we need to fix, but this is the first change. Second thing, when we are going to do update, that also we need to give use guard, and here I'm going to pass the JWT auth guard, right? Same thing we also need to do here also. So I'm going to get the current user, and here also I'm going to get user, which will be any, and I need to pass the user here. Okay, I think we haven't passed this in our service, right? So these also we need to pass. Let me just go there. So I think in the update also we need to pass this. So here what we can do, simply we can get our user, and this type will be user. Now also let's do one more validation right here. So when we are going to update, before this I want to check something like this, that if the current post that we are having, this find post to update dot author name dot, so let's do id, if this is not equal to current user dot id, and if the user dot role is not equal to admin, that means if it's not admin user, so in that case I'm going to throw new forbidden exception that you can only update your own posts. Okay, so this is like, this was the homework that I was talking about, but I thought it would be better to do it so that you can also do the same for others. So we're simply checking that whenever any user will be updating any post, I'm checking if that user is not the author and that user is not admin user, so in that case you will not be able to do that. So this is another check. So from here we are passing this user also, so this is done. Now what we can do, simply the last check we are going to do for the delete. Now for delete, what you can do, right, it's up to you how you are going to implement the delete, that whether you can give access to user to delete or only admin can delete, so it's up to you, you can decide, but this is just to show you all the concepts, right? As I already mentioned multiple times, don't take for granted what I'm teaching in this particular video. This video is just to give you different prospects and aspect of this NestJS. It's up to you how you're going to apply all of this in a real project. So what I mean by that, so let's say you have two projects that you are working. In one project the requirement is different, in another project is requirement is different. I hope you're getting right. That means if you're learning one concept, there is no possibility that that particular concept will be applicable to all the projects, right? Very, very important thing. A requirement will differ from project to project. Now whenever it will differ, your idea, means how you're going to implement, it's up to you. Okay, so there are very different ways to implement everything. It's not about NestJS, it's applicable to each and every technology that you will be learning. So for delete, what I want to do, right, so I want to give a admin validation that only admin can delete posts. Just experiment, right? You can change all of this, and here I'm going to give use guards. So I'll do JWT auth guard, and I'm going to do roles guard here. That's it. And then we have delete and everything, rest everything will keep same. So save this, and now this delete no one can access, only admin user can delete this post. Okay, so now let's see if everything is working or not. I think for now this should be fine. Let's check if anything changes needed for delete. I think not needed. Now I'll go here and let's do create new post. So I'm going to make this one as post. So I'll do new post, and now remember we can remove this author name here. Send this. You can see you're getting unauthorized because we need the token right now. Create new post. If you go to create new post, go there. This is actually guarded by auth guard, right? So that is the reason. So now what I can do, I'll go to login. I will log in with my normal user, send this, get the token, go to create, and let's go to headers, add authorization, try to send. Author is required. Okay, author I think we can remove from our validation. That is not needed now because we are already getting author directly from that, right? So let's go to our create post and let's remove this, save it, and also we need to change the title, cannot be longer than, I think this is fine, right? Let's send this. Now new post is created, but here in the author name we are getting only role is user. Okay, we are not getting the complete information of the user. This part we need to check. This is important, right? Why this is happening, not sure, but we need to debug, right? We are only getting the, maybe in some of the places we are only returning user.role. That is the reason we are only getting the role here, but we need to get the complete user information. Okay, I got it now. Maybe that is the reason in the get profile also we are getting only role as admin. Got it. So this part we need to fix, but we are able to add this, right? So now if you see what I'm going to do, right, now let's go to get all post. So I'm going to remove this, send this. So we are getting this one, but so this is the new post that we have created, but we are not getting the author name here. Oh, okay, makes sense, right? Because the author name we are not getting because there is no role we are only getting. So this part we need to check. Let me quickly check that why this error is happening. That in the current let's go to auth decorator, and in the current role, so here actually we are not getting the complete user information, we are only getting the role. So I need to debug this. So let me quickly check this, and then I'm going to fix that. What is the problem here? See everyone, I immediately got the issue, and if you notice, right, in the strategy where this is async method but there is no await, and this is the small issue that occurring this many problem. And the problem is because if I don't use await, it's returning promise. Now in that case we can directly return this, or we can simply do, we can just do id will be user.id, then also I can return the role which will be user.role, and also let's return the email which will be user.email, and also if you want you can return the name which will be user.name. That's it. So now let's save this, and I think this I already have tested, this will solve the issue. So now let's go there, and if you go to the login, right, let's start with register. I'll register a new user, Sangam1. I'll send this user is now created. I'm going to log in with this user, so I'll do Sangam1 send. So I got the token. Now copy this, and if you see, go to the get profile, right, you can see I'm already getting the results. I'll just change this one to this token, send, and you can see that we are getting role user name this, and email this, and name we are getting, and role is a normal user. Awesome. And now if you go to the create new post and go to authorization, go to headers, replace this with this new token, go to body, and I'm going to do new post added by Sangam1 user, send this, and see, now you're getting the author name, right? So id, email, name, and user, role. And if you go to get all post now and try to send, and see the latest one, forget to the others. So in the latest one you are getting the author name. Okay, and these we are getting because in the in the post controller, if I go to the post controller, post service, in the find all, I am actually including all the author name where it is returning the password also. So what you can do, right, you can just do your homework here, and you can only return the name, email, and id, or maybe the role. So it's up to you, but at the end I'm getting the proper author name. Now you can do one thing, try to delete a particular post. So let's say I want to delete this 4th post, so I'll go to delete post, and then I want to delete this 4th post. I want to do send, I'm getting unauthorized. I'll go to login, I will copy this from here, I'll go to delete, go to headers, go to authorization, and I'll add bearer token, send this, insufficient permission, so admin only can delete. Awesome. Now go to login, go to admin, send, copy the token, go to delete, change the token, and now try to delete. You're getting 204 and it's deleted. You go to get all post, send this, so 4th post is gone. Now again, I already mentioned, right, the delete part, it's up to you whether you want only admin to delete or only that user can delete. It's up to you, doesn't matter, it's coming from a project requirement, but at the end you need to understand the concept. So with this we have actually given the validation on the post level also. The main thing what you need to understand from this complete tutorial, that whatever you have covered, whether you are able to understand this JWT strategy, then guard, JWT guard, role guard, roles decorator, and current user decorator, how all of these things are working. This is the most important part here. If you're able to master this part, and then how we are applying all of this in the controller, that based on that how we will restrict the user based on their role, if you're able to understand all this properly, you will be able to do any project. Believe me, you will not be able to do all of this with a single go, right? If you create a single project, it's not going to help you. You can you mark my words, I also faced the similar issue, like I was not able to connect all the dots, right? Every time I will I will read the NestJS documentation, I'm going to learn new things. Like, it's so extensive and it's so well written, it's so good. So that is the reason, don't rely on this video or like ChatGPT like everyone is doing now. So go to their official doc, right, and learn all the each and everything. There are a lot of other things that are mentioned. At the end, what I'm not giving all these lectures because I want you to understand all this, right? Create multiple projects and small projects, and then only you'll be able to master all of this. So with this, we have completed the CRUD and complete authentication and authorization with JWT. Now let's move on to the next part. Alright everyone, so with this I think we have almost covered all the basic things that you need to know to start your journey with NestJS. We've covered concepts like module, controller, services, how you can create decorators, authentication, authorization, role-based access control, and a lot of things. So now in couple of next section we are going to learn some of the some extra things that you need to know. So first we are going to implement a rate limiting technique, right? So for this one, what I have decided that for the login endpoint that we are having, right, so we are going to apply some rate limiting on that. So for example, let's say if user is entering wrong password 5 times, after that we are going to block that user for some time. And for this, what you're going to do, you're going to use this NestJS Throttler package, right? So here we are going to use this, and I'm also going to show you the exact process that how you're going to create or manage rate limiting, and also I'm going to show you that how you can create a custom rate limiting technique also, right, or custom rate limiting guard, how we can do that. So first let's copy this, and then we'll go here and let's install this. Okay, so once this is done, you can see that first we need to do what? So in the root module, so always in the root module we need to import this. So here we are using this for root, and then we are using these two options, TTL and limit. So what this TTL is does, so it's like time in milliseconds, right? So for example, this is like 1 minute, and then the limit is number of limits that you want to limit to a request. So per request, or sorry, not per request, so this will be limit to 10 requests per TTL, means 1 minute 10 requests. So here if you change this one to like 6 to 1 2, so it will become 2 minutes, so it will be 10 requests in 2 minutes, something like that. So you can basically manage this like that. So I think this should be done. So now what we can do, next step, we will go to our app.module.ts, and I'm going to import this here. So let's do throttler module dot for root, and here what we are going to do, simply, so you can I think copy from here also, right, or you can directly take this one as array. So inside this I'm going to pass array, and here I'm going to pass TTL. So I'll do 60,000, and I'm also going to pass limit as 5. Let's keep 5. Now it's I think I don't have to explain here. If you want to experiment, you can change all of this, right? So this is the first step. Now when you are doing this, that means your throttler module is now available throughout all the modules, right, or all the application. Now what you are going to do, I'm going to show you that how you can create a custom login rate limiting technique, right? So what you can do, you can go to auth, inside guards, I'm going to create one more file, and let's give this one name as login throttler, and let's give maybe .guard.ts. The first thing, we are going to import injectable, and then I'm just going to create a class. So I'll do export class. Let's give this one as login throttler guard, and this extends the throttler guard from NestJS Throttler package. Now here what we are going to do, now see how now the point is how we are going to track the user information, right? Means how we are going to understand that when I need to block that particular user in login, so I need some kind of data, right? How we are going to do that, right? So I'm going to show you that when I'll go to the login here, see I'm writing this email, right? Now this email, whenever user will be logging, so they will definitely enter their own email, right? So this email I'll be getting from where? So I'll be getting from my request.body. I hope you are getting, because we are sending this one from body, right? So and we will be sending this one from client side through body. Now this request.body.email will give me this user email, and with this user I will be able to track it. I hope you are getting, right, that whether this user or the same user is logging multiple times or not. And to do this one, I'm just going to create a protected async method, and I'm going to give this one as get tracker. Okay, and here what I'm going to do simply, so I'll do const email, and I'm going to get this one from request dot body, and this will be dot email. So if email is present, or else I'm going to give anonymous for now. I think MOUS. All right, then I'm just going to do return, and then I'll do something like prefix that login, and then I'm going to pass this email. That means I'll be able to understand, okay, this user is actually login, and then I'll be able to track it. Once they log in 5 times, after that I'm going to say like you have already attempted more than 5 number of attempts or something like that, and please try after some time. Then what I'm going to do now, here you can also set the limit. Now whatever limit you want to set, so you can set your custom. Now remember, this is actually a custom one, right? Custom throttler you are creating. So I'll do set limit to 5 attempts maybe, and I'm just going to create one more protected, and I'll do get limit, and here what I'm going to do, I'll return a promise, and I'm going to return a number, and here what I'm going to simply do, I'm going to return promise dot resolve, and I'll pass 5. That's it. And then I'm also going to set my time window to 1 minute, means in duration, in how much duration you want to give user 5 attempts. So whether it will be 2 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes, it's up to you how you're going to do it. So I'm going to give a window time of maybe 1 minute, and to do this one, I'm going to do protected get TTL, and here I'm also going to do a promise number, and then simply return promise dot resolve, and I'm going to pass 60,000. Okay, and then I'm going to add a custom message, error message. So I'm going to do protected async, and let's do throttling exception, right? And here I don't need all of this, so just return promise void, and we can remove all of this. You can also get the execution context also here. So what I'll do, simply I'll just going to return, or sorry, throw new throttler exception, and here you are going to write the message. So I'll do something like too many attempts, please try again after 1 minute. So why we are giving 1 minute? That is because we have given the time window of 1 minute. You can change this or whatever based on your project requirement. So now you have a custom like login rate limiting. Now will this will work? No, right? Because we need to apply this one in our controller. So now you'll go to auth controller, and in the login controller you just need to do what? So you'll be using guards. See, we have already used guards, right? So you'll use the use guard decorator and pass this login throttler guard. That's it. And this is the only changes you need to do. Now see, I'm just showing you only for one controller, but it doesn't matter if you're doing for multiple. At the end the concept is same. So if I'm only doing for login, what you should do next, right? After login, try to apply this logic in some other controller. So apply your renovate. I always mention this point, if you notice all my videos, that apply your own logic, apply your own idea. Don't follow what a YouTuber is doing, right? And in that way you'll be always stuck in this tutorial hell. You have to watch multiple videos, then only you will be able to understand, which you should not do. So what I'm trying to say, if I'm doing for login, instead of doing only for login, pause the video and try to do for some other controller. I hope you're getting. So now I think this should work, and then what I'm going to do, I'll see if there is any error or not. I think there should not be any error. Okay, there is no error. I think I also have logged something, right? No, I think this is fine. Let me just check the post controller once. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, simply I'll go to the here and try to give wrong credentials. So I'm going to give this and then try to send. So getting okay, so I'll give some wrong one, so I'll give this one. So send here to, let's do one more time. See, Awesome, right? So here now you're getting too many attempts, please try again after 1 minute. That means this is working absolutely fine, right? This part is working, so it's automatically handling, and it's checking that okay, for this particular controller you're try multiple times, so it will actually block this one for 1 minute, and then after how many times? After 5 times. So this is how you need to do it. So you can send it again, it will not work, right? So you're not getting, after 1 minute only you'll be able to try it. So this is done. So this is the concept of rate limiting. I know this is not that much in depth, but I think I don't have to explain much here also, right? So you can experiment. At the end the concept will be same. You can create multiple throttler also based on your requirements. So try to experiment, and let's move on to the next one. So in this section now we are going to learn two things. So first we'll be learning how you can implement in-memory cache with this NestJS Cache Manager. Second thing, we are going to learn how you can implement pagination also. Okay, now in my part 2 of the Node.js series, I've already covered how you can use Redis with microservices. So you can see that what I will do, right? What I've actually decided that in the next part, when I'm going to implement the advanced NestJS video that will be coming in Node.js part 5, so there I'll be using Redis. So here all the things whatever we are going to implement using this cache manager, that actually is stored in a memory, right? So it's a in-memory cache. We can also use something like Redis, but for this particular video, because this is for beginner level, so we're not going to cover. So you're going to install these two packages. So one will be cache manager and one will be NestJS / cache manager and cache manager, both the things. So now let's copy this first, and both the things we're going to do side by side, and it will be easy to understand, right? So that is the reason I've decided to cover both pagination as well as caching. Now what I'm going to do, right? So we'll go here and then I'm going to install this. In the meantime, we need to do a couple of changes for the for this one. Okay, let's wait for something. I think once this is done. So first, once again, whenever we are going to use some new feature, right, so new config or new module, we need to go to our app module and we need to register or import this cache module, right? We need to register this. So I'm going to close everything else, just like we have done for the throttler, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to import cache module, and I'm going to do register, and here I'm going to pass couple of options. So I'll do is global will be true, so that it will be available globally. Then I'm going to do TTL. I'm going to do this one as, let's make 30 seconds maybe. So after 30 seconds cache will expire. So this is the time where it will take the default cache expiration, right? And it will basically expire. So I'm going to do 30,000, and then I'm going to do max 100. Max 100 is nothing but there can be maximum 100 items in the cache, and you can also get all of these options here also, right? And search for TTL. If it is there, we can check it. So it will be the time in milliseconds. Now once I register, so this is the first step we need to do. Once we'll do this, second thing, I'm also going to create some DTO for a pagination, right? So for pagination, couple of things we need. So what I can do, because this pagination DTO you can use in multiple modules, so instead of doing this one in the post module, what I can do, you can create a common folder inside this source folder, and I'm going to give this one name as common, and then I'll create one more folder, I'll give DTO, and then let's create pagination query dot DTO dot ts. Okay, and here I'm just going to do export class, and let's do this one as pagination query DTO, and here I'm just going to how it will work, right? So let's say you're having localhost 3000 / posts, and then you're going to have page equal to 1, and there can be limit which will be 10. So this many limit I want to get for every page, something like that, right? So we're going to have page and the limit, and these are a normal pagination concept, nothing to explain here. Both can be is optional, so I'm going to import. Then I'm also going to give a type here, so I'll do a type, and let's make this one number. Then I'm also going to do is int. Let's give this one a message that page must be an integer. Then I'm also going to take a min, so we need to have a min also, and I'm going to min as 1, and message I'll give something like page must be at least 1, or else this doesn't make sense. Then I'm going to have page, which will be type will be number, and I'm going to give a value of 1. Okay, so this is the first property we have. Then I'm also going to do the same for limit also. Copy these instead of rewriting. So I'll do type as number, isInt, I'll do limit, then min will be 1. Also I'm going to take one more, which will be let's take a max also here, and I'm going to give this one as 100, cannot exceed 100. Okay, now here I'm also going to give a limit, and number I'm going to give 10. Now let's save this. So these two things we need in our pagination DTO. So we need the page, which is also optional, and limit also, this will be optional. Once we'll do that, now we also need to get the pagination response. How we are going to get once we are going to hit the list data, so in which format we'll be getting. So normal standard pagination response, how it will work, right? So you're going to have a current page, which will denote that which page, in which page we are getting the data. Then we are going to have items per page, that how many items we are having for each and every page, total number of items. So let's say you're creating a e-commerce and there are 100 products, so that will be a total number of items, that is total 100 products. Total pages, so total pages is nothing but, let's say you're having 100 products and the limit is 10, so it will be 10 pages. I hope you're getting. Then we are going to have the has previous page and has next page. So this will be our pagination format. So let's do one thing. Let's inside common only, I'm going to create a interfaces, and then I'm going to give something like paginated response, or anything you can give. Paginated response looks fine. Dot interface dot ts, and here I'm just going to do export interface. Let's keep pagination meta, right? So I'll do format, and here what I'm going to do, I'll do a current page will be number. Then we're going to have items per page, this will be also number. Then we are going to have total items, this will be number. Then we are also going to have total pages, this will be also number. Then I'm also going to get another one, that will be has previous page, this will be boolean. Also I'm going to do has next page, which will be boolean. So these all the things I need in the pagination meta. Now I'm going to create the response. So I'll do export interface, and I'll do paginated response, and here I'm just going to give, so following things I'll be having. So I'll be having the items, right, which will be array definitely, and then I'm also going to have a meta, which will be my meta format, which is this paginated meta format. So this will be my, so whenever, see, normally what will happen, whenever you'll see any popular website, their pagination response will be something like this only. You'll be getting all the items, these items you're going to render in the UI, and then in the meta we'll be getting current page items, how many items you're having for page, total pages, total items, has previous page or has next page. Some of the things are optional, you can like manage whatever you like. So for now I'm going to keep in this format only. So now we've done this. Now I'm going to create one more, that I'll be going to my post inside DTO. I'll be creating find posts query dot DTO dot ts. So this one I'm going to create an export class find posts query DTO, and this extend the paginated query DTO. And here, so this DTO is nothing but is extending the pagination DTO, and it will, we are going to add some filtering options where we can, let's say we want to filter the post based on title or some other properties. So here what I'll do, I'll simply take a is optional, and I'll do is string message. I'm going to do title must be a string. Also I'm going to take a max length 100, and I'm going to give a message something like title search cannot exceed 100 characters. Okay, then I'm going to take a title which is optional, and this will be type will be string. That's it, right? So you're extending and adding one more property that if you want to search, we can also implement search. So three things we have done, right? So you've created our pagination query DTO. We're going to have the page and the limit, the response, this is the meta structure, and this is the paginated response. We'll be having items and the meta. And here we are going to add one more DTO where we have added one more property which is the title. Now next step will be we need to make changes in main in our two places. First one will be in our post service. So there we are going to implement the caching also, and after once this is done, we also need to change in the post controller, because where we are doing this find all and everything, right? So now this part will change the moment we are going to implement the pagination. So let's see how we are going to do these two files. Alright, so now we are going to implement the pagination as well as the caching part. So first thing what we are going to do, right, we need to, I want to show you one thing, that we need to interact with our cache store, we need to inject this in our constructor, right? So we need to use this inject cache manager. Now this cache manager we are going to import from this NestJS package, and this cache we are going to import from this cache manager. So we have two packages, right? So this will be our first step. So let's do one thing, we'll go here. So this is our constructor inside post service. Also let's close everything else, and what I'm going to do, I'll just do inject, and here I'm going to inject cache manager, and here I'm going to give this on private, and let's keep this one as cache manager, and this I'm going to import from cache package, which is from the cache manager. Okay, so this is the first step. Also we need to actually keep a track of all the cache keys that we are going to manage, and for that I'm going to take a private, let's give this one name as maybe post list cache keys, and I'm going to give this one as set, this will be a string, and here I'm going to give this one as new set. So this is another step we need. So now what we can do, right, so we need to start working on generating the cache keys. So when we are going to do it, right, so we need to manage couple of things. So first, when we are going to fetch the list of post, we are going to handle the cache. When we are going to do single post, that time also we need to do it. When we are going to create a new post, so in that time what we are going to do, right, so every time we are going to create, we are going to invalidate whatever previous or existing cache is there. The same thing we need to do for update also, right? Also I think we need to do the same thing for delete also. So we're going to do this one, but let's do step by step. First, after this I'm going to create private, and I'll do generate posts list, let's give cache key, and here I'm going to give query. So this will be find post query DTO that we have created, and the return type will be string. And here what I'm going to do, so I'm going to take a couple of things, right? So remember, in the query I can have following things. So I can have a page, because this will have a page, right? Pagination will have a page, that in which page you are currently at. This will also have a limit, so let's give for now 10, and there can be a title which is also optional. And now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to return this format. So this is just to keep a track of our current cache key. So I'll do post underscore list underscore page, and here I'm going to pass the page. Let's keep underscore limit, and here I'm going to pass the limit, and also I'm going to pass a title where I'm going to keep a track of my current title. Okay, and now here what we can do, right, we can also give either title is present, or else we are going to get all the keys. Okay, so this will be our generated list key that we are going to create. So now we need to start working on the find all. So here we are going to implement the pagination also. Now here we need to make couple of changes. The first thing, the find all will receive a query. Now this query is nothing but, remember, we have created our find post query. So if you go right, so you can see it's actually extending the pagination DTO, where we are having the limit and the page, and here we are given another property which is title, which is optional. So the first thing here, I'm going to get a query, and here I'm going to pass find post query DTO, and the return type also will change. So here I'm going to return a promise, and inside this I'm going to return the paginated response. Remember, we have created paginated response. And here what you're going to do, you're going to pass the type. So the type will be post, because we are returning the post entity. Now here we need to make quite a few changes. The first thing, I'm going to remove this, and let's do step by step. So first we need to generate a unique key based on our parameters. So we're going to have page, limit, and title, right? So first we're going to create that. So I'm going to do const, and I'll do cas key. If you don't know anything about it, I have explain this on very clearly in the part 2 of the Node.js series, where I have discussed about the Redis. Now if you talk about the in-memory cache that we are using for NestJS, or like we are using Redis, the main or the core concept doesn't change, right? So here you're going to have the keys concept, where you're going to set keys or invalidate cache. There also you're having the same thing. So if you cover that part, this part will be easy to understand. And here I'm going to do this dot generate post cache key, and I'm going to pass the query, current query. Okay, so this is the first step. Now we also need to keep a track of this cache key for future invalidation, because when we are going to add a new post, that time we are going to delete this cache. And to do this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this dot post list. See, we have already have this, right? Post list cache key, where we're going to keep a track. So I'll do post list cache key, and I'll do add, and I'm going to pass the cache key that we have just now created. So now this is done. So now what we need to do, we need to get the data. So if there is already data in the cache, we are going to get it from cache, or else we are going to get it from database. So this is the normal generate concept of a caching, right? And to get this, first what we are going to do, I'm going to do const, let's do get cached data. So this will be await this dot cache manager dot get, and here we are going to pass the paginated response. The return type will be post, because we are returning the post entity. You are going to pass the cache key, right? So this will give you the cache data. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now I'm going to do if this get cached data, if this is present, if this get cached data is present, so let's do a log so that we'll be able to track it. So I'm going to do something like cache hit, means we are getting from the cache, right? So we're getting cache hit, and I'm going to do returning what we can do, returning posts list from cache, right? And we can pass the cache key also. Okay, let's give cache key, and then I'm also going to return the get cached data. Okay, I hope this is clear. After this, we are also going to log one more thing. If it is not present, that means the data is not present in the cache. So I'm going to do cache miss, and this returning post list from database. So till this part, this is done. Now I'm going to get my query, right? So I'll do query. So I'm going to do page as 1, limit I'm going to do 10, and also get the title. And now what I'm going to do is simply do calculate or skip. Now these all are nothing related to NestJS. These all are normal JavaScript concept or mathematical ideas. So skip will be your current page. If the current page is 2, so it will be 2 minus 1, which is 1, into limit. Limit is 10, so it will become 10. So if you are in the second page, you are going to skip first 10 items. If you are in the third page, you are going to skip first 20 items, 30, 40, 50, like that. And then I'm going to do a query builder. So I'll do const query builder, and I'm going to do these dot post repository dot create query builder, and here I'm going to pass as post, which is our alias, and then I'm going to do dot, let's do dot left join and select. So I'm going to add here post dot author name, and this I'm going to give this one as author name. And then I'm also going to do, so if you notice one thing, right? Not one thing, I'm getting like too much things you're doing, right? So we don't need to do order by also, not now. I'm going to explain that one later. So in the order by, I'm just going to add the post dot created at, and let's give this one as maybe descending order. And then also I'm going to do a skip, so we are going to add a skip and we are going to pass the skip value, and also I'm going to add a limit which will be my limit will be take, and take will be my limit. Okay, so this will create our query. And now what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to check if title is present, so that means we are actually doing filter. So I'm going to do query builder dot and where. Now see, these all are unit I already mentioned, right? Some of the things, first of all, you need to have good understanding of your Postgres concepts and also TypeORM commands and queries, or else this will be little tricky. So you need to know all of this. I already mentioned this one before also. I'll do post.title, so I'm going to getting from title, right? So I'll do post.title, I'll do I like, and then I'm going to colon title, and here what we are going to do, simply we are going to pass the title, and title we are going to give, so we'll give this %, and then we are going to pass the title. That's it. So now this we are going to filter based on if title is present, then only we are going to do it. And then after this, what we are going to do, simply I'm going to execute the query to get the post from the for the current page. So I'm going to const, and I'm going to get two things. So first thing I'm going to do await, I'll do query builder dot get many and count, and here I'm going to get the items, and also I'm going to get the total items, these two things. And then what we can do, we can get the total pages. So total pages will be simply math.cell, and I'm going to pass the total items divided by limit. So I already mentioned this, if there are 10 items that you are having and that limit is if you're having 100 items and the limit is 5, so you're going to have 20 pages. If the limit is 10, you're going to have 10 pages. If the limit is 1, you're going to have 100 pages. Okay, and now we are going to create the response object. So I'll do response result, and this will be, so we're going to pass the items here, and I'm going to create a meta. Remember, we have that response that we have created, and here we are going to have, so let me just check what we have created here. So I'll do paginated, so we're going to have all of this, right? So I'm going to copy this and let's paste it here. So the current page will be our page, items per page will be limit, total items already we have created, we have created total items, right? Total items we already have, total pages also we have created. Then has previous page, if the current page is greater than 1, that means we are having a previous page. Very simple concept. And has next page, if the page is less than the total pages. That's it. We need to give comma. So this will be our result. And then what I'm going to do, if, remember, all of this we are doing when there is no data in the cache. So that means after doing all of this, we need to store this one in the cache. So we'll do cache manager.set, and I'm going to pass the cache key, and we are going to pass the response result and give a time of maybe this one, 30,000. And then I'm just going to do return response result. So we have done a lot of things, right? So now I think let's see if this is working or not. So to test this one, okay, we're getting some error. We are getting find all. Oh, okay, I got it. So we need to change in the controller also, right? That is correct. So go to controller, and here we need to change this. So first of all, this will be same, the only difference is in the find all, right? I need to pass a query, and here I'm going to pass the query because that is optional, but still we need to pass it. And I'll do find post query DTO. So this is the first thing, and in the return, what I'm going to do, right, instead of this, I'm going to return the paginated response, and here we need to return the post entity. So this will be our return. And here we also need to pass this query as an input. So save this. Now I think this should work. So let's see. Awesome. Now I'll go here, go to get all post. Let's send this one. Okay, we are getting some error. So we're getting database of undefined. Okay, let's see what is the problem. What we are having in the entity, right? Having the author name, this will be created date, so we are using created at. I think this is the reason. Let's see. So now, okay, we don't have any error, so we'll go here and let's send it. See, so now you're getting right, and see what you're getting. We're getting cas miss. Okay, so you're getting from database. Makes sense first time. Now I'm going to send this. See the time here, and if you go, see it getting from the cas. Okay, so this is working fine. Also, I think you can change check here, right? So do page equal to maybe 2 and limit equal to 10. Let's see what is happening. Send this, no result, right? Cas miss. Send it again. Now in this time you're going to get cas it, and working perfectly fine. Okay, so that was the actually problem, that we are using some wrong property name here, entity. So this is done. So now what we're going to do, right? We need to do the same thing for the find one, where we are doing for the single. Sorry, I need to pause for some background noises. Okay, so for find one, right, what we're going to do, the same thing. It's same, very simple. So first we're going to create a cas key. So I'll do const cas key, and let's give this one as post underscore, and I'm going to pass the ID, and then I'm just going to do const cast post. This will be avid these dot cas manager dot get. So type will be my post, and here I'm going to pass the cas key, and then I'm going to simply check if cast post is present. So I'll do the same thing. So I'll go here and copy this, paste it. I'll do returning post from cas, and then I'm going to return the cast key, return the cast post. Else this will be cas miss, and I'll do returning post from db. Okay, so this is done. So after this part will keep same, this also will be same, and then we are just going to store it to our cas, right? So we'll store the post to cas. So I'll do await these dot cas manager dot set, and I'll do cas key, pass the single post and the time, and this is done. Save this. So let's see what is happening, right? So we'll go here, and I want to get the first post maybe. So let's say how many posts we are having. Send this. So having number 3, so I want to get this one only. So let's do -3 send. So we're getting this post, so we're getting cas miss. Now let's send one more time. Now we're getting cas hit. Okay, so it's working fine. Send again, we'll be getting cas hit, right? So this is working fine. Awesome. And you can see the ID also, right? It's actually for that particular ID of that post, ID with 3. So this is done. Now next thing, for create we need to do one more thing, right? So for create, what you're going to do, simply, so all the things will be same. The only thing will be very important here. We are going to invalidate the existing cas, because every time you're going to do a new, right? So for example, let's say you have 5 posts and you're fetching from cas, you add a new post, it will become 6. But if you don't invalidate the cas, what will happen? You will still be getting that 5 posts during that time, right? So 30,000, right? 30 seconds or something, whatever we have given. So during that time we'll not be able to see the new post. So that should not happen, right? So you need to create a method which will do invalidate. What name we should give? Let's give invalidate existing, invalidate all existing list cases. I know, I think this is long, but it will be easy to understand. I think this is done. And then also what we need to do, I need to do one more thing, right? So I'm going to copy this. for update we need to do another thing. So once we'll update all the things whatever is needed, then I'm just going to do something like this. So I'm going to, instead of directly returning, I'm going to do updated post, and this I'm going to do await this.post repository .save, and I'm going to pass a find post to update. Now when we will be updating a post, very important, we need to also invalidate the cache for that specific post. So I'm going to do await this.cache manager.delete, and you're going to pass that post underscore id, and this id will be the current id. Why? Because if you go to find all, you can see that we have already set this with this cache here, this line. So setting with this id, right? So that means if I'm actually updating the current post with id 3, so I need to actually invalidate that cache also. I hope you're getting. And once we'll do that, we also invalidated all the existing cache, and then I'm going to return the updated post here. Okay, so this is done. And for remove, what you're going to do simply, so here we are actually removing. After this we can do the same thing, right? So I'll await this.cache manager.delete, and I'm also going to delete the existing post. So I'm going to do id, I'm going to pass the id, and this will delete. Also let's paste and do the await this.invalidate, what is the name? So I'll copy this and we'll pass it here. Awesome. So now I'm going to create this. So I'll do private async, copy this, and here I'm going to, so this will return promise void, and here I'm just going to do log, let's do invalidating, let's do this dot post list cache keys dot size. So this will give me that, okay, how many we are deleting, entries, and then I'm going to just do for const key of these dot post list cache keys, and I'm going to do await these dot cache manager dot delete, and I'm going to delete the key. That's it. And also after this we are going to clear out if there is any other tracking set. So I'm going to do position cache list dot clear, because we also need to clear all the existing cache keys. I think this would work, right? So now we need to check if it is working. So we'll go here. First I'll go to get all posts, remember. So I'll do this one, I'll do send this. So let's see what is happening here. So you'll be getting cache miss, makes sense. Next time I'll do again, so you're getting cache hit. I'm going to go here, I'll do create new post, and let's try to send unauthorized. Okay, so we'll go here, send this, okay, what is the problem? Oh, we have given 3001. So copy this, go to create new post, go to headers, change this, send it. Now if you go here, right, see, invalidating. Awesome. Now if you go here and go to get all post, now send once again, now you're getting a new post, right? And if you go here, it's cache miss. Awesome, right? So that means every time we're clicking, we are actually deleting all the existing cache, so that next time we'll be getting from the database. And now if you do again once again, you'll be getting from cache it. See, it's very simple. If you know some of the very basic of Redis, right, it is not at all that much complicated, right? So what I think, right, when I do like this kind of caching in my, like in my office work also, like any project, I see caching is not that much difficult. You need to understand the flow. So I think with this, I think I covered a lot of things, right? We have covered caching also, we have covered how you can implement rate limiting, and also pagination and filtering. So now I think this is done. So with this, I think try to practice all of these multiple times. Now let's move on to the next one. So welcome to a new section. So in this particular section, now we are going to understand how you can implement a file upload. So for this one, I'm also going to use Cloudinary Cloud to store our files, and then we are going to get URL, and that URL we are going to store in our Postgres. Okay, And for that we are also going to use Multer middleware, and I'm going to explain each and everything that you need to know for this. Okay, first thing, we are going to install a couple of packages that we need. So we need NestJS config. This is to handle our env variables, environment variables. Then we need this NestJS platform express package, Cloudinary, Multer, and this Streamifier, and then some of the types we need to install. So now let's quickly install the first thing. So I'm going to do npm install, and let's copy this. Okay, so also we need to create one more folder or module which will be file upload. So let's wait for some time till this is done. Alright, so this is done, and I'm also going to copy this to npm install save dev and paste. Awesome. So I think this is done. The first thing, we'll go to our app module and let's import. So I'll import the config module. So I'll do config module dot for root, and here we are going to pass is global will be true. So this is the first step we need. Second thing, what we are going to do, so we need to create a Cloudinary provider, Cloudinary service and module. But before that, we also need to create our main file upload module. So I'm going to do nest generate module, and I'm going to give this one as file upload. All right. Okay, so this is done. Let's install the controller and also the service. So I'll do controller file upload, and then I'm also going to do service. Okay, alright, so I think this is done. So now let's go to our file upload folder, and then I'm also going to create one more folder. Now I'm going to do this one manually. If you want, you can also use a command, but anyway it's fine. So first I will create a provider. Now what this provider will do, right, so it will actually tell us that, okay, what are the configs that we need to use. So for Cloudinary, if you watch my old videos, right, I've used Cloudinary multiple times, right. So if you see, right, we need to use this cloud name, API key, and API secret. These three things we need to use. All right, so let's go there and let's create a Cloudinary dot provider dot ts. So I'm going to do export const, and I'll give this one as Cloudinary provider, and this will be, so I'm going to give a provide, and let's give this one as Cloudinary. Also I'm going to use factory, so let's give use factory. So this factory function will doing nothing, but it will just create the provider value. And here I'm just going to give a couple of things, right. So first I'm going to import Cloudinary. So we'll do import from Cloudinary, and I'm going to do version 2, so it's the new version as Cloudinary, and I'm going to do Cloudinary dot config, and we are going to pass three things, right. So we'll pass a cloud name, which will be process.env.cloudName. Then we are going to use API key, which will be process.env.API key. Also I'm going to use API secret, which will be process.env.API secret. So copy this and paste it. That's it. And once this is done, then we are going to return. Okay, so we need to do it here. So I'm going to return Cloudinary back. So it will return the configured Cloudinary instance, right. So this is going to return configured Cloudinary instance. save this. So this is the first step that we need to do, because first we are handling all the Cloudinary related config and services, and then we can go back to file upload. The reason is why, because file upload is actually dependent on Cloudinary. So Cloudinary is like a middleman, right? So first you are doing, your client will send a request to file upload, you are going to send the file data, and then what Multer will do, Multer will handle that multi-form data, because Multer is a middleware, right? So then we are going to call the Cloudinary service. Cloudinary will store that in the cloud, it will give me a URL back, and that URL I am going to store in my database. So this is the complete flow. And now I'm also going to create one more here. So let's create a service. I'm going to do Cloudinary dot service, let's give dot service dot ts. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do this one as injectable, and let's create export class. I'll do Cloudinary service, and here we are going to take a constructor, and inside this I'm going to inject Cloudinary. Now this Cloudinary is nothing but this provider that we have used. So what this will do, right? So this will inject the Cloudinary instance that was configured in the provider just now we have done, and this string Cloudinary is the injection token that will be defined in the provider, right? We already provide this on here. Now after this also I'm going to take a private read only. Let's take Cloudinary, and I'll give a type as any. I think we need to remove this. Now after this I'm going to create a helper function, or like a business logic, because we are handling with the services we have already discussed multiple times. So I'm going to create upload file method here, and here I'm going to get the file, because I'll be getting the file as input, right? And this, the type will be express.multer.file, and here what this will return, this will return a promise, and the type will be upload API response, and this response will be getting from Cloudinary. So they have a format that what are the things you're going to receive once the upload is successful to the Cloudinary cloud. So you're going to get ID, public ID, URL, secure URL, those kind of things. So this will actually help us to format that data, or this will help us to tell this that okay, this upload file method is going to return me the data in this particular format, which is upload API response. This will return me a promise. This part also I think I have discussed so many times in the previous part of this Node.js series, and this will be upload API response. So this will be upload API response, and here I'm going to do resolve reject, and here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to create a stream. So I'll do const upload stream, and this will be this dot Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload stream, and here I'm going to pass a folder, that now this folder will be in which folder you want to upload this. So I'm going to add a folder, and let's give this one as YouTube NestJS course, and I'm going to give a resource, this comma, and this, let's give a resource type, and this will be auto, so it will automatically detect the type of resource, whether it's image or video, whatever you are doing, right? So this is the first thing. So what we are doing, so let's recap everything once, right? So first we injected this, we are creating a method which will return the upload API response in this format. It's returning a promise. We are creating a, just uploading the stream right here. So we're doing this all the methods you'll be able to see in the documentation in the Cloudinary. We are saying that in which folder I want to upload all the assets, and the resource type I'm actually mentioning here. Once we'll do this will give us a callback. Okay, so here I'll be getting an error which will be upload API error response, and also this will give me a result which will be upload API response. Now here simply we are going to do if there is any error, so I'm going to reject this error, else I'm going to do resolve the result. That's it. And now what I'm going to do simply, right, so let's save this. So after this I'm going to do let's import the Streamify, right? I think we have already installed this one, so I'm going to do import star as Streamifier from Streamifier. So here what we are going to do, simply we will do streamifier dot create read stream, and here we are going to pass the file that we are having dot buffer, and we are going to do a pipe, and we are going to pass the upload stream. So what this will do, this is going to convert the file buffer to a readable stream. That's it, right? So this streamifier actually used to convert the file buffer to a readable stream. Do readable stream, okay, and then it will pipe to the upload stream. If you don't know the concept of pipe and everything, right, these also I have covered in the previous part, in the part 3 I believe, so you'll be able to see from there. Okay, so this is all about the upload file. Now I'm going to create one more, so let's do async, and I'm going to do delete file. So here I will be getting the, sorry, I'm doing in the correct place, right? Yeah, I'll do delete file, and inside this I'm going to get a public ID. Now this public ID you'll be able to see, this public ID will be provided by Cloudinary once the upload is successful. So I'm going to do string, this will return promise any, and here I'm just going to do return these.cloudinary.uploader.destroy, and here I'm going to pass the public ID. That's it. So these two methods we need, one for the upload and one for the delete. So now what we can do, simply we can create a Cloudinary module here. So I'm going to go here and let's do cloudinary.module.ts. so simply this will be a module. So I'm going to take a module, and inside this I'm going to give a providers. So what are the providers you're going to use? So first you're going to use a Cloudinary provider that you have created. So do Cloudinary provider, and also I'm going to pass the Cloudinary service. So these will be my two providers. Also I need to export my Cloudinary service because we are going to use this in the file upload module. So this is done, and now I'm just going to do export class, and we'll give this one as Cloudinary module. Oh sorry, this will be export. Okay, and I think this is done. So these all the things we need. So for now we need to just provide the provider service, and then we are going to export it so that we can use this one in our file upload module. So with this I think the Cloudinary configuration is completed. So first we have created all the provider, we created all the two services for now, one for upload and one for delete, and use those in the module. What I'm going to do next, I'm going to create a env file. I'll go to my Cloudinary, I'm going to copy this cloud name, API key and API secret, because I don't want to show this, and I'll also give you the reason, because of what I'm seeing in my Cloudinary instance, right? So many other people are actually maybe using my credential, which I already mentioned multiple times that you shouldn't do this. See, creating a simple simple account is very simple. So you just have to log in with your Google. You should not use any others API keys or anything. It's actually not really good. So I'm not going to show the API secret and anything. I'm just going to copy paste all the env files. The reason why we need to do that, because we need to get all of this, right? So we need to get the cloud name, API key and the API secret from our environment variables. So once we'll do that, then we are going to start working on the file upload module. Alright, so now we are going to start working on the file upload module, right? So Cloudinary we have completed. So let's go to file upload, and we are going to create the entities first, because we need to create an entity here, right? So I'm going to do entities, and let's give this one as file.entity.ts. So here we are going to give this one as entity, and I'm just going to do export class file, and here I'm just going to do, this will be primary generated column, and I'm going to give a UID here. So this will be ID, which will be string. Then I'm also going to take one column, and here I'm going to take original name. So this will be the file name, file original name. Okay, this will be string. Next I'm also going to take one more column, and this will be MIME type. Again, I'm repeating, if you don't know all of this, you definitely should watch the part 1 to 3, right? I've discussed all of this multiple times, so that is the reason I'm not repeating all this. Column, I'm going to take this one, I'm just going to do size. So this will be, size will be number. Then I'm also going to take some more. So we are going to need the URL. So URL will be the URL that we are going to store in our Cloudinary, and that will be getting back, and this URL we are going to store in our database, right? Because when we need to render this URL in our UI, we need to get the URL back. This will be string. Next, I'm also going to take, so you're going to take another important, that will be your public ID. Now what is this public ID? Now this public ID is the unique ID that will help us to identify the asset that will be stored in our Cloudinary. When we are going to delete a particular asset, we are not only going to delete it from database, we also need to delete from the Cloudinary, right? So this will be the public ID. Then I'm also going to take, let's do one thing. If we need, we can also take a description, right? Although we can keep this one as optional, but here I'm going to do this one as nullable will be true, and I'm also going to take this one as description will be string. Now after this, I'm also going to take a many to one relation, and here I'm going to do user entity, and then I'm going to pass eager as true. Now after this, I'm going to take the uploader, because this will help us to identify that which user actually uploaded that particular asset. And then I'm going to take a created date column, and I'm going to do created at, and this will be date. Awesome. So these all the things we need as a entity. So now what are you going to do, right? So we need to use this entity in multiple files, right? So first we need to use this in our app.module.ts, where you need to register here. So I'm going to get the file entity. Okay, so this is the first step. Second, we need to go to the file upload module, and remember here also we need to do an import, and in this import we are going to take TypeORM module dot for feature, remember, and we need to pass this file entity here also. This is the first import we need. Second import we need the Cloudinary module. Why? If you go to the Cloudinary module here, let's go to the Cloudinary module. See, we are exporting the Cloudinary service. Remember, I already mentioned multiple times, whenever we want to use another module or another service from another module, we need to export it, and then we need to import the same in the module where we want to use. So here we need to import it, right? Because we're exporting from there. And then we also need to register our Malter, because Malter we are going to use as a middleware for the file upload. So for this one, I'm going to import Malter module from NestJS Platform Express package, and then I'm going to do a register, and here I'm going to pass a storage, and this will be my memory storage from Malter. Okay, so these two things we need, and we need to invoke this. Okay, so this will return a storage engine. Now we can also configure this how you want. This also we have also discussed in details, but for now I think these three things we need. We need to register the file entity here, we need the Cloudinary module, and also we need to register the Malter, because we need this for our file upload. So once this is done, now what you're going to do, right now, let's go to file upload module, and I'm going to create one more folder here, and that will be DTO. Because remember, in the file entity we have this description, right, which is optional, but although let's create a DTO here, and then I'm going to do here upload file dot DTO dot ts, and simply we'll do export class upload file DTO, and I'm going to make this one as optional. Again, I already mentioned, like, whatever you want, you can change all of this based on your requirement. If you want to experiment, it's really good. You should always do it, right, instead of copying me what I'm doing. Let's give a max length of 500, and let's give a description which will be optional. This will be string. So this will be my DTO. If you have multiple properties, so you just add it here, and also you need to mention the same in your entity also. So for now I just kept only one just to give you the example, but again, it's up to you. You can do it whatever you like. Just you need to understand the process, how everything is working. So now I think this part is completed. So what we need to do right now, we need to start working on our main file upload service, right? Because there we need to write all the main business logic. So this is the place where we need to start working. First thing, in this file upload, we need to take the constructor, and I'm going to inside this. First I need to inject the file entity repository here. Remember, we need to work on this, right? So I'm going to do inject repository, and I need to get the file entity, first step. Then I'm going to take private read only, and let's take file repository. Spelling, I'm very bad at spelling. Okay, let's copy from here and let's paste it, and this will be repository, and we can need to pass the type as file. Okay. Second, we also need the Cloudinary service. So why we can use the Cloudinary service? Because we have already imported the Cloudinary module here, and also we have exported this one from our module. If you notice, right, in this whole video I have mentioned this 100 times that exporting and importing is very important. It's very confusing for beginners. So whenever you are exporting, you need to export that service, and then you need to import it in that module, that particular module. Then only you'll be able to use it in your service, or else you can't do it. So here I'll do private read only, and I'll do Cloudinary service, and this will be Cloudinary service. Okay, so these all the things we need for now. And now we are going to create our main upload file utility. So I'm going to do async upload file. So what are the things we'll receive? We'll receive a file, correct, which will be express.multer.file. We are also going to receive a description. Remember, I already mentioned the description can be optional, but we need to get it. So it can be either string or it can be undefined. Also, I'm going to get the current user information. Oh, what I'm doing. Also, you need to get the current user information, which will be type will be user. Okay. So these three things we need. What this will return? So this will return promise, and it's going to return the file. Okay. And now we are going to implement. So first thing, we need to upload the file to the Cloudinary. Again, I'm going to repeat the process how this will work, right? So first you are going to, your client will send a request. That is the first step. Once they will send a request, you're going to send a file data from your client side. That we are going to receive here. This file data we are going to upload, or Multer will handle this using middleware. We are going to upload that file to Cloudinary. So first Cloudinary we need to upload. That is the first step. We are going to get a URL, and that URL we are going to store in our database. So first I'll do const Cloudinary response. So this will be these.cloudinary. Oh, we need to do this on Abbott. Very important. These.cloudinary service dot. Remember, we have upload file, and this will receive a file. So you need to pass this file here, right? And this file normally you'll be getting from your front end. Now I'm going to create our newly created file. I'll do newly created file, and this will be this.file repository.create. Here is create. And here we are going to pass the original name. So this will be your file.original name. This you will be getting always whenever you are going to upload any file, right? You're getting file.mimetype. Then you are going to receive the size also. You don't have to do anything. File.size. Then you are going to get the public ID, and these will be getting from this Cloudinary response that you are having, right? And this will give you the public ID. Okay. Then we are going to get the pass the description. Also very important, we miss this. We need to get the URL, which is our main URL, and this will be getting from Cloudinary response dot secure URL. And this is the why you are getting all of this, right? If you go to the service, you can see that we have already given the type upload API response. So you're getting all of this, and then I'm also going to pass the uploader, which will be my user, right? So now this will store our newly created file, right? So we are doing create. Now we are going to just do what? So I'm going to do return these.file repository.save, and I'm going to pass this newly created file. That's it. So this is we need. That is all the things you need to do. Now I'm just going to create one more. So I'm going to do async find all. So I want to get all the files, and this will be very simple. You just get pass promise, and you're going to get file array, because you'll be getting all the files, and just do return these.file repository.find. Here we are going to pass relation will be, this will be uploader, because this is what we are storing, which will pick the user information. And then let's see, if you want, we can also give an order here, right? So let's give an order, maybe, oh, sorry, what I'm doing. Order I'm going to do created at, let's do a descending order. Okay, so this will return all the files. So this is done. Next thing, we also need to do one for the delete. So I'm going to do async remove, and let's do id. This will be getting the string. This will return nothing, so I'll do promise return void. And now here we need to do first how we are going to delete. First you need to find that which file or which asset you want to delete. Once you'll get that if the file is not present, that means we are going to show exception that file is not found. If it is present, first you are going to delete from Cloudinary, very important thing. Then only you are going to delete it from database. What will happen if you are only deleting from database? That asset is also always present in the cloud storage. That should not happen. So first I'm going to do file to be deleted. So I'm going to do await these dot file repository dot find one, and I'm going to get by where, and I'm going to pass this id. That's it. And then what I'm going to do simply is I'm going to do if this file to be deleted is not found, so I'm going to do a throw new not found exception, and I'm going to do file with id, this id not found. If this is not the case, I'm going to do await these dot cloudinary service dot delete file, and you're going to pass the file to be deleted dot public id. So first this will delete from Cloudinary and then delete from database. Okay, so here I'm just going to do await these dot file repository dot remove, and then pass the file to be deleted, and this is done. So now we have created 3 services: remove, find all, and then upload. So now we need to start working on the file controller, because there we need to do a couple of things, right? So in this component now we need to start working. So let's start working on this one in the next part. Alright, so the first thing what you're going to do, right? So let's take constructor. So I'm going to do private read only. So we need the file upload service here, and this will be file upload service. Alright, so first thing we need to create a route for post, right? So I'm going to do post, and here I'm going to do use guards, and this will be JWT Auth guard. And here what I'll do, right? So now one very important thing we need to do, we need to use a file interceptor, right? And to use a file interceptor, we're going to use a use interceptor, and here I'm going to use a file interceptor. And if you don't know, this one also I have covered in the last part, like most of the things I've actually covered. And here now I'm just going to do async, and let's do upload file, and here we're going to get a couple of things, right? So first thing we'll do uploaded file, and the type, this will be file, and the type will be express.multer.file. Next we are going to get the body, and here we'll be getting the passing the upload file DTO, and this will be upload file DTO, because we have a description which can be optional, right? So we need this. And then also we are going to have one more, which will be current user. So I'm going to get the current user, and this will be user, the type will be user entity. That's it. So this is done. So now after this is going to return promise any, and here we will do if first file is not present, I'm going to throw new bad request exception, and I'm going to do file is required. Okay, or else I'll simply going to return these dot file upload service dot upload file. I'm going to pass the file, I'll pass the upload file DTO dot description, which is optional, and also I'm going to pass the current user. And I think this is done, right? So I think this should work, the upload should work, and we'll see what is happening if there is any error or anything. Let's see. we don't have any error, should not happen. So now I'm going to go and let's create one more request, which will be a post, and then what we'll do, we'll copy this. I think I already have created in some place. See, I already have this one, I've tested. So what we can do, right here only I can do this. So I'll do 0 and this will be file upload. So what we need, the first thing, I'm going to remove this and let's see what is happening, right? So try to send. So we're getting unauthorized, which is fine. If I try to add this and try to send again, we're getting unauthorized because the token is not valid. So I'll go here and then try to send this. So getting the token, let's copy these, let's make this onto file upload, and then I'm just going to paste it here. And let's see in the body what we're having this one. I'm going to remove this for now. Description also I'm going to remove, file also I'm going to remove. So send, file is required, so I'll select this and let's select a file here, right? So I'm going to select this one, I'm going to do open, and then I'm going to do send. See, awesome. We are getting ID, original name, MIME type, size, URL, public ID. This is the upload. See the folder, YouTube NestJS course, and this is the uploader. So this is uploaded by me. This is working fine. Awesome. I thought there should be any error or anything. So let's see if it is working. Go to media library. Go to folders. So we have a YouTube NestJS course, and you can see that we have one asset here, and this is working fine. So now we can go here and create two more, right? So we need to do one for get all the files. So I'm going to do a get request now, and I'll simply just do async find all and just return these dot file upload service dot find all. That's it. And what else we have? We have also delete. So I'm going to do delete. So this will be, we need the ID, and here I'm also going to give a let's give a roles. So I'll do user role dot admin. Also I'm going to give a use guards. So I'll do JWT auth guard and roles guard, and then I'm going to do async, and I'll do remove. This will give me param, and here we need the ID, and I'm just going to do parse uuid pipe, which will give me ID, which will be string, and then I'm just going to do await these dot file upload service dot remove and pass this ID, and then I'm just going to return let's return a message like file deleted successfully. Okay, so save this. I think this should work. So let's see if we are getting all the uploaded images or not. I'm going to upload one more. So let's select one more, maybe this one, not this one, let's do this one. Send. Alright, so this is done. Now refresh this. We'll see how many assets we are getting, right? So we're getting 2 assets here. So we're getting 2 assets. Okay, so now we can go to one, or let's create one more, or let's do here only, right? So we'll make this one, just change this one to get, and I'll do file upload, right? And then send this. So we're getting 2, right? So these 2. You can also do delete, right? So if I try to delete this one, so let's do delete and send this. Try to send. See, we don't have access because this is not an admin user. So this is working fine. Even if you delete this, it will be automatically deleted from your Cloudinary, and then it will be deleted from your database. So you can test that one. I'll give this one as a homework. Now I think with this you have completed file upload also, right? And if you notice within this, and also what I decided, right, I'll keep the length of this particular video little short, because some of you actually told me like my the videos length are getting very bigger, and then at the end some people are getting they're getting less interested to watch the video, and which makes sense. But if you notice within this almost 6 hours we have almost covered each and everything that you need to know to cover all the basics, starting from CRUD, which is very important, authentication, authorization, RBAC, which is role-based access control, the basics of NestJS, file upload, then environment variables, how you can do. So a lot of things. Now it's up to you how you are going to apply all these knowledges in a project, right? See, there are a lot of things we have done. I will highly request to all of you that you need to create your own project. First watch the video and try to create your own project. Whatever concepts you have learned so far, try to apply in a real project. Don't copy paste the same thing whatever I've written, and try to tweak things, right? That how you are going to change all of these, and then see if you're able to do it or not. If you're not able to do it, come back to this video and try to do it again. This is the only way of learning things. ChatGPT and these AI tools is not going to help you in a long run. I'm telling you very clearly, right? It will actually take the job from you. It's not going to help you. So it's you who has to practice all of this to get better. So with this, I think we have done. So now I think from my side, I think we have covered almost everything, because in the part 2 also we need to keep a lot of things, right? We need to cover the microservices, lot of concepts we need to cover. Also, I'm going to cover GraphQL in the part 2. So for this one, I think this is fine. So let's move on to the next section, where I'm going to cover some of the very basic things, some of the other extra additional things that you should know, so that what I need to do, so I'm actually keeping your base strong for this part, so that in the next part it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now I think with this, I think we have almost covered all the things, but I thought as we'll be covering microservices in the next part, right, so it will be better if I just cover some of the concepts. So something like events, how we are going to handle events, how we are going to dispatch event and listen to events. And second thing also, I'm going to show you that how we are going to implement logging, and then also middleware, how we can work with middleware. So these two things we are going to discuss. The first thing, we'll start with event. So for this one, you're going to use this NestJS event emitter, which actually uses this event emitter 2 package. So I'm going to copy this and let's install this on here. And what we're going to do, right, so whenever user will register, any new user, I'm going to actually dispatch an event, and then we are going to listen to that particular event, right? And these kind of events concept I also covered in the Node.js part 1, where I covered something related to socket, but I haven't created any project. But what I have decided, many of you actually requested me to create like a lot of real-time projects. I think a lot of people requested, so I will be creating some more microservices project in the next couple of parts. But for that, you need to have good understanding of sockets, basic of sockets or web sockets. And then for NestJS, I think anyway we are going to discuss in this particular section. Now what I'm going to do, right, so let's create events module. So I'm going to do nest generate module, and I'm going to give this one as events. Let's see the spelling. And then I'm going to create we need to create also listeners. So I'm going to create a user registered listener, but once this is done, then we are going to start. All right, so I think events is now created, I believe. Oh, let's open this one here. So we'll go to events, and we have our events module. I'm going to close everything else. The first thing here, I'm going to create a listener, right? If you don't know the very basic things how it will work, so you're going to dispatch an event and you are going to listen, right? This is actually the basic concept. I'm not going to go into this much details. I already covered in the previous parts, so you need to watch the previous videos if you don't have any idea. So I'm going to create listeners, and let's give this one as user registered dot listener dot ts. Okay, so this is the first thing. So what we are going to do, right, in this, so we need to understand, if you go to the auth module, so let's go to the auth module, and we'll go to the auth service, and you can see that we are doing registration here. Okay, So what I need to do, right, whenever any user will register, I need to actually listen to that particular event, and then I will be showing some kind of console in here, right? So in real app you will be showing some kind of basically listening some kind of email or something, or you're going to show some real-time notification in the client side, but more or less the concept will be same. So what we'll do, right, before doing that also we need to do a couple of more things, right? So I think we have already created the events module. So here first we need to import couple of things. So here we are going to do, so inside modules I'm going to do imports. Now we need to register the event emitter module. So if I go here, right, and you see that we need to import this event emitter module, and then we are going to import import it here, correct? We need to register this one. So what I'm going to do inside this, let's give event emitter module dot for root, and here I'm going to use couple of options, right? So first thing, I'm going to make this one as global as true. You can also keep this one in app.module file, that will also work. I'm going to keep a wildcard as false, which will enable any wildcard event listeners. So I'm going to make this one as false. Let's keep a max listener. You can also keep like how many maximum listeners you want to keep per event. So I think this is default will be 10. Let's check here. See, the default is 10, right? So here we can keep this one, maybe let's say 20. So I just want to experiment here. And then we'll also do this verbose memory leak, which will actually help us or show verbose memory leak warnings, right? So you can see that. So I'm going to keep this one as true. Let's make this one as true. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now here I'm also going to keep some providers, right? But before that we need to create two things. I'm going to create a user event service, and also I'm going to create a listener, and that listener will be my registered listener. Now remember, you need to create that listener you want to apply. For example, I want to create a listener for register, right? So that is the reason I created a user registered listener. What you should do, right, once you implement this, try to create one for login, then only you'll be able to understand. So now I'll save this, go to user registered listener, and how we are going to do it, right? So first thing, let's do one thing. Before doing the listener, let's implement the service. So we'll do user event service. Let's create here. So I'm going to do user events dot service dot ts. So first here I'm going to do injectable, and I'm going to do export class user events service, and here I'm going to do constructor. So I'll do private read only, and I need the event emitter, right? So I'm going to take event emitter, which I will be using from, so I'll do event emitter 2. As I already mentioned, you can see here we are using this, we need to inject this event emitter in our standard constructor injection, right? So this is the first step that we need to do. Once we'll do that, now what we're going to do, right, we need to emit an user registered event. Okay, so here what this method will do, so first let me create this method, then we are going to understand. So I'll do emit user registered. Here we are going to get the type, which will be user. This will be user entity. This will return void, and here what I'm going to simply do, I'll create an event. So this event will be, I'm going to create a user registered event type. So let's do export interface. I'll do user registered event, and here I'm going to do a user. Let's keep a ID, which will be number. I also want to take an email, which will be string. I'll also take a name. Let's keep this on a string, and also take a timestamp. I'm going to keep this one as date. So this will be my response type, interface, and this one I'm going to use here. So I'm going to pass this, and here I'll do simply user, and I'm going to do ID. So ID will be my user.id. So this user ID I'll be getting here, right? I'm going to pass it when user will register from this auth service, so that we are going to see. So this email will be my user.email. Then I'm also going to pass the name, which will be user.name, and timestamp will be simply new date. Okay, so this will be your event information. This will change based on your project requirement, so you can change it whatever you like. And then once you'll create this, right, so I think after this I'll simply do this dot event event emitter, and you need to do a emit. So emit will simply, what this emit method will do, this will take two things. So it is going to take the event name, and then it is going to take the event data, two things. So here we are doing for user registration, right? So I'm going to pass event like, so normally what you should do, right, you should pass something like this, user dot registered. So that means you are simply telling that I'm doing this one for user registration, and data will be this event data, right? You can also give this one as user registered event data. So I'll pass user registered event data. So this will emit the event from here, right, with this data. So this is the first thing we need. Now what we are going to do, right, we'll go to event module, and then we need to actually provide this event service in our events module. So we'll go here, so we have imports, and then I'm going to take a providers. So I'm going to do this one as user event service. Remember, we also need to export this one. I think this part we have done multiple times. I have discussed user event service, because this user module, sorry, this event modules I need to use in this auth module. So to use another module inside another module, what we need to do, we need to export it, right? So that is the reason we exported this user event service. Save this. So this is done. So now we have registered the main event module. This is mandatory. We have provided the service, and we have exported the service so that we can use this in our auth service. Now I go to our user registered listeners, and what we are going to do simply, so here let's create, so this will be injectable, and I'm going to simply do export export class, and I'm going to do user registered listener. So what this will do, right, so here I'm going to show you that how you can create event listener, right? And what actually event listeners will do, simply event listeners, so this is a listener, right, it will responds to the events that is emitted by the event emitter. If you go to the user event, so here what we are doing, we are simply emitting an event, and this listener is going to listen to this particular event. So if I give the definition here, right, so what simply event listeners does, so event listeners will respond to the events that is emitted by event emitter. This is the work of the listener. So you emit the event, it's going to consume. So it's like context in React API. So you are providing something and you are consuming something. So it's going to emit, and this is going to consume, something like, not consume, like it's going to respond, but I'm just giving example just so that you can understand. So here what I'm going to do, right, so let's take a private read only. So I'm going to take a logger, and let's do new logger, and I'm going to take this user registered listeners and we'll pass the name here, and then I'm going to take a on event, and then you need to pass the event name. So I already created an event right here, so we have user.registered. So when I'm going to pass this here, so it's going to listen, right? So simply we are telling that this method, so whatever event now whatever method that we are going to create, it will be triggered whenever this event will be emitted. So whenever you are going to emit this event, this is going to listen, and it's going to return a response, right? So in real application, what you'll do, maybe you're going to send an email to the user once the user will register, right, something like that, or you are going to notify the user, you are going to show some kind of notification, or you are going to update something in the admin side, something like that. And here what I'm going to do, I'll do simply handle user registered event maybe, and then I'm going to pass the event, and this will be my user registered event. This we have created. So user registered event is nothing but this event. So and here what I'm going to do, this will return void, and simply we are going to get two things. So I'm going to get this event, so I'm going to get the user information, also I'm going to get the timestamp, and then what I'll do, right, for now we are just going to do this .logger.log, and then I'm simply going to pass something like welcome comma user.email, and then I'm going to do that your account created at, and then pass this timestamp, right? So I'll do timestamp and do 2 ISO string. That's it, right? So this is the all the things that we need. So let's recap everything whatever we have done so now till now. First, we have registered the main module. We have given some configuration, it's like optional, all of this like global you can keep. Then we created an event here. In the event, we are simply telling that this will be my data format, and then I am emitting this particular event with this event name, and this is the data. Now I created a listener, so whenever this event will be emitted from here, this listener is going to listen on this, right? So we are telling on event, and this is the name of the event. Here this you have to check this, and then what you're doing, so normally in real application what you'll do, right? I'm going to keep, so in real application you are going to do action here. You will mainly do action here. So something like maybe you want to do some, you want to send an email to the customer, send an email or verify email, something like that, right? Verify email to the customers, right? So this is done. So all the things you have completed, but this is not yet completed, and the reason is because we need to now use this in our auth service. And to do this, first what we are going to do, right, we need to import this events module in our auth module. So go to auth module, we are going to import this events module. So this is the first step, and now we'll go to our auth service. So in the auth service, once the registration is completed, and that time we are going to emit this, okay? And this is actually important. You need to understand that in which part or in which place you are going to do all of this. So if you go here, right, maybe where we are returning this, right? So let's do it here. So once you are saving the user to the database, so now what we'll do, that we are going to emit, we'll do emit the user registered event, and I'm just going to do simply, so here first thing we need to inject this one here. So I'll do private, we'll do read only, and I'll do user event service, and I will do user event service, okay? And then here I'm just going to do this, so I'll do this dot user event service dot emit user register, and then what you need to pass, you need to pass the save data. Now remember, here you need to pass this, so this will take the user, and if you go here in the here, you see from this user it will get the user ID, name, and the email, and the same thing will be passing here, right? So you're going to pass this here. That's it. Save all of this, and now see, this should work. Go here, so not getting any error, this should not occur. Now see what I'll happen. I'll go to register, add, create one more user, name Sangam 2, or let's give John, and I'll do John, change this on 2 3 4 5 7 8, and send here. This will be localhost 3000. So user registered, created successfully, and I think we should be getting that log, right? Okay, but we are not getting here. This part we need to check. Okay, let's try one more time. I'm going to do John 1. Alright, so we are not getting this one. That means something we are missing here. I think we have already imported this one in app.module, right? Let's see if we already have this. Event module is already there. Well, maybe let's do one thing. Let's go to the event listener, and I'll simply just do log, and I want to see what is happening here. Let's copy this and paste it here, save this. Now let's try to register one more time. Still we are not getting anything. Okay, some dots are missing. Let's go to events module. Events module, I think we are not doing anything wrong. Let me just check. User service. See how it will work. That's why in the provider we need to use the user registered event sorry, user register listener. That's why I'm thinking something I'm missing here. So we'll do user registered listener. This is what I'm missing. Now I think this will work for sure. Let's see. Go to user registered listener. Let's remove this console log. This is not needed. Save this and see. So I'll go here. Let's give some different name. I'll do George and I'll do George. Okay. Change this to previous password and let's try to send. Created and see here. Awesome. Now you're getting log that welcome george@gmail.com, your account created at this time, and you're getting the log here, right? And this is the listener. Awesome. So that means this is working fine. So that is the thing where it is missing, right? We need to provide this listener, or else how it will work. So this is the complete flow. Simply you created an events module, you created a service, emit an event, you're going to listen that event, and then once you're going to emit that event, you also need to use this, right? And where do we have used this? So where we actually need, so we need in the register. So that is the reason we have actually called this event and pass the data. So now this will, once this action is done, it is going to this service, it is going to emit this event with the name, it will go to listener, it is going to verify the name, event name, and it's going to return the result, right? So this is the complete process. I'm pretty sure now this will give you some basic idea. I'm not saying this is very in-depth, but in the next part we are going to do quite a few things on these events and real-time processing and a lot of other things. So that is the reason it's always better to know all of these things. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so let's see some of the extra concepts that you should know, right? So first one, we are going to see what is the interceptor. So I'm going to create a logging interceptor to show you the use cases, and also you're going to understand how you can work with middleware, right? The first of all, to create an interceptor, right? So what we are going to do, right? So you can see that it's actually a class where you are going to annotate with injectable, as usually we are doing, using injectable decorator, and it will actually implement the Nest interceptor interface. So here what this will have simply, so I'm going to show you each and everything from step by step, but I just want to show you that there will be intercept method, and to bind this we are going to use a use interceptor, and then you have to pass the name of the interceptor that you have created. So now let's see how we are going to do it, right? If you want, you can explore all of this, but it's always better to see in action, right? So now what I'll do, so let's do one thing. Let's go to source. I believe we already have a common folder, right? So here I'm going to do let's create one more interceptors, and let's give this one as logging dot interceptor.ts. so let's close everything else. So I'm going to do we'll do injectable, and here I'm going to do export class. Let's create a logging interceptor. So what I need to do, what I'll do, right? Maybe I want to implement a logging interceptor where it will log the request information, and it will measure how much time or what is the execution time of each and every request. So let's say I'm hitting a register endpoint. I want to get the measure execution time for the register endpoint, right? For that we can actually use this common interceptor, and here we are going to give the name of the interceptor. So this will be logging interceptor, and as already mentioned, this will implement the Nest interceptor. So here first what I'm going to do, so let's give a private read only. I'm going to give this one as logger, and I'm going to take a new logger, and here I'm going to pass the logging interceptor dot name. Now here what I'll do, so we all need to implement the intercept method, right? So which will give us the context, execution context, and also if there is any call handler, right? Now here what I'm going to do, let's return observable any. I'm going to remove this, right? So what this is taking, so first of all this is taking the context, right? What this context, this will contains all the request and response object, and I believe we already have used this execution context, right? Remember, if I go here, right, search for context dot, see here we have used this to get the user switch to HTTP and get request. Remember, so this will give us the current this consists the current request and the response object that you can actually use. This next is nothing but it's a call handler. So this is just to control, let's write I'll do control route handler execution, or executes, right? So that means this call handler, this actually here is to control when the route handler executes. So for example, let's say I'm executing a register endpoint, so that time it will actually handle those. So now here what I'm going to do simply, so first I'm going to get my current request, and to get my current request I'll simply do context dot get not get, I think this is called switch to HTTP, and this will give me the current request. So you can see we already have get request and get next and get response. So I'll do get request, so this will give me my current request object. Now I need to get a couple of things from this. So here from this request I will need, maybe let's take the method. I also need the URL, I need if there is any body, I need if there is any query, and also I need if there is any params, because these all the things is possible, right? Whenever you are going to hit, let's say you have a post request, so in the post request you will be having a body. I hope you are getting. And then I'm also going to take the user agent, and this will be request dot get, and here we'll be getting the user agent, or else I'm going to give this one as unknown. All right, and then I'm also going to get the user ID, and this user ID will be getting from, remember we have used this user, so this will give us user information, complete user information. So here I'll be having the ID, role, name, email, everything. So here you'll be getting the user ID, and this will be if this request dot user dot ID, if this is present, or else this will be unauthenticated. All right, and now what I'm going to do, I'll do this dot logger dot log, and here I'll simply pass all of this, right? Let's pass in this format, it will look nice. So let's take something like this, and here I'm going to do method. Then what you can do, maybe URL, then you can take the user agent, no, let's take the user ID, and I'm also going to pass the user agent. That's it. And then what I'll do, right, so as I already mentioned that these will give us the execution time, right? So we need to take the start and end time. So I'm going to take a start time, and I'm going to do new date, or let's not new date, I'll do date dot now. And now what this will do, right, so this next, we are having this next, right, so this will give us a handler as I already mentioned, and it will give us a pipe method. So if you go here, right, see we have next handle, and this will give us a pipe method. So what this will do, I'll explain. So here what I'm going to do is simply going to return next dot handle, and this will give us a pipe method. So what this will do, so here in this pipe I'm going to take a tap, and here what this will do, I'll just comment here. So this tap is nothing but it's an operator that allow us to perform side effects, okay, in simple words, right? Now here what I'm going to do, simply maybe, now one thing I want to mention here, I want to be very clear, because we are doing this one to check the execution time of a request, so that's why we are working with time here. So that is the reason we have taken a start time. So what I'm trying to say, based on your requirement, let's say you are not implementing a logging interceptor, you are implementing something else, so this logic will change based on your requirement. So this doesn't means like whenever you'll be creating an interceptor you are going to write the same logic again and again. I hope you're getting right, because we are actually working with time here, because we need to get the execution time, how much time it is taking to run a particular request. So we are working with a time. So inside this tab I'm going to take a next, and here this will give me data, and what I'm going to do, right, so I'll take the const, I'll do end time, and this will be date dot now, so it will give me the current date of that time once the request is completed. And then I'm going to get const duration, which will be end time minus start time, and then let's do this, that this dot logger dot log, and here I'm just going to do, so let's do here the same method, I'll do URL, and let's pass the duration here, these milliseconds, right? I think this is fine. Only let's log this one. So this is done, and here after this we can also take an error. So here I'll be getting an error, and then I'm just going to do const end time, which will be date.now, and here I'm just going to again pass the duration, and let's copy this, and I'm also going to pass the where is that, let's do it here. No, I'll do here error, and I'm going to pass the error dot message. Alright, and I think this is done. So now let's save this. I think we are getting some cannot find tap. I think we need to import this from RxJS. No, I think we need to import this one from RxJS operators. Let me just quickly check. See. Okay, so I think this is done. Now here what you can do, right, you can also render, let's do one thing, let's render the data also, that how much, maybe we can do something like this, right? So after this, let's do response size. So this will give me the size, and then I'm just going to render something like this, that maybe JSON dot stringify, and I'll do data, and here let's do dot length, right? Or else this will be 0, and I'm going to do this many bytes, right? So this will work. Okay, we can also log all of this, but let's keep it like this, right? If you want, you can also render all of this. First we'll see whether this is working or not, and to use this we need to also use this interceptor, right? So how we are going to do it? To do this one, we need to go to main.ts file, and here we need to make some changes. So first thing what I'll do, let's create a logger here. First I'm going to create a logger, so I'll do logger, and this will be new logger, and here I'm going to pass bootstrap. Okay, then we are going to create the app. So here we are going to pass the app module, and you can also pass some certain options here, right? So you can see if I hover, you can pass some options. So what we can do, simply we can pass a logger option, and I can pass some other option, right? We can do error, and then let's do one, let's do log, then what else we are having? I think we are having debug. Debug also you can do, verbose also you can do. So this will give us the, we'll configure, this is nothing else, right? So now what you can do, right, simply once this is done, before we are listening to this, we need to use that, right? And to use this one, we can also use another property that is called use global interceptor. I think we already have here, is it? Search for use global interceptor. See here, this one. So here I'm going to do app.use global interceptor, and I'm going to pass new login interceptor. That's it, and I think this is done. So now let's save this, and I want to see if there is any error. We don't have any error. So now let's go here, and let's try to search, let's send any more, right? We'll do George1 and try to send. So it's created, and you can see you are getting logging interceptor. You can see here, no, not this one. I think we have here post logging interceptor, and this is the time, right? Time and everything. It's also rendering the method. This is the URL, and I'm getting confused with this one. This is that event, that one, right? So this is different one, and you can see we're getting user is unauthenticated, user agent is postman runtime, and awesome, it's working fine. So now if I go to the login, let's try to send, and if I go here, you can see now you're getting for login. Awesome. So now this is working fine, right? So this is one of the way you can implement a login interceptor. So what you can do, create an interceptor. If you're using common, right, or globally, then you can keep it like this in the main.ts file, or else, as I already mentioned, that you can also use this use interceptor. So for example, let's say you want to only do for certain controller or certain route, so in that case you need to use interceptor and pass that login interceptor, and it will also work in that case also. So with this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's see how we are going to implement a middleware. Okay, so let's go to our common folder only, and I'm going to create one middleware, and let's create logger.middleware.ts. Now I already explained multiple times in the previous parts that what actually middleware is, right? So here what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create a logger middleware. So I'll give you some of the overview that what it will does. First of all, this will actually I'm going to explain that how you can log HTTP request using this particular middleware. Now again, I'm repeating, I'm creating a logger middleware, so it will be related to logger. Whenever you'll be implementing something else, let's say you're implementing maybe a auth middleware, so in that case you need to change your logic. I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say, right? Also you need to understand that how middleware actually works, right? See, middleware is like, if you talk about Express, right, so you have a request, response, and a next, right? So what will happen whenever you are going to run a middleware, so middleware will always have the access to the response and the request object. Okay, now what we'll do, let's say you are verifying some particular request, so what that middleware do, middleware check that, okay, if that middleware runs successfully, so it's going to call the next middleware, or maybe it's going to call the next handler, right? So let's say you have a middleware A and middleware B. So middleware A is checking whether the user is authenticated or not, and let's see if the user is authenticated, so it will be true, and it will move to next middleware. And in the next middleware you are checking that, okay, if the user is authenticated but user is admin user or not. But here you are checking, okay, the user is not admin user, so it's going to fail here. But if the user is already admin user, so it's going to also pass this middleware, and it's going to call the next handler or next middleware. So you can pass as many middleware as you want, right? So this is the normal basic concept. Also here, how the middleware is executed, so middleware will executes before guards and interceptor, right? And interceptor execute after guard but before pipes. I think we have already implemented the interceptor, right? Now we're talking so much, let's implement and then you will be able to understand. So let's take injectable, and I'm going to do export class. I'll do logger middleware. This will implement nest middleware. And here I'm just going to take a private read only. Let's do logger. This will be new logger. Let's pass HTTP. So this is nothing but we are giving a context name and creating a logger instance. And here we are going to use a use method. If you see, very important, just now I think we have already covered this one. See, it has a request, it has a response, and it has a next method. Okay, so now this is nothing but the express response request. Or let's do one thing. No, we already have installed the express, right? So let's import request from express, import response from request, and here we are going to call the next function, right? So I'm going to call next function. That's it. Now here it's going to return void. And what I'm going to do simply, so let's take the following things. So I'm going to take, again we'll do the same thing, we're going to take the method, we're going to take the original URL, also I'm going to take maybe let's IP, and here what I'll do simply, I'll take the user agent also. So this will be request.get, and you're going to pass the user agent, or else I'm going to pass this one as unknown. Okay, and now I'm going to just log here. So I'll do this.logger.log, and let's do something like this, right? So I'll do here incoming, and I'm going to pass the method, I'm going to pass the original URL, also I'm going to pass the IP, also let's pass the user agent. Okay, and then I'm also going to do after this, save this, okay, and after this I'm going to do request. I want to put a start time here, so let's put a start time in the request object, and I'm going to do date.now. And then what we're going to do, I'm just going to take a listener, so I'm going to do res.on, and I'm going to do finish. Once it will finish, so I'm going to do something like this. So I want to get the duration, right? So I'm going to do how much time it takes. So I'll do const and I'll do duration, and this will be current date dot now minus request of start time. Okay, because we already set this on here, right? And once it will finish, it will, let's say start time is 1, this is 2, so 2 minus 1, it will give me 1 milliseconds. I'm also going to get the status code from my response. I'm doing very fast because like these things I've done multiple times. If you are not able to do it slow, no issue, right? Do it multiple times. And I'm going to do, if this is maybe, let's do greater than or equal to 500, so we're going to get a 500. So I'll do so let's copy this, right? So here I'm going to do this dot logger, I'm going to do a logger dot error, and I'm going to do response. Method will keep original URL. Let's pass the status code here, and I'm going to pass the how much duration it took, right? So I'll do duration milliseconds. I'll do else if status code is greater than or equal to 400. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to do a maybe not error, I'm going to do 1. What I've done wrong? Oh, okay, so I'll do 1 here instead of that, right? Else I'm going to do successful, so I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to do this one as log. So this is done, right? And then now what you need to do, can you guess? I think you should guess it, like when it will run. So you need to always call the next method. This is mandatory. So it will do what? It will call the next middleware in the chain. That's it. So if there is middleware or if there is handler, so it's going to call this. If you don't call this, it's going to stuck there. And this I've actually explained in details in my first part of the Node.js series. So this is done, right? So this is, you created a middleware now, and now I need to use this middleware someplace, right? And I want to do it in app.module.ts. so let's go to app.module.ts, and I want to do something like this. I want to apply this middleware to every request. So whenever I'm going to do any request in all the routes, I want to do it. And to do this, we need to do, so I'm going to implement nest module, and inside this I will simply do a configure, and I want to take a consumer which will be my middleware. So this is where you need to configure your middleware, right? And here I simply just do that, okay, consumer.apply, and you're going to pass the logger middleware that you have created. And now here you need to pass for routes and pass star. So what will happen when you're going to pass star? So this means this will apply the middleware for all the routes. Okay, save this. Okay, let's see what is happening, right? So we'll go here, try to send a request, and you can see we are getting see we have incoming. So this is coming from your middleware, right? So this is my incoming and this is my response. Okay, 201. And if you notice, middleware is actually running before interceptor. See, this one I already mentioned. Now what I'll do, right, I'll just change this and send once again, and you can see you are already getting here also bad request, and here also you are getting 1, right? That means this is 400, right? If it is 500, so in that case you'll be getting error. And the reason is because, let's see, if I go to my logger middleware and I want to change this 1 to error, see what will happen. Save this, and I'll go here and send once again, and you can see now you're getting error that it failed. I hope you're getting right. So it started here, this is your interceptor. In interceptor also you're getting bad request exception. Awesome, right? And in middleware also you're getting this. So this is how you need to use both interceptor and middleware. I think with this we have covered everything that you need to know to start your journey on NestJS. I'm pretty sure you will not get this kind of explanation on YouTube, right? And in other paid courses also, like I actually thought there are a lot of thought process I have. So what I'm trying to say, like I thought a lot before doing this kind of videos, right? Because I always thought that okay, some beginner will understand this kind of concepts, right? So that is the way I actually explained. So with this we have covered everything that you need to know to start your journey, and also we have completed this video also. If you're able to complete this till this part and practice multiple times, right, in the next part when I'm going to do the microservices, you'll see you will find all of these very simple. So that's all for this particular video. If you like this video, give a like and share with your friends, and I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.